Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear participants of the forum, we would like to ask you to take your seats. In about a couple of seconds, we're about to start our event. Our event is going to be streamed live, and we're going to start our forum by this speech by the President of Ukraine. The presentation and the panel discussions, we're going to have some more time for networking, for communication, for presentation, and to make the photos. At this very moment, we would like to ask you to take your seats. Thank you. Please do take your seats. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we're pleased to welcome you at the All-Ukrainian Forum Aviation and Tourism, the Great Construction. Today we're about to have the panel discussions, roundtables discussions, and we're about to have a lot of new and important information that concerns the sector of aircraft and aviation in Ukraine, and also concerns the traveling that definitely influence the tourism and the touristic sector. That is what all we're about to discuss at this forum. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, dear audience. Good morning, dear guests. Good morning, dear journalists. You know, I always say, and I always used to say, and I always say that it is very important for us to have the projects that is going to tie up and is going to sew up our country, both metaphorically and are going to be given it in the direct sense of the word, so basically creating the new projects. And in the same time, the United Europe has started and has begun not only with the joint values, but with joint ideas, important ideas, economical ideas. The competition between the Boeing companies in the 60s and 70s of the 20th century has stimulated the number of the European countries to get together and build up the Airbus Aero Consortium. The creation of the aircraft and the construction of the aircraft has become one of the most important projects for the newly created European Economic Union and European Union overall. And I do believe that it is a very important day for us today. We're getting back the idea about the European aircraft. This is a joint dream for all of us, European dream and Ukrainian dream as well. Ukraine has the great Antonov factory. We have all of the needed capacities to have the full cycle creation and engineering of the modern aircraft. We know that it's really hard to do, but we're already doing that. We already have the cargo aircraft, we already have the state-created planes, and we are building 3 new aircraft for our state. We have all of the needed capacity for the serial production of the airplanes and up to providing the complex maintenance after the sales are completed. At the same time, we are currently following the negotiations with our Western colleagues on creating the modern air hub in Ukraine. We really wish to modernize our passenger carriers. We really want to update our passenger carriers into cargo carriers as well, and we have everything that is needed for that as well. Still, we do see that at this very moment, our market, Ukrainian market, is not ready to provide the implementation of our state interest in the air travel. In this case, we understand it's not just about the economic interest, it's also about the social demand that we currently have. In order to empower this direction, in the framework of our campaign and the big construction program, we are creating our airports, we're building our airports, we're modernizing our airports, and there's a lot of airports that are currently being built. And in the framework of this program, we are making yet another step, another powerful step that we have already voiced out. We're not only promising, we're having the practical implementation of that as well. And we are creating our national airline. Creating the national airline that is going to be officially started today.
Обов'язково розкажуть. Ми готові інвестувати у повітряний флот, навантажувати українських виробників та дійсно залучати світових лідерів до об'єднаних проєктів в авіабудівництві. Ми маємо підтвердження економічної доцільності цього нашого проєкту від наших французьких консультантів, що стосується нашого національного перевізника. Однак втілення цієї не лише про ідеї, йдеться не лише про збільшення прибутку та пасажиропотоку, але й в цілому питання статусу, питання іміджу, питання престижу нашої держави. Наш національний авіаперевізник, незалежний перевізник від будь-яких інших груп і інших впливів. Сьогодні Україна інвестує мільярди гривень в модернізацію
Invest the millions in modernization of Ukrainian airports. This is about the new airlines, about the new terminal that was created in Chernivtsi, in Rivne, in Zhytomyr, in Kryvyi, in Kiev, in Dnipro. Finally, we have the airports there in Kharkiv, in Zaporizhia, in Odessa region, in Kherson, in Vinnytsia, in Poltava. And we are also getting ready to build 2 more airports. And we have decided that it's an important strategic question for all of us. We've decided to construct 2 more airports to the east of Ukraine. We are deciding to build a new airport in Zakarpattia region. We're definitely going to connect our country with the open sky. The main event for this year is an agreement that is also being called the second visa-less agreement, the agreement on the open sky that we are going to sign with the European Union, the agreement on the joint airspace with the Ukraine and European Union. It's a unique agreement for us because the European Union doesn't have any other agreement with any other country on those conditions. Ukraine preserves our own mandate as the state that produces the aircrafts, which is very important once again for our national brand, and especially for the Antonov company. We need all of their certified authorities that have also been preserved for Ukraine. The launch of the national airline, the new modern airports, and you can hear that this is the question not just about one single cases. We're already speaking about the dozens of the modern airports. This is definitely a big step forward, transforming the international Boryspil airport in one of the most powerful Eastern European hubs, restoring our modern, contemporary air construction and improving our collaboration in the format and improving our collaboration between Ukraine and the European Union. Those are the main target goals for us, for the program, for the ministries, for the big construction as such. Those are the main goals that we have underlined for ourselves for the years to come. It's quite clear that those goals are quite ambitious. It's quite clear that those goals are quite complex, but I'm sure that those goals are really feasible. It is our time to look up to the skies. It is our time to rise. And speaking in our national airline, well, I don't know, because basically, we have got used to this idea that we have a working title on that already. Throughout all of this time, we have already said that we are speaking about the working title of the airline, and we had a couple of working titles for that. So right now we're thinking about the Ukrainian national airlines. That is a very symbolic thing for us because it's Ukrainian national airlines. That is the UNA, just like our similar to Ukraine. And basically, it's always about Ukraine being energetic and young and united. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, and we are about to start our important event, and we're about to start this important forum, and I am really sure that for many of our citizens and for many players in this market, many experts and the representatives of the media, this event is going to be very informative. We're about to discuss the air infrastructure, we're about to discuss the air traveling, we're going to speak about both domestic and international tourism, and then we're going to speak about the tourism as well. We're going to speak about the potential and the attractiveness of our our main attractions and the perspective of the touristic development, both domestic and international tourism. So this is going to be the main logic outline for our conversation today with the multiple experts that are going to be presenting in our panel discussions later on. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Prime Minister of Ukraine, Denis Shmyhal. Mr. President, dear colleagues, dear audience, dear colleagues, dear guests, dear participants of forum, the program of the President of Ukraine, Big Construction, is not just about the investment in the infrastructure, that's also about the well-being of the people, it's about the development of economy, it's about creating the new working places, it's about the jobs, it's about development of the sectors, and we really invested into this development. Ukraine has a unique geographical position, it is an intersection between the continents, and at this very point, it really helps us to become the big regional and touristic hub. And we are sure, and the experts are sure, the heads of the biggest airlines all over the world, we are sure that there is a great potential for Ukraine. We understand that the Ukrainian air potential will stimulate the growth in 1,000 times, and we're going to restore the economy, and we're going to have our natural growth after the signing of the joint airspace agreement, because we're going to be stimulating the national airlines as well. And I just wanted to concentrate your attention to the three main factors of the changes that we see and that we understand, the ones that are creating the main conditions for the development of the airspace and direction and help us to create the developed tourism in Ukraine. The first factor is the agreement on the joint sky that has been mentioned by the President today. It is the main event for us in the air sector for Ukraine. Definitely that is a visa-less regime in air connection. It gives us the opportunity to liberalize our connections and relations between us and the European Union. It gives us the new opportunities. It actually turns the usage of airlines and air traveling as a commodity for Ukrainian citizens. It will definitely improve the quality of all of the travels we do by airlines. It will improve the quality and the quantity of it. The lower prices, better quality, this is all that this agreement is going to give to us. It creates additional competition for us as well. Moreover, it opens additional opportunities for us for the recognition of Ukrainian certificates. And Ukrainian planes, Ukrainian-produced planes, the Antonov planes are going to be certified all over the world and acknowledged all over the world. That is an important factor for us. It gives additional perspectives for the investment into the infrastructure. It definitely supports the great school of the aircraft construction that we've had in Ukraine that is already acknowledged all over the world and that has been wide known for many years. We are ready to support the aircraft construction fully. The second factor of the change is the state investment for the development of the air infrastructure as well, and the President of Ukraine has already voiced out the main program directions and the main vector for us for what kind of investment we're going to be proceeding further on. We have invested already 3.4 billion hryvnias in the development of the air infrastructure. According to the calculations of our professionals, it influences more than 1% of the GDP in Ukraine. This year, 1.4 billion is for the construction of airport in Dnipro, 700 million. That's Odessa Airport, more than 600 million hryvnias. That's Vinnytsia Airport, 500 million for the airport in Kherson. Yesterday, at the Government's Assembly, we have provided more than 200 million to the support of the charter capital of Boryspil International Airport, and those money are going to be used for construction of the new terminal in year 2022. We're about to continue this work, and we're definitely going to be providing needed financial support for that. Moreover, we're actively working with our international partners and international financial organizations. And here in the Boryspil Airport, with the help of the international credits, we have already seen one of the two lanes that are being reconstructed. So all of those things and all of those actions are definitely improving the effectiveness of our air sector. The third factor of the development is the development of our own aircraft construction. We have a strategic document that has a very complex title. The state targeted scientific researcher program for the development of the aircraft construction for 2022-2030. But this program includes a very highly detailed roadmap, considering the best experience in the aircraft construction. It is presupposed that the overall scope of investment during this time is going to sum up to 34 billion of hryvnias for the development of our air sector. 45 enterprises, highly technological technological enterprises of the aircraft construction up till the 1st of January 2025 has already received their fiscal incentives. They are going to have the discounts for the VAT, they're going to have the discounts in the land use tax, they're going to have the discounts for the taxes, for the custom tax when they're going to import or export certain details that are needed. There's going to be additional tax reduces and incentives for the export of the planes and the helicopters, and with the support of this strategy, the overall scope of the usage of the aircraft is going to be evaluated as more than 300 billion hryvnias overall, and this is our goal that we really want to follow, and we're definitely going to be performing that. This sector, it needs a lot of research. We need a lot of R&D and joint work between the state and the businesses. It creates the certain formula of business success, and we clearly understand that there has been a lot of changes, a lot of positive changes happening all over the world. And we have had just this meeting with our ministers, with the representative of our domestic airlines, and we have discussed those opportunities and those discounts and incentives that the state can provide for the development of our domestic connections. Together with our agreement for the joint sky, I do believe that is going to have a great impetus for the development of our domestic air connections and to stimulate the touristic sector and our domestic aircraft production. We do understand that this is a very important element for the further development of the sector, and this is the biggest part of our GDP as well. And the most important thing that is a lot of jobs for Ukrainians. So I'm really grateful to my colleagues from the state sector. I'm really grateful to the colleagues that are working in the private sector on that as well. I do wish everyone to have the best of work today and to help us to bring our air sector to the new level, to increase by dozen times Ukrainian scopes of tourism, and we have seen the great examples to that. Thank you. Thank you very much, Prime Minister. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, please, we would like to pass the floor to the Minister of Infrastructure of Ukraine, Alexander Kubrakov. Good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President, Mr. Prime Minister. I'm pleased to welcome all of the participants of our today's forum. Yes, right you are. In the last 2 years, the two tightly connected sectors, tourism and aviation, have been influenced by the corona crisis the most. And if I can ask for the presentation, please, we have seen that and we have felt it. We have seen it through the last year, how those two sectors have experienced the great decrease and downfall in Ukraine and all over the world. They were the most impacted. What do the states do in this case? They are supporting their sectors. I'm sorry, the clicker doesn't seem to work. All of the states are providing the support to the airlines, to the air companies. They're helping the touristic sector as well, and Ukraine is going to be doing the same. And we're basically going to discuss the opportunities for the touristic sector, for the specific results of what has already been done, what we're going to. The key achievements for us is, first of all, the joint agreement on the open sky, that is the so-called the second visa-free regime, the process that has started since 2013, and finally all of the conditions got together, so we were able to sign this agreement. It is very important for us to say that the signing of this agreement is one of the program promises for the president's program, for the president's of Volodymyr Zelensky program, and basically this promise that has been outlined has been completed. So that we can say right now that Ukraine and the European Union is now getting closer and coming closer, and the conditions that we had this agreement signed is a unique one because we have protected our interests. Our interest as a country that is building aircrafts, and we protected our interest as a country that has the great transit potential as well. So once again, we have provided our loyalty to the status as the main partner for the European Union. So what does it give to us? What kind of additional opportunities it gives to us? First of all, we have a tremendous market for our airlines and air carriers. Yes, it's going to be hard for them. It's going to be hard for them, and we can see that, especially after yesterday's meetings about the market. But that's still about the opportunities. It's going to be much easier for our airlines now to enter the market that were not available for them before. But in the same time, we're also opening up our space for more than 500 million potential tourists from the European countries. Their airlines, their planes, they will be also able to come here, and the regional airports that we're currently constructing going to be open and ready to host them. We see the restoration of our aircraft sector and air sector overall. And let us take a look at the more precise figures. Speaking about what is happening right now, there are very important things about the navigation. We are restoring the transit over the Black Sea. Starting from 2014, most of the airlines, they've tried to avoid the territory over the Black Sea that is controlled by Ukraine. Together with help of Ukraaeroruch, together with work of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we have already seen that the biggest part, the biggest share of the airlines is starting to use our airspace above the Black Sea. So we have increased our indicators and our figures by 3 this year, and we can see that overall dynamics of the restoration of our connections is increasing the over European indicators. Yes, we have lost a lot, but we are now restoring our capabilities and restoring our incomes. Another event that happened this year, there was the final stage of including our European practices in aero navigation. So basically, we have become the full member of the Eurocontrol systems. So we are now working in the system just as well as all of the other European countries working in the system. So we are using the same navigation sector as all of the countries in the European Union. On stimulating of the sector, there are 2 important things that have to be outlined as well, and we're going to mention this too. The creating a separate fund for the supporting of the air and railway infrastructure that is planned for the budget for 2022, a separate fund that is going to be working directly for outlining those issues and supporting those challenges. We also have including the so-called public service obligation mechanism for Ukraine for those routes that are critically important for the state and for the certain population groups. So we all already know about the support that is going to be provided to the people during vaccination. And we understand that this support is going to be used by the people, and potentially our airlines are going to be motivated as well. And we have talked to that about with the Prime Minister yesterday. We see that there is a big interest, and I do believe that there's a lot of things that we can get into this 1,000 hryvnias, a lot of travel to the different directions can be included into those 1,000 hryvnia. We're waiting for the offers from the markets. A separate recollection about including the additional VAT incentives, we have the initiative from the members of the parliament, from the members of the transport committee on decreasing the VAT rates for our domestic connections and for the domestic flights. And I wanted to say that we have the 0 VAT rate for the international connections, and we have 20% for the domestic. So the compromise that we have discussed yesterday, we have considered that is going to be the VAT at level of the 7%, and I think that it's going to be a very good stimulus for our domestic carriers to create a cheaper domestic routes for Ukraine, and we are sure that it's going to be 10, 15, 20% cheaper than it is right now. So we understand that we will increase the scope of our domestic flights, and our domestic flights will be more affordable for our citizens. Then, we really want to make the flights inside of Ukraine affordable and comfortable. We mentioned the airports that are currently being constructed. I just wanted to voice out some more information. First of all, we are constructing the airports to the east, and we already have worked with our colleagues from the Ministry of Defense, where we can construct those airports. We're going to have one airport closer to Mariupol, but not in the city of Mariupol, because Mariupol is still very close to the contact zone, and we're going to have the airport close to the Kramatorsk-Slaviansk zone. So those are zones have already been identified, but we are still waiting for the final approval from our military man from the Ministry of Defense. We're not losing the time in vain. We're doing all of the pre-project works and feasibility studies. And of course, we're thinking about Mukachevo. We are moving even faster than we have supposed to do that. We have all of the needed documents for the land use. So basically, I do hope that by the mid of the next year, we're going to be starting the construction of the main lanes for Mukachevo city and Mukachevo airport. That's going to be the main airport in the Zakarpattia region. That is very important. We understand that there are some certain limitation in Uzhhorod airport, but we really need to have an airport for any kind of aircraft to be able to land, and we needed to have a normal connection with all of the other regions of Ukraine as well. Speaking next, trying to be very brief on the numbers, we understand that the very fast restoration of the regular domestic flights is not just about the restoration itself. Even despite all of the situation, we're really grateful to the market for its response, and we're really grateful for the market for all of the investment for the domestic airlines and connections. In most of the cases, they're still not profitable, but we're still developing the market. We understand all of the carriers doing that. We support the development of the market, and we have seen that our domestic flights is already on the level of 10-15% higher than before the COVID-19. So in domestic carriers, we already had the results better than we had in the pre-COVID years. So we're starting to stimulate our air carriers, and we do hope that the results are going to get better. I wanted to speak about the airport in Dnipro city. If we can get to the next slide, please, because we have started to construct it finally. And with our expectations, we do hope that next year we're going to I think that it might be some kind of a provocation from the clicker. So we do hope that next year, according to our plans, by the end of the year, we're going to have another landing lane to be built. But of course, this new line is going to be needed to be certified for some additional procedures. But what we have already seen, the overall time of the construction events, and I think that it's going to be, we're going to see all of the needed time that is going to help us to complete the construction of all of those objects. We also build in the terminal. It's built by the private investor. The terms are very good, and it's going to be even faster than the state, and we're going to get synchronized for the next year to come. And just to get into a little bit more of details about the national airline, today we're basically celebrating the birth of the new Ukrainian airline. It is going to be titled the Ukrainian National Airlines. Working title or not working title is going to be mentioned like that in the main documents, and the company is going to be titled the same way. So we understand the market. The market is slightly scared that the state is going to be pushing over them. And we understand, according to our calculations, it is being said that the market is going to be growing. The market is going to restore its position. We're going to have enough space for all of the companies. We're going to be very careful. We'll not be trying to be very competitive with our private businesses. So everything's going to be fine. Everything's going to be fine. We are in constant dialogue with the market, and I do not see any problems with that. I do hope that when the market is going to be growing, I do believe that we will all fit into the market. And our French consultants, they have the same position. The main key position for us on the new campaign is the strategic protection of the state interest in the air carriers. And we have seen the big, large-scale cases of the evacuation of our citizens when the borders have been closed due to the COVID-19 pandemic, due to the military situation in Kabul, in Afghanistan. We have seen how hard was that. We have seen how hard is that to be organized when we don't have the national airline, and why we can do that and ask to do that. So we will be able to effectively respond to all of those situations when the national airline is going to be created. And right now we already have the feasibility studies from our French colleagues and French consultants has already been created. We have already developed the business plan of the project. And what we have already seen, that as all of the businesses, it might be more profitable or less profitable, but it might take more time or less time. But the overall plan that has been calculated for us, and those moments that we have seen for us, what we have already seen, that the company in the period of the next 5 years is going to be profitable. We understand that. We really want to see that. If it's going to be the pessimistic scenario for us, we're trying to do that as fast as possible. But we do believe that this is an important scenario for us, and we will be able to cover our main state needs with that. The European cargo aircraft. So we have already mentioned our potential collaboration, and we have been discussing it with our French partners and with the Airbus company. There is the potential collaboration on updating the passenger aircraft into the cargo aircrafts as well. There is a big demand on that for all over the world, that it might be very effective. And the second big company we are also discussing improved as well. There's Boeing company that can do it even faster than Airbus does. And we understand that we have all of the needed capacities in Ukraine to perform those projects. And I do hope that with the interest that we have seen from the French side, I do hope that our Antonov plant is going to support this idea as well. So this is the first step when we can potentially start equal collaboration. In the same time, we never keep the airport, Boryspil Airport, out of our sight. We are all today here, and we understand that the Boryspil Airport is responsible for 60% of all of the flights. But we really would like to develop the regional network of Ukrainian airports, and the construction, additional renovations of the Boryspil Airport. We have to build yet another lane here. We understand that we have the design for this airline already. We do hope that we're going to start the construction as soon as possible. We have already the first results that have been quite surprising for us as well. We had a financial plan to have the income on the level of 17 million hryvnias, but we received around 266, 268 million hryvnias as a result of the year. There is two important moments. There is the restoration of the market and the operational effectiveness. Boryspil Airport, at this moment, they are the operators of all of the parking lots that are located here. Before that, they had different operators working on it. And by the way, it's fully cashless. And you can see all of those machines, they're working much better than people. We have the increase of the income from the advertisement by 60%. And the main goal for us would be that up till 2030, we would like to transform the airport to the most powerful air hub in Eastern Europe. We understand that Boryspil can be the alternative for more than 19 airports for the 11 countries of our regions. You can see that on this map, and you can see that potentially we can provide the additional cabins for the passengers. Another topic will be, and there is a separate panel for that, for the development of the tourism in Ukraine. I think it's not a secret for anyone that we have a tremendous potential in this direction, but unfortunately, we also have that we have built up all of the we have started to build all of the opportunities for the people to physically reach one of our sites. Right now, we are looking towards our national parks, and for the next year, you can see all of the national parks at the screen right now. We are having the pilot project on providing the touristic infrastructure, and we understand that we are talking about the most needed infrastructure: parking, the camping location, leisure places, development of the routes and navigation. Those are the basic things, but unfortunately they are never to be found there, and they never were there. Then we can be honest with that. We can see that even Kyiv's example, and if, for example, if we speak for the Holosievo National Park, maybe not all of you know, that's 45,000 hectares in Kyiv limits, and 90% of it is covered by forests, but it doesn't have any touristic infrastructure so that the people could come there during the holidays, to travel there and to relax there. So we are projecting there the infrastructure. We have started the projects in a couple of national parks, and the next year we were about to start the construction there. The tourist sector is also going to be the main boost for our growth, and the next year we're going to have 1.5 billion hryvnias allocated for the touristic development. Everything is quite simple there. There is a good reason why the state investments are going to be effective into the touristic sector. Then, first of all, there is the lack of the basics condition, doesn't give the full functioning support for the market. We have this low base effect, and I'm sure that we'll be able to see the results in the fastest way, and we're going to see the great results overall. Then we're creating the conditions. So the simple things, we're creating the unified navigation system, the transport and touristic infrastructure for the tourist attraction, and the launch of new flights. So by the way, investing into tourism has one of the biggest multipliers. So we're going to have the most biggest impact on the neighboring sectors. A very brief example. So by the way, those are the tourists from the Saudi Arabia. There are the two main prerequisites for us. First of all, we had the direct flights. and direct air connection. The other thing is 4 million hryvnias for the investment for the advertising campaign that has been done on the greatest level, that has been specifically targeted for those countries of the eastern regions. And what we have seen there was 2.5 billion hryvnias that people have left in our country, in our economy, just for the summer season. I had a lot of positive feedback. We have a lot of positive emotions, and they speak about Ukraine in their countries, and we do support that. With the help of that, we're going to have more tourists coming to our country next year. We have our representatives of the tourism operators who are broadcasting their hotels, their resorts, who are broadcasting their services as well. So we're going to be continuing working on that as well. Each of the projects that we mentioned today has already been implemented. We have already built something. We are starting to construct some other things, but those are the very precise things that can be seen already. The national airline is already being launched, and we have the specific decisions made. And I would like to ask the vice president of the Airbus company from Europe and the Central Asia. And I would like to ask, I think that we can get to the signing of the memo then. So we would like to invite Mr. Kimon Sotiropoulos to join us here on the stage. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, in about a second, we're about to start a very important ceremony, the ceremony of signing of the memorandum. And we would like to invite Mr. Kimon Sotiropoulos. We would like to ask you to join us here on the stage as well. And we're about to start in a second the main procedure of the signing. Ladies and gentlemen, we're starting our signing ceremony, the Memorandum on Understanding between the Ministry of Infrastructure of Ukraine and the Airbus CIS company on collaborating for the creation of the national air carrier, the airline. The memorandum is being signed by the Minister of Infrastructure of Ukraine, Alexander Kubrokov, and the Vice President of the Airbus CIS, Kimon Sotiropoulos.
We
would like to invite Kimon Sotiropoulos for the intro remarks as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President, Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. Minister, thank you very much, first of all, to invite us, Airbus, here to this forum. And I'm very, very pleased that we could today, at this occasion, sign this document that we've just signed. Which is a memorandum that is the beginning of a cooperation between Airbus and the new Ukrainian national airline. I believe that the decision by the Ukrainian government to launch such an airline in these times is the right one, because we are just in a pandemic and we all foresee to come out of this pandemic and going to see traffic coming back strongly. And in a country like Ukraine, who has enormous potential for traffic, for tourism, as the Minister said, and for business as well going forward, there is certainly a good future for such a new airline. creating it right from the scratch, as we say, from the beginning, gives the new Ukrainian national airline and the government the possibility to take the right decisions and to select the most modern aircraft that help on the path to decarbonization of the industry, because the new aircraft will consume less fuel and create less CO2 emissions.
Ми розуміємо, що можливість створити два національного перевізника зоря було дуже правильним з боку українського уряду. Це було прекрасним рішенням, адже починаючи створювати національний перевізника заново, ви одразу можете інвестувати у кращі технології, у кращі пілоти, цивільні пілоти, які будуть залишати менше самого сліду, менше споживання палива, а означає буде набагато краще енергія.
Okay, so thank you once again for your confidence in working with Airbus on this project, and I'm looking forward to a very good cooperation over the next few years. Thank you.
Дуже вам дякую за цю можливість.
Дякуємо вам. І вітаю.
Thank you very much, and we're congratulating you on the signing of this memorandum again.
Пані та панове, сам форум ми продовжимо вже першою
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to continue our forum with the first panel discussion, and the first discussion that is going to be targeting our main attention on the mega projects of Ukrainian aircraft. And right now, we really would like to thank Mr. President for your participation in the forum, and we're really grateful to Mr. Prime Minister of Ukraine for your participation in the forum.
Так, і назад же потім. І поки основній залі нашого форуму «Авіація і туризм. Велике будівництво» вже готуються до наступної сесії, власне, першої сесії про мегапроекти української авіації, ми зараз, за традицією, в нашій імпровізованій експозоні, а сьогодні вона просто в реальних умовах, тому що ми на злітній смузі в аеропорту. І зараз представимо деякі із наших літаків. Це український пожежний літак Ан-32П. І ми зараз із паном Володимиром дізнаємося більше про цей літак. Вітаю.
Доброго дня.
Пане Володимире, на Майдані Незалежності, над Майданом, під час параду пролітав цей літак, я його оголошував, до речі. Це був саме цей літак, чи у нас їх багато?
Ну, це був інший літак, але та ж модель Ан-32П, ну, бортовий номер був інший, 32-й. Зараз він знаходиться в іншому місці. У нас таких літаків 4. В наступному році плануємо отримати 5-й літак. Літаки спеціалізовані для гасіння лісових пожеж на рівні та гірській місцевості. Зокрема, даний літак в цьому році, зокрема, приймав участь в гасінні лісових пожеж в Турецькій Республіці. Допомагали при наданні допомоги. 2 літаки у нас приймали участь. Також до цього приймав участь на території Ізраїля, Грузії, Чорногорія, приймали участь в гасінні лісових пожеж.
Пане Володимире, існує безліч, не безліч, скажімо так, десятки видів такої техніки. На жаль, усі ми постійно можемо це бачити через засоби масової інформації, тому що по планеті величезна кількість таких масштабних пожеж в різних точках світу. Але десь це гелікоптери, десь саме літаки такі середні, десь щось надзвичайно велике. Які переваги саме нашого українського Ан-32П?
Ну, літак обладнаний досить потужними двигунами, тому має потужність велику і може застосовуватися при високих температурах, в горах. У нього добра маневреність, тобто в труднодоступні місця може зайти там і гасити лісові пожежі. При скиданні 8 тонн до 8 тонн води може заправитися або якоїсь вогнегасної рідини, і при скиданні створюється така водяна як бомба, і вона особливо ефективна при гасінні верхових лісових пожеж.
Дякую вам і вітання всьому екіпажу, всіх, хто працюють у системі Державної служби з надзвичайних ситуацій. У нас ще один спікер, і ми представимо ще один літальний апарат. Це безпосередньо уже гвинтокрил, але Національної гвардії України. Віталій разом із нами. Вітаю. Розкажіть більше про цей гвинтокрил, його переваги, де застосовується.
Це французький гвинтокрил AC-225LP. Транспортний гвинтокрил – це гвинтокрил нового покоління, який здатний виконувати широкий спектр завдань, починаючи від перевезення вантажів, перевезення особового складу, оперативних груп, виконувати пошуково-рятувальні завдання, медичної евакуації до перевезення VIP пасажирів та інше. Багатоцільовий гвинтокрил. Підвищує завдяки цьому гвинтокрила дуже підвищується безпека в перевезенні повітряним шляхом особового складу вантажів для Національної гвардії та нашої держави.
Скажіть, як професіонал, от ви, ваші колеги, коли із вітчизняної або, скажімо так, там успадкованої пострадянської техніки уже опановуєте іншу надсучасну техніку нового покоління, зокрема і цей гвинтокрил, чи варто перенавчатися, перезвичаюватися, там проходити якісь атестації? Чим відрізняється робота?
Я вважаю, що перенавчатися так. Це потрібно переходити на новітню техніку, бо це, ще раз нагадую, це
А вашому, власне, кадрам? Тобто люди працювали, наприклад, на вертольотах, які ще, скажімо, там пострадянського, а тут уже переходять на французькі. Чи варто, як довго треба перенавчатися? Чи все насправді воно є рідним і знайомим, просто...
групи, які перенавчались у Франції безпосередньо на заводі Airbus, термін перенавчання теоретичної частини перенавчання тривав приблизно місяць. Потім тренажна підготовка приблизно теж 2-3 неділі. І потім практика. І перенавчились, дали сертифікати. То це не такий тривалий час.
Дякую вам за стислий такий виклад. Ми ще зможемо дізнатися багато нового в наступних наших включеннях із експозони. А вже за мить на основній сцені, яка прямо в терміналі аеропорту, розпочнеться перша дискусія, обговорення. Її тема – це мегапроекти української авіації.
Ну, понятно.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you to take your seat according to your tickets. According to your tickets, we're about to start our first project, the mega project of Ukrainian aviation. While you're taking your seats, I would like to introduce you with our panelists. So please welcome Olena Shuliak, the Member of Parliament of Ukraine from the Party of Servants of People. Good day, Mr. Yuri Kesel, the head of the Committee of the Parliament of Ukrainian Transport and Infrastructure. Alexander Hryban, the advisor of the Ministry of Infrastructure of Ukraine. And Mr. Patrice Fassier, the senior consultant of the Aviation consulting company. So please, Olena, I would like to pass the floor to you as far as you are the legislator, as the representatives of one of the biggest political parties. It's up for you to tell us what is going to be, how we're going to be restoring the Ukrainian aviation with the help of what kind of legislative acts. We're about to tell you how we're going to be working in Ukrainian parliament, because together with Yuri, we are also in the heads of one of the biggest infrastructure unity that is called For the Big Construction in the parliament that is coping with more than 226 deputies in the parliament, all fractions, all of the deputy groups, and which gives us the clear understanding that the course that our country has chosen for the development of infrastructure is widely supported by all of the members of the parliament. I would like to turn my presentation on because today the President of Ukraine and the Prime Minister of Ukraine and the Ministry of Infrastructure, that they have mentioned this long-awaited joint sky agreement as quite recently that Ukraine, at the summit between Ukraine and European Union, we have signed the agreement on the joint airspace, and I would like to say that it believes that the all main work has already been done, but it's not like that yet, because this agreement is still needed to be ratified by the 27 members of the European Union. In order for this joint airspace between Ukraine and the European Union has started its work, and there is a lot of tremendous work that has to be done as well in the parliament and in the government too. We need to approve 64 regulations and 32 directives of the European Union that are very important. They are considering the security and safety of the flights and the environmental control and the air security and how the air connections are going to be organized. And as of now, that is a very important part of the work, and our parliamentary group can support us in doing that. What will all of the Ukrainians get after all of the regulations are going to be approved by Ukrainian legislation, and after the European Commission is going to come with its mission to Ukraine, and they're going to check of in what quality we have completed that. So what is going to the Ukrainians have after what we're about to do? Well, first of all, we're going to have a very broad geography. We're about to have the new flights. We're going to have the new connections, and the tickets for our flights are going to be much cheaper, so that Ukrainians will be able to use the air connection as well for their traveling. What will the Ukrainian carriers will get? Of course, we're going to have the new routes opening up, the new geography that is going to be broadened, and of course we're going to increase the competitiveness of Ukraine in the international market. So, dear colleagues, European integration is great and infrastructural visa-free regime is really great, but we should also keep in mind how the state is going to be supporting our internal, our domestic air carrier. How do we see that? We have seen already that the pandemic has had changes for the activities of the Ukrainians and for the leisure of Ukrainians too. We have learned how to work online, but on the other hand, and what I'm really proud of, all of the Ukrainians, we have started to travel in Ukraine. We have started to open and discover Ukraine for ourselves, and we have a really good statistics coming up. We have, for example, analyzed October 2019 before the pandemic, and we have considered what is going on overall right now, October 2021. And those numbers have been very optimistic for us because we can see the 16%, 60% growth in the air flights for the same period in 2019. And it is a greatest pleasure for me to mention that, and I think that everyone has already known that, and I think that Yuri Kisel is going to be mentioning that as well, that we are able, with the big teams, we were able to launch the regular air connection that are now connecting Kiev with Chernivtsi, with Uzhhorod, with Kryvyi Rih, with Mykolaiv, and it all gives us the real understanding that Ukrainian scope of tourism is increasing. What can we do as the state to support Ukrainian air carriers as well? There's two initiatives that are going to be discussed. The two initiatives are being discussed, and the Ukrainian political party, the party, the Power of the People, is now going to be commenting on those initiatives, on the expert community, and all of the initiatives are going to be discussed there together in order to complete two important things. First of all, we are thinking about the connection, the decrease of the VAT up till 7% for the operation on the domestic flights for Ukrainian passengers. Of course, it might be very positive for the activities of Ukrainian airlines, and we understand that the ticket for Ukrainians is going to become cheaper as well. Another program how we can support the airlines is also to start the so-called public service obligation, the PSO, when basically the part of the tickets at the socially important routes will be provided by the states. The main goal for this kind of support from the state is very simple. We really want to make the domestic travels by the plane for Ukrainians, for the guests of our country. We really want to make that affordable and to make them more used on a wider scale. Another very important topic for us, and I really would like you to take a look at those figures about the small aviation all over the world, and this is how it's all being developed. More than $150 billion work in the world economy in the direction of the small aviation, and I do believe that Ukraine has to be the part of that as well. We have to consider how can we stimulate the development of the small aviation in our country. We have compared it with how many pilots for the small aviation we have, and we have compared it with the numbers with the US and UK, 43 pilots per 100,000 population, 42 in the UK. In Ukraine, we only have 2 people per 100,000 population that can be pilots. But still, understanding that we have some problems with the regulations, we have some really small regulatory moment that we still have to resolve, and we have our statistics as well. We have 179 licenses of private pilots that have been provided, and more than 25,000 flights that have been completed in the G class. But in 2021, in the air schools of Ukraine, we have more than 600 pilots that are being taught, and in 2021, that is still ongoing, we're going to have more than 40,000 flights that that will be completed. So this is the greatest task for all of us today, is to create this regulatory field in the sector of the small aviation, for it to have a simplified procedures in place, for us to provide the needed certificates according to the European norms, because basically we are working for the side of the European integration, and we really need now to review the customs procedures, and we have to review the rules for the access to the airlines. And as the parliamentary representatives, we're ready to work on that as well. Let us continue the question in what way the state supports through the time of the pandemic, how we support. I think that the clicker doesn't work. I am one of the co-authors for the draft law 6297, the one that is known as the South and for the vaccinated, according to the President's program. And up till now, we're going to be having this project in the Parliament, and I do hope that this draft law is going to be signed by the President and by the head of the Parliament. And right now, with the government, we're currently working on using this for the people who are vaccinated in Ukraine. This 1,000 hryvnias can be used for buying the air tickets for domestic travel. As far as I know, the Ministry of Infrastructure has had the negotiations with the Ukrainian airlines for them to participate in this program fully. We also would like to have the 100 million hryvnias of compensation for the Ukrainian airlines for their losses during the pandemic that has taken place in 2020. Of course, the money that are presupposed in our budget for this year, we already have the decree by the Cabinet of Ministries, so that all of the expenses will be completed as soon as possible. The final thing that I would like to mention on this case is that we have been working for 4 years in the Office of the Effective Regulations. We have been saying that the current systems of providing different kind of permissions, when we are having certain cases in the city construction, it is very outdated. That doesn't meet the European regulatory norm. It sometimes can also cause to the corruption risks. And in order to do that, we are following the reform of the city construction, and we are presupposing that how are we going to be working for the exploitation of the airports, and how are we going to have all of the permission procedures completed. Everything is quite easy for us. We have a joint unified electronic systems for the construction needs. All of the permissions that can be provided by the certain services, they have to be identified into the system. They have to be clear, transparent, and they have to be controlled by the local self-governance institutions, for that the procedure not to be for this procedure not to go against the security measures, and so that the investors that work in the real estate sector would receive the needed permissions in the quite transparent and accessible way. And I wanted to find the final slide. So this is our draft law, the key draft law for the city construction reform. It's quite clear. You might believe that it's not really connected with the other aviation topic, but it also changes the rules to European rules. Thank you, Olena. Thank you, Olena. That's a very pleasure for us to see that the President and the Parliament are working not only together and coordinated, but they're working effectively as well. And I would like to ask Yuri, as the head of the main committee that is dealing with the transport, to have some words as well. Good day, dear participants of the forum, and I think that I'm not going to be already repeating what my colleagues have said, and I think that the Minister has done a very good presentation. The President has said a lot of interesting things. I just want to tell you about the impact that the Committee of the Transport and Infrastructure and the Parliament have for the development of Ukrainian civil aviation. And I would like to start with mentioning that we have resolved very big problematic issue that has lasted for a longest period of time on the need for the payment of the state fees. The draft law 2424 on the improving of the mechanisms of the state fees that have been developed in the co-authorship with my colleagues from my committee has had 256 votes in our parliament. So we have taken down the differences in interpretation. The difference of interpretation has been taken down by this draft law. On the 5th of August, the law has been signed by the President, and thus we have really good results on the usage of this law. Since that, our carriers have paid the state fees for more than 279 million hryvnias, which is almost $5 million. I just wanted to say that 9% of these payments have been paid in time. Right now, at the main agenda for the Parliament, we have yet another important decisions to be made, the different projects and initiatives that are important for the development of the aviation. 3683 draft law on the update of the project of introducing the aviation rules in Ukraine. We have had a lot of attention today, and we have spoke about this today a lot for the agreement that has been signed in October on the joint sky. And I just wanted to say that in order for this agreement to be working properly, there's a lot of homework that Ukraine should do. And I just wanted to say that including the dozens of European regulations into Ukrainian regulations as well. Most of those are the technical documents there, and we have to simplify the process of those technical regulations improvement for us to keep on with the highest pace of our work and to fulfill the obligations that have to be provided by Ukraine. The draft law that I mentioned, 3683, is prepared fully for the further consideration, and if we're going to approve it properly, that it will give the green lights for the final on improvement of the agreement in the next perspective. Another important draft law that no one has mentioned yet before today, and this is the draft law 3716. 3716, or introducing the legislative regulations on the pilotless aircraft of the civil aviation. That has been the initiative that has been driven by the members of the parliament from our committee, and I do believe that there's going to be the main basis for the development of the market of the drones in Ukraine. We are supporting the development of the new technologies for the civil aviation, and we have to be the part of this market. We should not be standing aside of it. And I just wanted to mention as well that we are hoping for the very big markets of the drones, that is up till 2026, that's going to cover more than $41 billion US dollars. So the development of market is very high, with an average temp of growth around 9.5%, and Ukraine has a tremendous potential in this sector. The only thing that we need is a very just and modern regulations. The Parliament has provided the impact for that through the 3716 draft law, the one that has been already included into our main agenda in the next session. Also, the Parliament has also started the liberalization process of our air connection. We have ratified the amendments to the international agreement on the air connection with Qatar and with Moldova. Those documents that are fully corresponding the interest of Ukrainian civil aviation and Ukrainian passengers. Another thing that I wanted to outline as well, that I just wanted to say that our panel discussion is about the project for Ukrainian aviation. So the Parliament is now working actively, and the committee working actively in the projects of Ukrainian civil aviation. And I do believe that we can call those projects the mega projects as well. We are now starting the additional basis for the flourishing of Ukrainian aviation and the flourishing of Ukraine as a state. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Yuri. We do know that you and your colleagues in the parliament has completed a lot of work, but there's still a lot of work ahead. So as Ukrainians, we all wish you all the best and the greatest results if it's possible. Alexander, please, the floor is yours. Thank you. Thank you. Just I hope that I'll be able to launch my presentation too. Yes, I will just try to remind you that you only have 5 minutes. Yes, of course, of course. Well, first of all, I just wanted to say that the topic that we're currently discussing is a very important topic for us, and I do believe that you can see that this topic is very important because we had all of the most important people here. We had the president, the prime minister, and we have already seen the practical steps in the implementation of the big plans that we have outlined. For Ukraine, that is a tremendous offer. This is a tremendous case for Ukraine because unique as an event, unique country in this case, we are the country that has the full cycle of the aircraft construction. We're not only speaking about the good technologies, not only speaking about the jobs that might be created, we're also speaking about the image of Ukraine on the international arena. The whole world knows the names of our aircraft engineers, Sikorsky, Antonov, and our Mria and Ruslan have conquered the world already. Those unique aircraft had already had more than 200 world and national records. The aircraft construction is one of the important tasks for the government, and we had a lot of potential here. We have a lot of scientific and technical potential here. We have more than 40 enterprises in the aviation sector. In the recent 20 years, we have generated $12 billion of the income, and we have paid more than $3 billion of taxes to the state budget. Speaking about the complex support that we can provide, and we can speak about the implementation of the economical policy of the state for 22-24 and the overall state program for the development of the aviation for 2021-2030. The events that have been presupposed by those documents that are supporting the cargo aircraft construction and creating of the European hub for the modernization and the updating of the aircraft turning them from the passenger to cargo aircraft. In the same time, the program of the economical policy of Ukraine also presupposes that we engage 4.5 billion hryvnias of state investment to the aircraft construction, and the overall financial support for the development of the aircraft production up till 2030 will be 33.9 billion hryvnias. We also have more than 18 billion hryvnias that will be done on the basis of the state budget, and more than 9 billion hryvnias with their own money of the enterprises and the other sources. Ukraine is not only heading with our own experience, but we are also being led by the best international practices, but we also are developing the new software for the aircraft production, for the modernizing and optimizing the production of the aircrafts and the MiG helicopters. Another good example of our good international collaboration is the collaboration with our French colleagues, and France has been known as a country with a significant air history, and in this case we understand that we have a lot of really powerful production. The biggest 5 air producers are located in France, and in 2018 they have generated $57 billion of US dollars for the French economy. That is more than 40% of the GDP of Ukraine. And we have already said that we have heard it from the president of Ukraine today and from the minister Kubrakov today. What is the most important for us that we are now starting to create the national aircraft, the national airline for Ukraine, and we are conducting this work together with our French colleagues and French partners overall. Creating a very competitive national airline should provide us with a comfortable and accessible connection between Ukrainian cities and should support the decentralization of the international airlines as well. It will give additional impact for the development of the touristic potential of our state. It has been said before that COVID-19 has become this forced factor to support the industry as well, but it has definitely given a very great impact and impetus for the development of the domestic tourism in Ukraine. Through the thorough realization of those programs, we are expecting that we have the airlines and companies will be supported by the state as well to support their further on development. And due to these restrictions of the pandemic, we are going to be supporting them as well. And if we will compare the periods between 2019 and 2020, we have seen that 98% was the decrease of the international air connection downfall. Due to the stop of these air connections, we had the negative impact on the economy of Ukraine was evaluated as 19 billion hryvnias. Indirect influence was hundreds billion hryvnias. We not only stopped the movement between the planes, but also the tourist movement has been stopped, and unfortunately, a lot of people have left out of jobs. The potential of the development of the air tourism and air industry, it is important for us to follow the measures that have been outlined in the President's program, the big construction that are mostly targeted for the infrastructural restoration, the restoration of the flying lines and landing lines, developing and reconstructing the international network of the international airports all over Ukraine. The final goal for all of these events is to create the contemporary and competitive system of air connections and airlines. Why is it important? Because this is a big market, job market for more than 144,000 people. Right now, $1.3 billion is our impact to the GDP of Ukraine. We have to understand that every $100 million for the investment for the air sector will guarantee the growth of GDP for 0.7%. So if we will develop this sector, we will increase the salaries, we will increase the GDP as well. It has to be increased by 1.6 times. We will preserve more than 50,000 jobs, and we will stimulate the creation of more than twice that amount of jobs more. 120 billions of hryvnias will be invested as the taxes to the budget of Ukraine. We have very optimistic forecast on the development of the air sector in the world. The Oxford Economics giving us that. We are speaking that up till 2038, the share of the air flights and the share of tourism in the economy of European Union is going to grow significantly, which will create 18.6 million jobs and will increase the GDP of the European Union by $1.5 trillion, which is 54%. And understanding all of that, for the next 20 years, we are evaluating the main demands of 32,000 new aircrafts to be produced. Understanding that, the demand for Ukrainian products and the demand for the product of Ukrainian air sector is going to grow as well. So that is our main goal, to provide the high quality of our products, so we would have so we'll be able to cover the demand. We can offer Europe our highly technological product that is going to be produced in Ukraine. And in order to do that, we need to support our domestic air production and to complete the systematic work to raise the investment into this sector. I am sure that Ukraine is going to still to be a very powerful air constructing state, and our national economy will have strong winds and really good engines. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alexander.
Mr. Patrice, some hotheads in our country ask, why do we need national air carriers? How it can help us to develop Ukrainian air carriers? What is your answer? You have the floor, please.
Well, thank you. Good morning. I'm representing the French company Aviation. We are in charge of the national carrier study, and I will update you on the progress of the study. So first of all, I will give you an overview of the current situation of the air transport. And the world air traffic currently doubles every 15 years, despite all the crises. So this is a very strong fundamentals of the air transport industry, and the same trend is expected post-COVID recovery. So we really expect a strong recovery and a long-term increase. Air transport, important to know, is born and is tied with pacifist travel needs of the populations. Globalization is really the fuel for growth of the air transport, and protectionism is a behavior of the past.
Ми так само маємо розуміти, що авіаційна галузь підсилиться бажання цивільного населення подорожувати. Ми маємо з вами розуміти, що глобалізація є основним двигуном та паливом для розвитку авіаційного сектору. Ми зараз розуміємо, що протекціоністська політика окремих держав – це політика минулого.
We can see that economic leisure traffic shows the highest growth potential, and currently the VFR traffic has resumed strongly and very quickly after the COVID crisis.
Ми також бачимо, що авіаційні перевезення з новим відпочинку та туристичні перевезення вони дуже швидко відновлюють свої позиції. Бачимо, що цивільний трафік активно зростає після пандемії.
We want to highlight also that air travel and country economics are really linked. There is a very strong correlation between GDP per capita and passenger trips. We can use the GDP per capita to forecast and model the future traffic. And also Ukraine-Europe relations is really a growth driver for the new Ukrainian airline.
Ми так само маємо зазначити, що маємо пам'ятати, що авіаційні перевезення розвиток авіаційного сектору він дуже сильно пов'язаний з розвитком економіки, туризм та авіація та розвиток економіки з ними пов'язані. Ми можемо прослідкувати відповідність між розміром частки ВВП на душу населення, а також пасажиропотоком. Таким чином можемо теж відзначити, що зі збільшенням пасажиропотоку збільшується і ВВП на душу населення, що теж посилюється новими відносинами, які встановлюють між Україною та Європейським Союзом.
Okay. We want to give you a status of the current civil air transport in Ukraine.
І хотілося також зазначити статус нинішніх цивільних авіаперевезень України.
So currently we believe there is a very significant room for growth in Ukraine.
А ми наразі вперто переконані, що українські цивільні авіації зараз є достатньо простору для подальшого зростання та розширення.
So currently Ukraine has one of the lowest seat offer per habitant in the region, and you can see in the graph that of all the countries of the region, the offer per millions of habitants is the lowest of the old neighboring countries, below 0.5.
Ми зазначимо, що кількість середньовласного виробництва за кількість населення в Україні зараз найнижча серед інших сусідів, європейських країн-сусідів України, або 0,5 середньовласність на кількість населення України.
So Ukraine-Europe relations is a strong growth driver, and specifically the Open Skies Agreement.
Тож посилення взаємин між Україною та Європою, воно так само буде посилювати розвиток авіаційного сектору. Ми розуміємо, що це буде відбуватися набагато інтенсивніше після підписання угоди про відкритий небо.
The offer in Ukraine needs to be modernized and adapted to the new customer needs. By this, the world is changing. Customers want to pay less. They want to be treated as customers. They want to be granted customer service, and they want to be fully connected and digital.
І ми так само розуміємо, що сектор української авіації має так само змінюватися відповідно до потреб, які змінюються в усьому світі. Люди відтепер хочуть подорожувати комфортніше, хочуть подорожувати дешевше, хочуть отримувати відповідні послуги, хочуть, щоб до них ставилися як клієнтів. І таким чином вони теж хочуть отримувати ці послуги швидко, ефективно та у цифровому вигляді.
So Ukraine has very qualified manpower and a very good aeronautical culture. This is a very strong asset of Ukraine.
І ми знаємо, що надзвичайно потужна, сильна сторона України полягає в тому, що Україна має дуже освічених професіоналів, має дуже потужний авіаційну основу, авіаційну минуле. Це найбільш сильна сторона України.
As mentioned earlier, there is a large airport network that needs to be further developed and connected.
Ми так само раніше вже зазначали свою повагу, що в Україні теж існує велика кількість
And there's also very strong competition, I would say international competition in Ukraine. Between 2015 and 2019, Ukraine had the highest growth of all the European countries, and this is mainly due to significant penetration of low-cost carrier in Ukraine. Not changing.
Some problem with speaker, yeah.
There we go. We want to talk about the future strength of the new national carrier. So the first strength will be to meet Ukrainian people requirements. This is a very strong demand from the market, from the people. By this is more capacity, better prices, good schedules, and globally a good price for quality.
Якщо говорити про те, які мають бути сильні сторони українського перевізника, можемо означити три основні характеристики, які очікують українських громадян від національного перевізника. Перш за все, це відповідати бажанням української аудиторії. Ми говоримо про те, що громадяни від національного перевізника будуть перш за все очікувати хорошої потужності для авіаційних перевезень, будуть очікувати хороших цін та дуже ручного графіка для здійснення цих перевезень, а також саме надійності, яку можна буде сподіватися, хороше співвідношення ціни та якості наданих послуг.
So the new national carrier, we also need to support national territory economy and touristic development. By this, that is improving links between key region and Kyiv, develop inter-region links, and participate to the value chain of tourism in Ukraine.
І так само ми говоримо про друге українська аудиторія, очікування від національного перевізника покращення локальних місцевих економік, получитися розвитку місцевих економік. Під цим ми також розуміємо, що українські громадяни від національного перевізника очікують мати нові ключові з'єднання між ключовими містами та Києвом, очікують розумних маршрутів для подальшого сполучення і розвитку місцевої туристичної інфраструктури за рахунок покращення зазвичай також.
And last, the new carrier will also make and participate to make Kyiv a leading hub in Eastern Europe. That was discussed earlier. It will be a joint effort between the national airport and the new national flag carrier.
І так само повторяється ця національна політика має стати розвитком України та Києва як національного аерохабу. І це можна буде досягнути за рахунок спільних дій між національним аеропортом Бориспіль та новим національним перевізником.
Ну, я думаю, що може до другої панелі.
Well, I think that's maybe the
There we
clicker will work properly for the next panel, but
Okay, now the question, why launching a new airline? Very important. So the most important reason is that we can forecast based on GDP per capita increase in Ukraine. We can forecast that the traffic will double by 2035 to reach 32 million passengers in Ukraine. So there is a lot of room for growth for any of the competitors.
і тепер говорячи про те, власне, чому доцільно зараз засновувати нову національну компанію, нову національну перевізку. За нашими прогнозами і відповідними зростаннями ВВП населення, ми могли врахувати, що до 2035 року обсяг пасажирів перевезень в Україні подвоїться і зросте до 32 мільйонів людей. Прошу підписати національну конференцію.
We also want to offer we also want to propose a better offer for Ukrainians. That is to fill the hybrid concept position in Ukraine. which is cheap tickets in economy and in domestic and international, and reasonable prices in premium economy for international flights. Then the new national airline will have efficient new aircraft. This is very good timing currently to obtain low aircraft lease rate on very recent aircraft. And then the new national airline will be able to procure very efficient new aircraft to meet the European CO2 requirements in the future. Then there are benefits to start a new airline from scratch, of course, to have the best practice, to lower all the costs, and to use big data techniques to improve organization, create better services, and globally to increase the customer satisfaction. Then last, the crisis revealed the need for a national flag carrier purely for national sovereignty for Ukraine and dedicated to the citizen. By this is to retrieve more market for Ukrainian airlines and to have a strong image of Ukraine abroad, guarantee national sovereignty in case of major crisis, like the crisis of COVID. And of course, it's a world common practice for states to own their own competitive airline. So which one do I do? Just do two. Okay, we want to highlight that this study is supported by France, and there's French support as part of the France and Ukraine economic and friendly relationships. The French Ministry of Finance is financing the study, and the Aerogestion consulting firm has been selected to perform the study. We have a lot of experience to start up airlines, and we've started up many airlines, and we have, for example, Air Caraïbes, French Bee, and Open Skies. And Aerogestion will transfer its know-how to the new launch team.
Шановні пані та панове, я підсумовуючи нашу з вами першу панель мегапроектів української авіації.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, summing up our first panel for the MEGA project on Ukrainian aviation, we wanted to say that the program, the big construction, is not about the president, the government, or the parliament. It's for the people and about the people. This is the program that is going to be provided by Ukrainians for the taxes made by Ukrainians and for Ukrainians. So I wanted to wish the aviation sector, and not only the aviation sector, but all of the infrastructure of Ukraine to be further on developing and flourishing. Thank you very much.
Триває наш форум, і крім обговорень, презентацій, дискусій, які є на нашій основній сцені, звісно, ми можемо навіть безпосередньо побачити те, про що говориться, і, зокрема, щодо української авіації. В'ячеслав Богуслаєв зараз разом із нами, президент акціонерного товариства «Мотор Січ». Вітаю вас. Розкажіть більше про ваші дітища, якщо правильно так навіть сказати.
Ну, нужно понимать, что в Украине появилась индустрия вертолетная. Раньше этого не было. Теперь мы делаем буквально все. Вот здесь вот вертолет, он наполовину композитные лопасти, стеклянная кабина, кабина уже без стрелок, это цифровая внутри. Пойдемте, я вам покажу.
Давайте.
Этот вертолет санитарный, это санитарный вертолет.
Нашого
Давай,
оператора
да, да,
проведемо всередину. Там зараз відкриті двері, можете
Вот
подивитися.
стеклянная кабина, самая современная. Это все произведено, придумано в Украине, украинскими конструкторами. Сертифицировано и летает сегодня в горах. Его потолок 7,5 километров, крейсерский потолок 5 километров. У нас заказы на этот вертолет. Это санитарный.
Давайте зараз пройдемо, ви побачите вже всередині, а ми продовжимо розмову.
Вот здесь полностью комплект европейского оборудования для сопровождения больного в любом состоянии.
А це вже на прикладі саме санітарної авіації,
Это
так?
санитарный вариант, да. В то же время у нас есть и военные варианты, мы их называем легкий ударный вертолет. Он летает на всех воинских частях, уже больше 20 вертолетов. Вот этот вертолет у нас заказ на 25 вертолетов. В следующем году мы должны 10 штук сдать. А самое главное, мы решили вопрос с лопастями. Вот перед вами это композитная лопасть. Вот она. На земле лежит она вот там. Это не металлический. Идем дальше. Это на боевой вертолет Ми-24. Вся наша армия уже имеет лопасти наши. Это композитная лопасть для большого вот такого вертолета. Вот он называется 8 МСБ. Вот эта лопасть. То есть мы освоили композитное производство. 39 предприятий Украины работает на нас и 6 институтов, проектных институтов. Вот это на вооружении стоит вертолет, полностью модернизировано, новый двигатель, новый редуктор, новые композитные лопасти. Все это стреляет давно, поэтому на вооружении стоят самые современные вертолеты. Вот это тепловизор, делает Черкасский завод фотоприбор. Он видит на 16 километров. На 16 километров. То есть полностью индустрия обеспечивает нашу армию.
Ну, це, наприклад, може бути, ну, звісно, у військових цілях. І навіть якщо взяти, ми от спілкувалися із представниками служби надзвичайних ситуацій, це і пошукові роботи, тому що хтось заблукав в лісі і так далі.
Машины у нас заказы есть на... Вот здесь десантников берет 40 человек десантников. А кресла на 24 кресла для VIP-персон.
Мотор Січ, зараз, ну, за вашими оцінками, наскільки потужності завантажені?
Ну как, мы линию построили на 60 вертолетов в год. Сейчас делаем 20. Да будет заказы, будем делать 60.
Розраховуєте більше на внутрішні замовлення, чи є перспективи?
Понимаете, вот мы, этот форум сегодня, он немножко предусматривает и ту возможность туристическую. Ну, представь себе, туристы из Киева прилетели во Львов. Со Львова до Говерлы, так? 6 часов с этим автобусом или час вертолетом. Вот для чего нужен вертолет. Он садится везде, где не сядет никакая машина, там не сядет самолет. Вертолет – это уже не роскошь, это просто необходимость. І без нього, без вертольота…
Да, це ви сказали про внутрішні такі, а от чи є можливість і чи є потреба, наприклад, виходу на зовнішній ринок? Чи у нас і зараз…
Мы завалены заказом на 2 года вперед. Сейчас открываем цех по производству фюзеляжей. А следующий этап у нас – это будет пассажирский вертолет, вертолет абсолютно композитный, из европейских материалов и на 8 человек. Так что перспективы есть, спрос есть. Вот перед вами украинские вертолеты. Да здравствуют украинские вертолеты!
Дякуємо за коротку презентацію. Ми за мить повернемося в основну залу, де буде наступна дискусія і обговорення. Отож, це форум «Авіація та туризм».
Спасибо.
Архітектура просто надзвичайної краси. На жаль, ми не встигли потрапити всередину. Повірте мені, там не менша краса. Тому обов'язково візьміть екскурсію по його залах. Що стосується Чернівців в цілому, в першу чергу раджу відвідати не центральні вулиці, а сусідні вузенькі квартали старого міста. Архітектура просто надзвичайної краси. На жаль, ми не встигли потрапити всередину. Повірте мені, там не менша краса. Тому обов'язково візьміть екскурсію по його залах. Що стосується Чернівців в цілому, в першу чергу раджу відвідати не центральні вулиці, а сусідні вузенькі квартали старого міста.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, during our discussion and our roundtables, we have a lot of people from the different international countries coming to us. So if you will need the interpretation, please use the headsets, and you can take a look at that at the registration, or you can ask our administrators that you will see in this room. In a couple of minutes, we're about to start our next session, next panel discussion. That is why we would like to ask you to return to your seats as soon as possible. Thank you. And I would like to remind you that we're welcoming you at the Aviation and Tourism Forum in our next panel discussion that has started right now. This is going to be dedicated to the aviational infrastructure, and I would like to pass the floor to the moderator of this discussion, who is going to be discussing further options with our experts and the guests present on the stage. Please welcome Volodymyr Belenki, the aviation expert. I wish you a productive discussion. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, dear speakers, dear experts, and dear participants. It's my pleasure to welcome you in the framework of the Aviation and Tourism Big Construction Forum. We're starting our second panel discussion, and here we're about to discuss the aviation infrastructure issue. So I would like to invite you to welcome our speakers. Please welcome the advisor for the project office of the big construction, Oleg Voyevoda. I'm very happy to welcome you. The head of the State Aviation Service of Ukraine, Alexander Bilchuk. We're pleased to welcome you here. The head of Ukraeroruch, Andriy Yarmak. The director or the general director of the International Airport Boryspil, Alexei Dubravsky. The acting director of the state enterprise financing for the investment project FinPro, Yuri Zhuravlev. Yuri, we're pleased to welcome you here. And we also have the head of markets for Lufthansa Consulting, Ronald Schultz. Pleased to welcome you here as well. So, okay, the main agenda of our presentation presupposes that we have 5-6 minutes for each of our speakers. So I would like to ask you to follow our schedule really tight. The first topic for our discussion is going to be the program for the regional hubs. And I would like to invite the advisor for the big construction project office, Oleg Voyevoda. So please, we would like to ask you to start. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. As a speaker today, I'm going to tell you a little bit of what is our plan in the framework of the presidential program of big construction is to develop the regional aviation hubs. So, okay, this is not my presentation, but okay, so I think that we will not be able to show you my presentation, so I'm going to give you the overall outline in words. So already, if you know, and if you might not know, then I'm going to inform you about that. At this very moment that you will see that we have the renovation from the airport, from Rivne, from Kherson. We have a lot of renovation going on. We're finalizing our renovation in Uzhhorod airport, and we're finalizing our renovations in Dnipro airport, and of course the Vinnytsia airport, the long-awaited Vinnytsia that couldn't be launched for a longer period of time, even longer than the new airport in Dnipro, but this airport has been launched already. Our renovation works have been started, but this is just a start for us for the construction of the airport. And before that, if we will only take down our Euro 2020 airports, no one has ever completed this kind of a wide-scale project, except for the new airport in Dnipro. Okay, now we have a presentation on. Good. If the clicker would have been working, that would have been perfect. What we're hoping for that by the end of this year, we're going to start the construction works in the Kryvyi Rih airport. The chances are high that we're going to start this work this year. And as you know, we have already launched the first line for the Odessa airport. That is the greatest pleasure for me because I'm coming from Odessa as well. And this is the moment when I can now easily land and go to the skies with a plane and not to be afraid with all of the problems that has happened, for example, with Turkish Airlines when the plane was really grounded due to the moment that the lane wasn't in the best of states. Right now in Odessa airports, they have started the second line of the construction for the landing line. We are now broadening this line for 3 kilometers already, 2.3 kilometers, that give us the opportunity to provide the landing place for all of the airports in this airport. And we do hope, and I really hope, that the airport of Odessa is going to be competitor to Boryspil airports. Speaking about the next years to come, this year the state investment for the construction of the airport infrastructure has completed 3.4 billion hryvnias. This amount of money is going to be higher for the next year. There are the special budget programs to support that. We have the state agency for the infrastructural projects, and Judy will tell us a little bit more about that. The main goal for the president's program for the regional airports construction is to have a an airport in every regional center. We need to have a modern airport there, because all of the Ukrainians are equal. We don't have better or worse Ukrainians, and everyone has the right to use the modern infrastructure. So we're building the roads, we're building the social infrastructure, we're building a railroad connection. We should also continue in working in our air connections, because the modern world, the modern logistics hubs, the modern routes, they presuppose the complex development of the logistics hubs, and not just avia hubs as well. Speaking about the year 2022, the plans are quite powerful and quite significant for us, because we do believe that we will continue our works, and I hope that we will be able to complete the works in the Dnipro airport. It's not just the beginning, it's also going to be the completion of the works for the airport of Kryvyi Rih. Moreover, we are going to start the works in Poltava Airport, because our main project documentation is going to be completed by the end of this year. So we're going to have a tender announced, and we do hope that next year we're going to start the innovative works. Moreover, we have really high hopes for the start of the development of the Zhytomyr and Chernivtsi airport as well. You have already heard it from the President of Ukraine today. The two new airports are going to be constructed in the east of Ukraine. That is very important for us as well. It's also about the people from this side of this contact zone. They need to have the opportunities to live better, and to show the great economic stimuli for the people who are currently being trapped into the zones that are not under Ukrainian control. It will have the opportunity to motivate people to get back to Ukraine. Speaking about the touristic potential as well, because we today not only speaking about the hubs, we're not only speaking about the development of the aviation sector of Ukraine, but also we're talking about the development of the touristic sector of Ukraine. Because it's quite clear that if we're going to have the new airports coming up, if we'll have the new landing lines going to be developed, there's going to be the huge interest for the international tourists, there's going to be the interest for domestic tourists as well. The people will start to travel more frequently, so the development of the touristic infrastructure is as important for the state. Speaking about the projects that you might see at the slide, those are the projects that we plan to launch in year 2022. The reconstruction of the historical center of Odessa, that was the four main streets of Odessa, that's even more than 100 historical objects that's going to be renovated, and they're going to be renovated and it's going to be updated as well, because if you have been to Odessa, I think that you have seen what is the overall situation with the historical center of Odessa. It doesn't have any additional emotion except for pain. So right now we have this need to preserve this heritage that we currently have. Moreover, it is planned to build the new sea bank, and the works that have been started by the local council, and they're not sufficient, and they're being done in the slowest pace. So that is why we have decided to empower these projects and to make it faster. Moreover, the Hortitsa Island, that is still under our attention. This year, you might have been aware, we have started the restoration works for the Cossacks History Museum. We have had the Unity hill created there. So the Hortitsa Island is going to be developed not only as a historical place, but also as a recreation place, so that every person in Zaporizhia or every person that has visited Zaporizhia, they will be able to enjoy their stay and will be able to find their leisure, to enrich their leisure with the historical notions as well. Moreover, in Mariupol, we are restoring the overall riverbank, and in Zaporizhia too. So I wanted to say overall that we have really ambitious goals, and sometimes we hear that we're going to fail. We're actually used to that, because it works for us as an additional stimuli to keep on doing, to keep on working on, and we're really sure that everything that we have promised will be delivered. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Ola. Thank you for your presentation, and we are continuing. We're going further on, and we would like to pass the floor to Alexander, and we would like to talk about the open sky by the liberalization and civil aviation for all of us. Yes, thank you, Volodymyr. I'm pleased to welcome every one of you here. We all have got together at this forum to discuss those topics and those challenges that we currently see and that we currently face. I do hope that none of us has doubts right now that Ukraine is an aviation state. And the aviation state not only due to the flights of the airplanes from A to B directions. And I wanted to say that the Joint Sky and the Free Sky Agreement is covering much more issues than just that. And it also requires a lot of work from us. First of all, those are the questions on the security of the flights, and there's a couple of the very specific technical regulations that have to be the part of Ukrainian legislation, and part of them are already included into Ukrainian legislation. We're also speaking about the organization of the air connections and air traffic. There are some questions on the pricing and the trainings for the personnel, so on and so forth. So the work in this direction is going to be requiring additional professional capacities from the side of the air sector and from the side of our sector as well, because it's not just about registering those documents that will be registered in the ministries. These documents, they have to work, they have to be drawn to reality, and it will be controlled by the European institutions as well. And while the passengers are going to be enjoying their flights all over Ukraine and the geography of Ukrainian routes will be increased, we will all have to work in order to make this travel safe. So there is a lot of work that has to be conducted in order to do that. We're going to be the full members of our international and European space. I just wanted to get back to the question that has been very relevant for all of us, the influence of the pandemic for our flights. And you might have seen that starting from 2016, Ukraine has shown the significant growth of the passenger flow, and we have seen that there was an increase in the international air traffic markets. But the pandemic that has happened in 2020 was a dramatic hit for the aviation all over the world. And those challenges that we have never seen those challenges before, as we have seen in 2020. We have no clear understanding what is going on, how it will be continued, and sometimes the measures that have been used were really strict as well. The main benefit for the air sector is that the aviation is being led by professionals, and they were mobilized in the fastest pace. They have offered those measures that were able to make our connections and traveling safe. And you might already have seen that the traveling around the world and around Ukraine is being restored, but the culture of following the new limitation, new sanitary limitation, those standards that the aviation and tourism are currently using are the most important prerequisite for each and every one to continue in our growth and to continue our travels. Another thing I wanted to mention is that we have emphasized it's quite clear that we are a very good aviational state, and we have quite powerful and strong aviational industry with our history. We have our airplanes, we have our engines, we are working the so-called planes of the small aviation. So we have a lot of companies that have been updating the existing planes, updating the equipment over there. So there's a lot of work that has been done in there. We are the really aviation state, but in the same time, we are the state that has to put a goal for us. We wanted to be the participant and active member of international organization like ICAO is, or the European Agency on the Security of the Flights. So we really needed to do that, to become not only the one who implement the policy, but who build the policy as well. And we have a lot of professionals and experts, but we have to work in the international arena as well, so that our desires and our knowledge have been seen by the world as well. You know, in order to stay still, you have to run. And in order to keep on moving forward, you have to run twice as hard. The aviation is currently facing multiple challenges, and the challenges, first of all, of using the modern technologies. The aviation is The aviation provides that benefit to the world, the fast movement over the countries. We have a lot of agreements on the open sky, and we're going to have this joint airspace agreement that is going to facilitate our traffic as well. But we have to remember that we influence in the environment too. And our producers, our developers, they have to be ready to this notion that the modern planes that are going to cause less harm to our environment, because the risks of the aviation occurrence, it increases because there might be the negative impact for all of us and for all the generations to come. But we should leave our ancestors the opportunity to travel and to enjoy aviation. There's only one question that we're currently facing. You can see how intensively the pilotless aviation is being developed. We understand there's not additional opportunities for us, not only to use them, but to develop this kind of technologies, to use it broadly under Ukrainian brand all over the world. Those are the issues that Ukraine faces as well, and I really want us not to lag behind in those technologies too. So we have to change our legislative base as well to do that. The questions of using the artificial intelligence in aviation in order to facilitate and to empower those activities that we currently do in aviation, the artificial intelligence has definitely helped us to make those operations more effectively and faster paced. So that is why the main opportunities for our capacities will be better. The usage of the alternative fuels are challenges as well. We really want to be more secure, and 43 airports all over the world are already offering the alternative fuels to use. 36,000 commercial flights have already been conducted with the usage of alternative fuels. All of that is what the aviation sector is currently facing, and those are the challenges that have to be included, have to be considered by us. We have to be the very powerful European country for the safe travels. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Alexander. Let us continue, and I would like to invite the head of Ukr-Aeroruch, who is going to be talking about the restoration of the transit for the airspace of Ukraine. So, Andriy, please, the floor is yours. Thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to welcome everyone, and I would really like to thank organizers for the invitation. I really wanted to thank Mr. Minister for underlining our research in aero navigation in their presentation as well, because we're working really precisely in a very narrow sector. So it is a pleasure for us that our research has been outlined as well. Speaking on the issues of the restoring of the transit potential, Ukr-Aeroruch is a national provider of the aviation services. We are providing our aviation services in one of the biggest airspaces of the world, of Europe. We are located in a very powerful location, and the main routes between Europe, Asia, and Persian Gulf are on the territory of Ukraine. But the events of 2014 has caused the significant changes for the Ukrainian traffic flows and air flows, as you can see right now in the presentation, 2013-2014 comparison pictures that definitely influence the transit potential of our country and of our airspace. At this very moment, we have the restriction on performing flights on the temporarily occupied territory of Crimea. We have some restrictions over some parts of the territory of eastern Ukraine, and there are some restrictions and limitations for the flights over the territory of our eastern neighbors. Speaking in numbers, the structure of the flights and traffic in Ukraine is the following. Well, in 2014, the 50% of our main traffic was the transition flights, and there was a lower scale for the flights out of the airports of Ukraine. Then the transit flights have now become the smaller part of the overall amount of the flights in Ukraine. And as you can see, we have a significant potential of the restoring of the transitional flights in our airspace. In order to restore the transit potential of our airspace for the users and for the airlines, there are only two things needed. First of all, to provide the security of the flights and to provide the economical attractiveness to that. This is how all of the aviation sector works. There are two main golden rules for that. Speaking on the safety and the security of flights, starting from 2015, Ukr-Aeroruch, together with our aviation services and Ministry of Infrastructure, continued our systematic work on on restoring the flights in our field information. This process was continuous. There was a lot of political moments have been included into this decision making, but we were able to have the support of our international and European partners, and in year 2020 we were able to reach a significant progress. And if you will take a look at this slide, in the world we have two world leaders on the regulation of the safety of the flights, the European and the federal administration of the United States, that has also approved those measures that Ukraine has taken to provide the security for the flights in Ukrainian airspace. So that is why currently we have in the western part of our flying region, we have 6 flying routes that are available for your route planning. So getting from the security of the flights, getting back to the questions of the economical attractiveness. June this year, the Ministry of Infrastructure has provided additional charging zone. This is a specifically outlined airspace with the rates with a sustainable, with a fixed rate for the aviation fees and for the service fees. And you might see that, and if you have used the flight radar, you can see the changes in the flight that has been held in Ukrainian airspace. This decision has been, first of all, reflected by the Ukrainian carriers, and Ukrainian airlines were really grateful for their support in that, because it's not only the economical benefit for the country, but this is yet another argument for the international community that this space is safe. The space is significant for you to use at the routes, and if you will consider that, if you will take a look at that, then we had the different airspace to be used for the southern direction, but in this case, the Ukrainian carriage, they started to use that Simferopol region of the pilot information for their flights, supporting the national providers with that, and supporting the national providers of the airline services with that. That was also obvious for the international airlines and international carriers, and due to our proactive position at the state level, we've managed not only to grant support of Ukrainian air carriers, but also to engage more and more international carriers as well. If you will take a look at our main achievements, so we had the representatives of the Lufthansa Group, the company that is a friendly company for us, that's last month, by the way, have made up a decision to use the Ukrainian airspace too. And just to speak about the most recent achievements that we had, so yesterday we had the decision made by the airlines of Azerbaijan for the restoration of the usage of Ukrainian airspace close to the Simferopol district of information. Speaking on the numbers, then the amount of flights has increased by 3 in this specific pilot information district. And this is just the beginning. We have lots of home tasks that have to be made domestically to work with additional carriers to engage them more. Speaking about our further on plan and how do we see how our all navigation is going to be developing. Starting from the 2nd of December this year, we're going to be introducing the free route airspace. We're going to be providing additional flexibility for the people, for the airlines to plan the most flexible routes for them. And starting from June next year, we're going to provide a unified block of the airspace that is going to be very flexible for all of the companies. So we're starting from planning from the A to B point, we're getting back to the broader points. We are offering the users of our airspace, we're showing them the full readiness to follow their main decisions. So we are using the free route airspace opportunities for that. Speaking about our operational activities, we are continuing our work in a couple of other directions as well. Some of the directions that have already been mentioned by Prime Minister and by President, we are reviewing the currently acting restriction zone at the east of Ukraine, depending on the security situation. It gives us the opportunity not only to work and engage in new carriers, but also will give us the opportunity to build new airports new airports close to the contact zone, and will give additional stimulus and additional impulses for the reintegration processes and investment engagement, and will help us to stimulate the investments. We also plan to engage new routes in the Black Sea, over the Black Sea, as I've already said during the beginning of the presentation. In our geographical location, we have really favorable position, and we are sure that all of our carriers will use this space gladly. And we understand that we're working on the overall level of our ministries. We're collaborating with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and with our embassies to establish the direct communication with our potential clients, and in order to engage the potential clients with us. And our next plans to take, and I do hope that it will be covered in the feasible future, we really want to return the Qatar Airways to use the airspace of Ukraine, the transit flights, the Air Emirates will use as well, and the big European carriers, together with the Lufthansa Group, the KLM, Air France, British Airways. We hope that they will restore their usage of Ukrainian airspace. Yes, Andrei, just 2 minutes more, if I may. I just wanted to add up very, very briefly about the European integration, because we're finalizing this process starting from 2004, and this year we have completed the technical integration. So right now we are the full-blooded member of European control, and we are working in the framework of this organization. And as far as we're talking about the infrastructure, I really wanted to add up one moment that the security of the flights isn't possible without the modern infrastructure. So we're doing a lot to modernize the infrastructure. On the south of Ukraine, we want to have additional locators. We're hoping the program of the president for the great construction. We are installing additional navigation equipment for Kherson Aviation and in other airports as well. Thank you for your attention. I've tried to be very fast. Thank you, Andriy. And I just wanted to remind you, dear speakers, that we have our own schedule and we have 10-15 minutes more, but we have to continue. We have the director of Boryspil Airport. Alexei, please, the floor is yours.
Добрий день, шановні колеги, учасники форуму, гості.
Good day, dear colleagues, dear participants of the forum, dear colleagues, dear representatives of the press. It's great pleasure for me that we have this forum today, and we really great that we can host the forum for us. This is the forum that combines aviation, tourism, infrastructure. So for me, it's not just the good opportunity to tell you about the achievements of our enterprise, but to give you the main strategic priority for the future to come for our enterprise. We were one of the first to feel the power of the lockdowns during the pandemic. You might recall 2020, the overall downfall for the scope of flights has decreased by 66%. There was a decrease in the passenger flow. We had more than 1.5 billion of losses per year, 4 credit lines that haven't been able to complete, more than 375 million hryvnias in overall losses. The financial plan that was calculated for 17.5 million hryvnias of income, because I understand that we didn't have a clear understanding whether we will have any kind of income at all. So basically, what we have seen now the restoration of the passengers flow. It's again being done due to the charter segment and with the help of a delayed demand. Additional problems for the air carriages is the high price for the aviation fuels, and it also influences the overall indicators altogether. So at this very moment, together with our experts, we have discussed this topic thoroughly. We have discussed that, and we have said that the high prices for the energy carriers that we have seen right now, the high prices for the fuels, for gas, for electricity, for the air fuels, they are slowing down the terms of the economical development. If we're slowing down the economical development, we know that we're slowing down the overall passenger flow terms, as well as the main correlate for the economic growth. What should we do with that? And there still have some restrictions with the pandemic. It's quite clear and obvious that the airlines are in a very threatening position as well. We are providing the joint product. As an airport, we have been collaborating with all of the carriers. Since the harsh lockdowns, it has given us the opportunity not only to restore the traffic, but also to make a significant step forward, which also has been seen and outlined by our effectiveness measurements. And I do hope that our partners, the airlines that we have been working with for a longer period of time, we have already heard that this is going to be a two-way street. We do hope that the airlines, they do understand what is the situation with the airport right now, and that we're all together in creating the new products. Our net income was 189 million. So we had some certain measures implemented, and in Q3 we were able to show 189 million hryvnias of income, which is 2.2 more than the planned and 1 billion hryvnias higher than the period comparable of the last year. In the first quarter, we were able to cover the losses of this year, and this once again there is a significant amount of money. I mean, have published that as well. That's almost 83 million hryvnias. Throughout year 2021, the airport has fully closed our liabilities for the Alpha Bank. And in the first months of the 2021, to close our liabilities for the loan givers, we have provided 188 million hryvnias. Just wanted to outline that as well. There has been a lot of work that has been done by our financial team, and I'm really grateful for their work as well, because we have had a significant analytical work, and we have chosen the best times when we had the rate difference as well. So it really helped us to optimize the expenses for our loans for more than 660,000 euro. So we have saved this money for enterprise. In year 2021, our airport is planning to provide the services for 9.5 million passengers, which also gives us the understanding that we're restoring our traffic to the level before the crisis. I just wanted to say that the dynamics of the market restoration is even better than even under the optimistic scenario that we had. We have discussed it with Mr. Yermak already, that Eurocontrol has provided a very optimistic scenario that Ukraine will restore its position and our aviation market will restore our position for 52% the most, or 52% the most, and that will be the most optimistic scenario. But right now we have seen that we have restored by 60%, and now we have seen that 37 airlines are currently having their flights to the Boryspil airport in 2021. We have additional airlines coming to the markets. There have been eight new airlines that have joined the Ryanair UK, Nadolojet, Cyprus Airways, Flynas, Wizz Abu Dhabi, FedEx, Eurowings, Uzbekistan Airways, the 8 new companies, and we are looking forward to a couple of other internationally renowned airlines that are going to join our airspace as well, and we are sure that our passengers are going to feel the benefits of the new products we're about to offer. 117 directions have been serviced by the direct connection to the airport. 20 new directions, I wanted to underline, have been started to provide the services this year. Abu Dhabi, Ghazi Pasha, Riyadh, Jeddah, Lisbon, Madeira, Tashkent, Treviso, and Penang. The main importance for us during the prolonged pandemic of COVID-19 is not only to preserve these indicators, but also to increase the passengers' flow under these realities that we're currently in. So basically, we would really like to continue and close the infrastructural projects that we really wanted, to complete them. In order to do that, we're really optimistic. So we have some reasons to do that as well. We know that the whole world has accepted the new reality, and we already have clear and the equal rules for everyone, the vaccination rule, the certification rule, the cross-boarding rules as well. And we have to understand and we have to outline that the market has experienced some structural changes as well, the very big structural changes, and we have analyzed it with our experts. This all has been done due to the lockdown, and the economy has been influenced all over the country, and we are basically restoring our passengers' flows on the level of 37% compared to the data of 2019. But still, restoring the passengers' flow will be influenced by other factors. First of all, there are certain limitations on the markets that have been introduced by the states, the very slow restoration of the business flights, and there's no opportunities to plan in the long term due to the lack of forecastability. The structural problems. More of the transportations are located in the side of the Europe, so the transport segment has been the one who has been influenced the most. And the dissemination from the transport provisions to direct, from the classical companies to low-costers. So right now we have a unique situation. The structure, the main environment of the aviation, of the air carriers have changed significantly. So at this very moment, the transit of the passenger flow has decreased from 25% to 3%. The hub model in Bristol, we really now see that increase of the passenger flow share that has been provided to the low-cost or hybrid segment has grown by 40%, and up till now it continues to grow. Alexei, that's all? Yes, thank you. That's all from my side. Okay, so we have basically the structural changes in the market, and the main drivers for the current growth is the charter and the low-cost aviation. The overall dynamics for the airport development is right now, so the cargo segment is very sustainable, it even grows. The transport has decreased, but I've already said that the charter segment has become the main driver to restore the market's position. 3.3 million passengers for the first 10 months of 2021. That is higher than the main indicators of 2019. Most of the charters have been helped by the 4 air carriers, Azur Air, International Ukrainian Airlines, Sky Up, and the Windrose. We have 486,000 passengers in the first 10 months. We have development and the restoration of the regional airport is going to be the support for the development of the local and domestic air traffic, and ratifying the ratification of the agreement for the Joint Sky is going to be definitely the most important engine for the development of Ukrainian air traffic. I just want to end up by saying that our main strategy is now based on the 3 main pillars, and the 3 pillars are the creation of the European hub, powerful, dynamic European hub, the development of the European hub with a European level of services, the development of the low-costers, provision the mobility for the population of Kiev and the region, and also additional cargo carrying, which is a good development for Ukrainian economy and for the businesses. In order to do that, we have already done the following. As of the ACI Europe, Boryspil is one of the 5 best airports that have been provided the services from 1 to 20 million of passengers. As of Skytrax, we're one of the 3 best airports of the Eastern Europe. We have restored our main equities, our main assets. The parking lots have been fully operated by the airport. So I just wanted to say that the mayor, around more than 300,000 hryvnias has given back to the enterprise, which gives us certain back favor to the system. We stepped out of the system when somebody unknown is getting the money. Right now we have the cashless, automatically provided machines, parking machines that work there in the way it has to be. We have also had the additional agreements and restoring agreements for the advertisement in the airports. We have increased the overall amount of money for each and every agreement by 60%. We understand that we were holding back the passengers' flow and all of the other economical factors. The only way for us is to create the highly technological European hub that will increase the investment attractability of Ukraine. So the only way for us right now is the complex modernization of infrastructure. The Boryspil airport, as of now, is an element of this big program, the program of the big construction. We have already provided the 10 high-priority investment projects that in the horizon of 2 or 3 years will be implemented. The main would be the new flight zone 2, the flight zone that is going to be built, and we are building the line, we're building the lanes, we're building the additional equipment and the road servicing support. The modernization of the other objects that we have identified already, the cargo terminal, the bus stations for the passengers. So all of those 10 infrastructural objects with the overall cost for the these terminals, 1.1 billion hryvnias. And I'm trying to be very, very fast with that, I understand, because I can tell you for the longest period of time, I really would like to express my gratitude to the initiative of the Cabinet of Ministries and wanted to thank the Minister of Infrastructure for their support. We had additional 200 million to our charter capital to build up the center of the private aviation. This is the long-term project that has been started back in 2012 and hasn't been completed. We are working on completing them and trying to provide the best of exploitation for those. All of that will give us the opportunity, all of those objects will give us the opportunity to have 1.7 billion hryvnias. We right now have it. It will give us the opportunity to complete those high-scale infrastructure projects so that we will be able to provide the good modernization of the infrastructure of the International Airport of Brisbane. And that will be the main reason for us to implement our main strategic goal, which is to create a European, modern, highly technological aviation hub that will increase the investment attractiveness of our country. Thank you for your attention. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Oleksiy. And I would like to pass the floor to our next speaker, the Acting Director of the State Enterprise Financial for the Infrastructural Project. Please welcome Yuri Zhuravlev. Can I ask this thing from here? Can I ask the clicker? Okay, I'm pleased to welcome all of the participants of the forum here today, and I'm pleased to welcome all of the guests of our event. And I think that my presentation is already ready. Thank you very much for that as well. I am the acting head of the state enterprise that is one of the main provider for some of the projects for the development of the airports. And I just wanted to start with and draw your attention to the main problems that we have on the restoration of the aviational infrastructure of Ukraine. The most important problem that we have is the critical underfinancement that we have in this sector. This is the problem that we're trying to resolve right now, and I do hope that we'll be able to resolve that. This is the underfinancement that we have that has happened to us since the moment that we have started our activities from the 60s and 70s of the previous century. We can understand that most of the assets of the airports are in the municipal ownership, and we understand that municipalities cannot support cannot provide the financial support for the update and modernization, especially if we speak about the overall airport complexes. The complexity of the situation is also due to we understand that the profitability of the airports will not be able to give them money for reconstruction or for the construction that is needed that would fit the international standards. Overall, I believe that the airport and the technical airports are the important part of the infrastructure for our state, and getting it closer to making them fit the international standards is one of the most important prerequisites for our country to be competitive in the international and European markets. So thus, if we speak about the need to update the infrastructure of the airports, and if we're speaking about the restoration of the airports and the airfields, then we have to speak about the restoration with the support of the state money. So that is why the government has approved the state target program for the development and restoration of the airports to the period of up to 2023. The main goal for that would be to get the airports meet the international standards so that we will be able to increase the level of the services that are currently provided to the passengers and to the airlines. Moreover, we would like to get some of the airports back to their state ownership, and they would like to continue to develop the network of the airfields of our state. Thus, speaking about that, we have to also mention that, for example, for the restoration of the Dnipro airport has started in 2014, and at this very moment we're already able to keep on moving on this, and we already had to. We are now continuing the works. We have already received all of the additional documents, and we have had additional required permissions for using the land lots. And as my colleagues had already outlined in Odessa this year, this summer, we have already started using the new lanes, and we are still completing multiple projects in this field too. We have started a different project as well. We have started a very ambitious project in Zakarpattia region, and speaking about the touristic potential of this region, I think that everyone will know how important that is. While implementing this program, we do hope to have a very significant socio-economical impact and influence. Of course, we are hoping to increase the mobility of Ukrainian population, which would mean that if we speak about the main topic of this forum, that includes the aviation and tourism as well. Yuri, your time is up. Well, I'm trying to be very, very brief and ended up. So, introduction of this program for the social and economical effect, it will definitely give us the opportunity to increase the mobility of our population, not only in the framework of our states, not only in the borders of our state, but it will also help us to improve the transport system and the connectivity of all over the world and Europe. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Yuri. And now I think we will want to discuss the European market of air carrying and the opportunities for Ukraine. And I would like to pass the floor to Ronald Schulz, the head of the global market, Lufthansa Consulting. Please, Ronald.
I still have some time, I guess. The translation works parallel, or good? Where's the presentation? The presentation. I have a presentation. Yeah. Good afternoon to everyone in the hall. Thank you for having me. My name is Ronald Schulz. I'm from Lufthansa Consulting. We are an independent advisor, but part of the Lufthansa Group, so with access to all the know-how we have in that group, but also due to the experiences we did with global clients, 3,500 projects in the last 40 years, also here in the Ukraine, by the way. I'm going to be brief.
Yes, we have translation, so we have synchronized.
Dear scholars, we just wanted to make this announcement that if you need interpretation, we have the headsets and the simultaneous interpretation. So please, if you will need the interpretation on this table, you'll be able to understand everything in Ukrainian. So please.
Okay.
We have synchronized translation.
All right. Okay, then let's go. So we are emerging from the pandemics. It was said already that in 2020 we were falling deep. All the borders were closed. Almost all aircrafts were on ground. And the Ukraine, you can see here, we even have a deeper dip than the rest of Europe. But we predict that in 2024 we will be back to normal in line with the rest of Europe, but also potential to the next years after due to the gap of travel. I mean, people want to catch up, they want to go out of the Ukraine, and of course, it was said already, tourists want to come here to that beautiful country. The third quarter this year already saw some airlines with profit and many airports with new and former clients receiving the old partners back. After the pandemic, though, the landscape will look a bit different. There will be a higher share on low-cost carriers, as you can see. There will be many, many more point-to-point routes. And as you already shown, Alexei, there will be less transit passengers via Kiev. But it doesn't mean that Borispol cannot grow, because you have all these airlines could come in point-to-point as well. The pressure on the aviation in the Ukraine will be also from the aviation agreement, because that also gives the liberal or the opportunities to all foreign airlines, and especially Ryanair and Wizz Air. They will make use of that. But you also have local low-cost carriers like SkyUp and Bees, so you are prepared for that. You have also the legacy carriers from the Middle East and from Turkey, who try to pull out a lot of the east and west long-haul traffic that you have to conquer. The industry will see a great change in terms of sustainability. So if you're going to fly more often to Europe, you also have to take care of CORSIA, which means carbon footprint reduction, sustainable aviation fuel usage. That will be also a point you have to take up. And important for the tourism, the worldwide shift to leisure traffic and local destination markets. So do your homework there. There are challenges and opportunities for the aviation market here in the Ukraine. Travel restrictions and always changing, so that is a volatile travel plans. We have to always take care about medical requirements for the passengers and also for the crew members. And of course, it has been discussed by Andrei before, there are some geopolitical concerns that you cannot use all airspace, especially east of the Ukraine. And that gives Ukrainian carriers an unilateral disadvantages compared to the competitors from the other side, let's say, of the OND. For example, Air Astana can fly straight to Kiev, but on the other way, you have to fly around Russia at the moment. But there are major opportunities, and this is what you have to take up. Cargo is a big issue, and you just have to have in mind that the cargo travel, the aviation cargo travel, is only 2% of the global cargo traffic, but it's 30% of the value. And I can tell you that also has been discussed before, that companies who refurbish passenger aircrafts into cargo aircrafts, they are fully booked till 2026. So this is also an opportunity for the Ukraine. My plea, don't be protective, be competitive, always use the highest quality, have efficient and lean structures, a sound business plan, and never stop chasing opportunities. For the regulators, create patterns that the aviation can add up to the national GDP growth, but do try to keep the political influence on commercial activities as low as possible, that the business has the freedom to decide. With strong Ukrainian carriers, the country's connectivity will not depend on foreign carriers, so really go and build up the Ukrainian aviation. Yeah, thank you very much. I think I made the 5 minutes.
Thank you, Ronald.
And,
Thank you. Дякую, пане Рональде.
Thank you, Ronald.
Ми вже вийшли за наш часовий регламент.
We're out of our time frame, so we have to close the session. And I really want to thank our distinguished speakers for very informative speeches and presentation. Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you. Thank you very much. And this is just the second panel discussions that we've had, and we're about to continue in our discussion on the small and big aviation and the potential of their development. Stay tuned.
Архітектура просто надзвичайної краси. На жаль, ми не встигли потрапити всередину. Повірте мені, там не менша краса. Тому обов'язково візьміть екскурсію по його залах. Що стосується Чернівців в цілому, в першу чергу раджу відвідати не центральні вулиці, а сусідні вузенькі квартали старого міста.
Це все триває форум «Авіація і туризм». І під час підготовки до наступної панельної дискусії ми маємо змогу вийти майже на злітно-посадкову смугу, або, точніше, правильно сказати, можливо, це такий майданчик, де стоять літаки, а це і частина нашої експозони форуму. Дмитре, ми перейшли далі до, власне, авіації, яка застосовується Державною службою із надзвичайних ситуацій України, і зосередимо увагу серед багатьох, що тут є, саме на цих двох гелікоптерах. Розкажіть більше про цей перший, це більш сучасний Airbus.
Трішки так, це вертоліт французького виробництва, ЄЦ-225 ЛП. Він використовується, багатоцільовий вертоліт використовується у нас як пошуково-рятувальний вертоліт для перевезення мобільних оперативних груп в місця надзвичайних ситуацій, перевезення пасажирів при необхідності, для гасіння лісових пожеж, також для моніторингу з повітря обстановки по місцям надзвичайних ситуацій.
Це ви маєте на увазі саму модель гелікоптера, чи саме цей гелікоптер настільки у вас якось... сама модель, бо я так і подумав, що і пасажирів перевозити, і гасити пожежі.
На даний момент цей варіант підготовлений у нас для демонстрації у варіанті як для гасіння лісових пожеж.
А що саме там є приблизно? Це...
Будь ласка. Оце у нас
є такий от балон, такий, да.
3 тонни ємністю. Використовується для забору води в озерах, річках, де є можливість. Потім доносить до місця пожежі осередку і виконується злив води. 3 тонни.
Добре, давайте подивимося, поки ми встигаємо, ще один гелікоптер, який тут є. Це рятувальний, так? Це вже Мі-8 МТВ-1, так?
Так. Це Мі-8 МТВ-1. На даний момент це пошуково-рятувальний вертоліт також. На даний момент теж для демонстрації у пожежному варіанті, для гасіння лісових пожеж також. Також використовується як і цей Супер-Пума вертоліт для пошуку, рятування, перевезення мобільних груп. Багатоцільовий. Вантажів також на зовнішній підвісці, можливо.
Наскільки зараз ви відчуваєте потребу у такій техніці? Тому що були попередні форуми, де ми презентували різну наземну техніку, теж зовсім нову. Наскільки в реаліях України і в тих спостереженнях останніх закономірностей найбільш частих надзвичайних ситуацій і їхнього профілю, що більш актуально? І чи варто ще збільшувати, чи зараз досить достатньо цього парку гелікоптерів?
Ні, парк однозначно треба збільшувати. Це показує досвід минулого року, коли були пожежі в Чорнобильській зоні відчуження. Ми використовували вертольоти Мі-8, Супер-Пуми, також літаки Ан-32П для гасіння пожеж, для моніторингу, для коригування дій наземних сил та засобів і авіації для більш ефективного гасіння пожеж. А також при виникненні повеней в Івано-Франківській області, коли було дуже багато відрізано населених пунктів, дороги розмиті були. Ми багато вантажів довозили необхідної гуманітарної допомоги по місцям, які віддалені були від крупних населених пунктів.
Або є ще і люди, теж маломобільні, які і так важко, а тут, коли ще надзвичайна ситуація. Зрозуміло.
Вагітних жінок доставляли з гір в лікарні, і таке навіть було.
Я нагадаю, що в рамках сьогоднішнього форуму «Авіація і туризм» ми на нашій експозоні, власне, на реальному летовищі можемо час від часу так от поміж панельними дискусіями спілкуватися із експертами безпосередньо біля техніки, яка застосовується в різних державних структурах нашої країни. Якщо перед цим ми зосереджували питання і на підприємстві Мотор Січ, і на Національній гвардії перед цим, зараз на Державній службі із надзвичайних ситуацій України.
Доброго дня, шановні пані та панове. Я сподіваюся, мене добре чути. Ми будемо розпочинати третю панельну дискусію. Показують з залу, що немає звуку, колеги. Дякую. Шановні пані та панове.
So, dear ladies and gentlemen, we are continuing our third panel discussion of the Aviation and Tourism Forum, and our third panel is going to be dedicated to the small and biggest aviation. I really would like to ask people who are joining us on a coffee break, please join us with coffee. We offer you a good discussion. My name is Svetlana Kolomiyets. I am the advisor of Minister of Infrastructure of Ukraine on the aviation, of civil aviation and the traditional aviation, conventional aviation. And I will have the honor to moderate the discussion between our dearest speakers, Yuri Gusev, the General Director for the state concern Ukroboronprom. Please welcome Jacques Gary, the Vice President of Airbus, the Vice President of Development. Please welcome Igor Marchuk, the member of Ukrainian Parliament.
Нарешті Юрій
And Yuri Yakovlev, Ukrainian aircraft constructor, the co-founder of the Aeropract company. So I think that I would like to start our today's conversation on the questions and I think the presentation, first of all, by Yuri Gusev, because Yuri, we have had lots of interesting plans and we have had a lot of things and the construction for the small and big aviation. Can you tell us a little bit more about that? Hello. Thank you very much, Svetlana, for the invitation. And I have been supporting the Ukroboronprom. I have been led in the Ukroboronprom for quite a long time already. And we're going to be talking about the plans of our team. But before that, I would like to ask you to watch the short video about our team and about our concern. Ukroboronprom is a strategic provider for the product of the military and WUs. Our mission is to provide the defense of Ukraine and to provide Ukraine with high-quality equipment and weapons. We are providing for the different equipment from land, from skies, from the sea. The concern has been providing their products to the Asian and South Pacific region. Ukroboronprom is actively reforming and it wants to follow the NATO standards in both production and management. We are making Ukrainians stronger. So basically, in this video, you might have seen what is the very brief description of what are we doing. We are the biggest defense group of companies, the company that is included into 100 of the biggest all over the world defense companies. And I would like to start with the results of our work for this year. This year, the enterprise and the concerns that are responsible for the aviation, for the introduction of the aviation, the completion of the aircraft, and the one who are responsible for who belong to our concern in our team, in the 10 months of this year, we were able to improve the overall scale of our production in aviation and renovation for 44.9% compared to last year. You might see that last year for the 10 months we've had almost 9 billion hryvnias products. And right now we already produce the product in overall scale of almost 13 billion hryvnias. These are the results of the work that we have conducted with the support of the president. Basically, last year in December, with the support of the president, we have signed the first historical contract for the construction of the 3 new aircraft and 48 for the defense forces of Ukraine. And right now those planes are being constructed even faster than the schedule for our enterprise. And Antonov Enterprise has been taking the lead in that. Antonov, and we mentioned this enterprise for quite a long, many times already, and that is the greatest responsibility for us is to continue and develop this legendary enterprise, to keep on following the new projects, to keep on implementing and following the new requirements that the people and the President puts in front of us. We have unique planes that can be fully used, that have been created in Ukraine, the first in history digital planes that have the unique equipment. And those are the machines that are the greatest example for the export, for the shifting from developing our own technologies but exporting technologies. And we have now decided not to use the Russian details, and we have used additional international details and the product that has been created by the Ukrainian enterprises, the enterprises owned by Ukroboronprom and other enterprises in Ukraine. So right now we are really trying to improve our collaboration inside of the concern and itself with other international companies and Ukrainian companies that work in the sector. Now, in this historical contract on creating the 3 138 planes, I wanted to say that we're not only working according to the schedule, even due to the limitation, we're even getting it earlier. Some of the works have been done even faster. Right now, we have the 100% all of the needed details and equipment provided for this craft, for the aircraft. We have the general director, Serhiy for the Antonov plant. He doesn't really like to promise to give empty promises, and there are some superstition among the professionals for that, but we do promise you that the first aircraft on 178 is going to be tested out, and we're going to carry out the first flights. Well, I don't want to announce, but I hope that we'll be able to do that before the end of this year. The first serious plane in the order of the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine will be completed after all of the certification will be passed. And I just wanted to say that we are even working a little bit in advance of our schedule that has been presupposed by our state contracts. The President has mentioned that, the Prime Minister has mentioned that as well, that in September the Cabinet of Ministries has approved the state target financial program for the development of the aviation industry up till 2030. So there is planned for additional financial support for the research and development on creating the new materials and new technologies to be used. The technologies of production, the modern equipment, and basically we are really interested so that we could do together with the government, so we could implement it together with the enterprises of Ukroboronprom, with the enterprises that today with the order of the President of Ukraine, under the reform of our ministries have been reformed further on. We have to say that this Oboronprom is also interested in creating the Ukrainian national airline, and we have had lots of discussions on that, and we have talked to Airbus company about that, and not only about that, we have a couple of additional directions to improve our collaboration with Airbus company. But what we still wanted to outline, that our main interest still is about using the planes of Antonov family in the new Ukrainian national airline. So when the new Ukrainian airline is going to be created, we really want them to use Ukrainian planes. We're speaking about An-148 and An-158 to be used. And we understand that there's a great flights that will have their own position, and they will definitely going to be used in the national position of Ukraine. And we already understand that we have planned some joint action with Airbus, not only while creating the national airline, even though this question has been discussed with us multiple times, but we're also planning the collaboration in helicopter construction program. Wanted to add as well that we are continuing the development of the service center, and we have discussing that with our partners. We do hope that our planes will be used by the international and private companies. We believe that Antonov's planes are incredible planes that will take their needed positions among the Ukrainian airlines, and some of the airlines have already been using the planes of Antonov's family in their fleets. We do hope that they will be actively used abroad as well. It's quite clear that the share of the passengers flights has decreased in the international air market, and we have seen that among the presentations that have been held in the previous panels. We understand that it's mostly due to the coronavirus limitations, that due to the pandemic overall, because it influenced the air sector, it influenced the touristic sector as well. At the same time, we are really sure that the collaboration between the internationally known companies, that the collaboration with our partners, the restoration of the aviation that we have seen this year will give additional opportunities for the aviation sector of Ukraine, will give additional opportunities for the enterprises that work in aviation. And I am really sure that it will bring the new opportunities for the development of our sector. Thank you, Yuri, and I plan to have that, to ask that for you, and thank you very much for giving us that outline that 178 is going to continue on their flight this year. Well, right now we're speaking about the test flight. This is going to be the test flight. I just wanted to say that last week I have been visiting Antonov's plant, and I have followed how the work is being done. The works have been done very intensively, and it's going even earlier than the schedule. So all of the big team of Antonov plant, they're really worried, they're really nervous, they really like to complete all of those works that have been planned. they are trying their best, and we're working on the new, or the new clients, on the new orders that have been provided to the Antonov plant, and back to the new tasks that have been set for us by the Parliament, by the President, and those are all the main steps for the development of the aviational sector in Ukraine. They are the ones who are really providing us the really good movement forward. Thank you, Yuri. I would like to ask the next question to Mr. Garrick.
I want to congratulate you with this historic event that happened today. From the one hand, yes, indeed, this is just the start, but from the other hand, this is quite important start of very important project. So I can imagine you feel proud right now. At the same time, I'd like to ask you a little bit about the times that you experienced and the difficulties that you experienced probably during last 2 years. We know that this COVID pandemic situation changed the landscape a lot. What about Airbus? How did the strategy of the company change during this period? What was changed? What was adopted?
Thank you, Svetlana. Yes, of course, indeed, it's a very important day for Airbus, and we are very proud to be here today by the side of the Ukrainian government for this big announcement for Ukraine and for Airbus. So we are very excited about this challenging project ahead of us. Before talking about this specific project and what would be the future developments for our cooperation between Airbus and Ukraine, I will maybe say a few words about Airbus and Airbus in Ukraine. So Airbus, as you know, is made of 3 main pillars, which are the commercial aircraft, the helicopter divisions, and the Airbus Defence and Space activities. So we managed to, you were talking about the pandemic, and we've been discussing that a lot today. We managed to survive this crisis. Of course, we have been hit big time, like many other actors in the sector. But one of our strengths in this crisis was our diversification, and the fact that in this crisis, of course, we had a reduction of revenues in the commercial aircraft sector, but we compensated by the helicopter division and by the defense and space activities. So that was really our way to go through the crisis and survive. I will not go too long on this Airbus slides. I think about the air traffic growth, we have been discussing that a lot. We can see that the air traffic is growing, doubling every 15 years, so we think it will continue. Of course, the crisis today is stronger and deeper than the external shocks that we see in the past. But we considered it will continue at this pace. So it is a very promising for the sector and for this project of new airline here in Ukraine. More specifically, a few words about Airbus in Ukraine. We have developed cooperation projects in the 3 main domains of Airbus. One being first, of course, the commercial aircraft, and we have known some successes, maybe less with Ukrainian airline, but we have got a good cooperation with Windrose, and they are operating Airbus A320 family aircraft, and they are now having ATR 72. They are operating 6 of them and will acquire 2 more next year. So it's a very good cooperation we are proud of. In the helicopter domain, I mean, I cannot avoid mentioning this symbolic contract with the Ministry of Interior and this 55 helicopter contract. That is more than just a contract. It is really a cooperation, a partnership with the ministry, in which we could develop cooperation for maintenance with a service center in Nizhyn. We also develop a cooperation in training with the training school of Kremenchuk. And this needs to grow again. We are not done yet. We need to continue the cooperation, to extend it, because one of the big challenges ahead of us is the maintenance of this fleet, and we will need partners in Ukraine. We are discussing with some of them, and we will continue this. We need to deepen this cooperation in the helicopter domain. Then a few words about space. It is also an important topic for Airbus, and we have a cooperation with the Space Agency that we know well, and we have also a good cooperation with Yuzhnoye Design Bureau in Dnipro, where we discuss and work with them to provide them, supply some components and payloads to allow them to build their own satellites in Dnipro. And this is a very important cooperation for us. Just a slide to illustrate the helicopter cooperation we had with the Ministry of Interior. You see the police helicopter, the CESU emergency service helicopter, the National Guard helicopter, and the Border Guards helicopter equipped with surveillance camera and searchlight to be deployed at the border. So it's I think, a very strategic project, not only between France, but between Airbus and the ministry, but between France and Ukraine. It was really a key launch event of the cooperation between France and Ukraine. Now, what's the future? I mean, the future is of course the recovery of the traffic. I will not go too long on this slide because everybody talked about it and we've been through it again. We consider and we expect a recovery between 2023 and 2025. This is not just Airbus prediction. I mean, we share that with many of the actors of the sector. Already today, we can see that some countries have fully recovered the domestic traffic. China is 100% recovered. India, the same. And we expect to be back on track in 2023 to be optimistic. Now, this crisis and this that we consider as a pause in the growth of the traffic is creating a very specific context. The airlines are being restructured. The number of aircraft available on the market is growing. There are more aircraft parked, not flying, at very interesting price for leasing or for buying. Also, the passenger demand has changed. The passengers' patterns have changed. And this specific context is creating, we think, and the Ukrainian government think as well, that this is creating a unique opportunity to change things in Ukraine and to reshuffle the landscape. And this is where we are now. And we are very, very proud to be assisting the Ukrainian government in this ambitious project. And we will not only work with the airline as a seller of aircraft. What is important, and I will finish there, what is important is that we really want to develop a partnership in this partnership spirit in this project, not only selling aircraft, but really working with Ukrainian companies, developing cooperation with different Ukrainian companies, and we have started the discussion, and we are very ready and willing to explore ways of cooperation to extend it in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing this wonderful plans, and we wish you a lot of luck in this. And we will be also looking forward to hearing any other news about potential cooperation projects in Ukraine with Antonov, using facilities of Antonov that was already mentioned today by the minister. But let's give some time to that.
Thank you.
The next speaker for me, I'm going to be the next speaker, and I'm going to be the speaker today as well. I'm going to be combining the moderators and the speaker functions today. And basically, when we are speaking about the aviation, we're speaking of planes. What do we think about? We're thinking about Antonov, we're thinking about Airbus. But basically, if I may ask to get my presentation to the screen, but basically, that's not only about that. As far as I can see the slide, I would like to ask you to look outside your window, and you will be able to see the small plane with a small line. That would be Cessna 172, the most widespread plane. in the world. It has been produced since 1950s. There have been 144,000 planes that have been produced all over the world. And even though it's really, really small, it can do a lot. It can, for example, perform patrolling for 6 hours in a row. It can carry more than 400 kilos of cargoes. It can carry 4 people from Kiev to Lviv in 4 hours. And that's not the full list of what Cessna can do. Another example is the Ukrainian aircraft, Ukrainian plane, and you can see this Ukrainian plane A-22LS. And I'm really proud that we have the developer of this small plane. We have Yuri Yakovlev, the one who has designed it. He's an air construction and an air engineer that's going to be presented slightly later. But this small plane is ultralight, the third in the world ultralight plane that is exported to more than 30 countries all over the world and has been produced for 30 years already. So what did I wanted to mean with that? I wanted to say that yes, the small aviation is still on the map, is still on the table, and the small aviation is important. It can cover multiple functions for the economy, for the joint needs, for the needs of the national security. The small aviation is about the development of the tourism. Small aviation is the potential for the agricultural works and the development of agriculture. It's of course the agricultural hubs and the carrying of freights. It is about the patrolling of the pipelines and other functions that the small aviation can cover. Speaking on the numbers, at this moment, the small aviation fleet is about more than 100,000 planes. That's why the big aviation only has 60,000. So there is a good question, which aviation is actually big? As Olena Shulyak, the member of Ukrainian parliament, has already said before, she already mentioned how important this sector is. But I wanted to drive your attention to a different moment. Any pilot for the military or civil plane starts their path with the planes of a small aviation. This sector generates more than $100 million and more than 7 million jobs for the world's economy. So what do we see with the small aviation in Ukraine? You can see those numbers on the screen. If we will compare the situation with Ukraine and United States or UK, you will see that the numbers are not really significant. If the overall, the general aviation, the airports, the airfields are counted in dozens, thousands, then in Ukraine we only have dozens or hundreds. For example, general aviation pilots is just 2 for 100,000 people. In UK and in US it's 42 and 43 people per 100,000 population. But it's not that bad. Ukrainian general aviation also grows, even though some limitations and barriers that exist today. You might have seen the statistics of the state air service, and we had the license of the private pilot had been provided to more and more people every year to year. The number of the people who receive the pilot certificate is doubles every year. We also have increased dramatically increased the number of the flights. We have 26,000 flights, and in 2021, that is not coming to an end yet, we have more than 40,000 of flights that have been completed in our airspace by the general pilots. What do we need to our small aviation to keep on developing effectively and fastly? A couple of the components: the available airspace, good quality surface infrastructure, the good level of the equipment and services, and the good training for the pilots. Based on that, the State Aviation Service, the Ministry of Infrastructures, engaging the pilot, engaging the associations of the general aviation professionals, have identified certain priorities for the development of small aviation in Ukraine. The priorities are the liberal, transparent and modern regulations of the sector, using the European approach to the security in the air, development of the on-surface infrastructure, and developing the standards for the pilot training. What do we plan to do? I'm not going to read out this slide fully, but I'm going to mention a couple of the important moments that we really want to update and provide. First of all, updating the mechanisms of the flight permissions, providing the opportunities for the prolonging the certificates of flight capabilities, providing the new prices for the small aviation airfields, review of the zones of the limited use of the skies. The open sky is good. The opportunities to move freely along the Europe is good, but we need to have the opportunities to be able to move inside of our country as well. Except for taking down those barriers that exist today, we also really want to be on the same page with Europe, on the same page with the European Union. That is why the State Aircraft Services has planned a number of steps that will take us to the same regulatory level with the European Union as well. We are introducing the best standardized European rules of the air, providing the access for the pilots for the test flights, improving the rules of the flight capacities as well. It is important for us to acknowledge that the State Aviation Service has made certain steps already, and we have taken down the numbers of bylaws since the Soviet times. We have switched to the European regulation, but there's still a lot of work to be done. And we need the European approaches to safety as well. We need to change the flight code as well, to update it to the legislation of Ukraine on the part of the aviation security too. We need to have the needed provision for with the human resources and equipment, additional resources. We have to regulate our coexistence with the pilotless aircrafts, and this is one of the issues that has been advised by the Ministry and the Parliament as well. Another component that Igor Marchuk has inspired, and he is present here in this panel discussion as well, is the development of infrastructure. It has been said a lot about the construction of the airports. We just wanted to say that right now we're speaking about the airdromes, the airfields of the small aviation. They exist throughout Ukraine, but they are abandoned. There's a lot of those around Ukraine, but we have to restore them. It is important for the development of local economy. This kind of infrastructure objects provides additional opportunities for the development of the joint sectors, tourism, service sectors, more to come. At this very moment, the Ministry of Infrastructure is considering the potential opportunity of restoring the number of the airfields and to build some new airfields and runways for the general aviation all over the country. At this red pins, you can see those airfields that function today in our country. Green ones are the ones that are theoretically will be restored or planned to be restored. The ministry right now is going through these issues, and we do hope that we will have this strategic network of the general aviation airfields that might be used in Ukraine. Why? That is important. Because 1 kilometer of the road will take you 1 kilometer far, but 1 kilometer of the runway will get you anywhere you want. Am I right, Igor? Yes. Okay, Igor Marchuk is the member of the Parliament of Ukraine, and quite recently he has joined, as far as I understand, the community of the pilots. He is a pilot himself, and in the same time he's a member of parliament that joins the economy committee of the parliament. Igor, we know that you have your own point of view on how important the small aviation is for the development of the economy of the country. You see the great potential in that. Can you tell us more about that? Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. And I really would like to, first of all, congratulate all of us with this incredible event that we have today, because basically it is the first time today in 30 years the question of the small aviation has been raised. This is the first time that the small aviation issue has been voiced out at this distinguished forum that we're all welcoming today. As the representatives of the Economy Committee, I'm going to be speaking today about mostly about the economical things and economical connected points for the development of the small aviation. And I really would like to start my presentation with mentioning it once again. As Svetlana has already said, that the overall scope of the general aviation market is $150 billion, and it's 7 million jobs. And even though at this very stage Ukraine is only beginning this work and only beginning our step forward, but still we have the desires and we have the ambition to join this broad economic pie. In my point of view, what it is to be done in order to improve the modernization of this big piece of economy? Well, at the state level, we have to get concentrated on the issues of the overall support for the small aircraft construction in Ukraine. I wanted to tell you that quite recently at the Parliament of Ukraine, and I have been one of the initiators of this draft law, that the Parliament of Ukraine has supported the draft law on the development of the industrial parks of Ukraine. And speaking about the processing industry, the small avia constructors have now received the opportunity to build up the industrial aviation parks. And in the framework of these aviation parks, they now have the opportunity to receive some both fiscal and customs incentives and reductions for the development of small aviation. This story have to be supported by us thoroughly. I wanted to outline as well that for the small aviation, we need to provide the access to the state procurement as well. Why is that important? Because there are a lot of important functionality that can be provided by the small aviation, and a lot of this functionality can be used to fulfill the tasks by ministries and by other parts of our country. We can do the patrolling of the borders, we can do the surveillance in the fire safety. We can work with the opportunities of evacuating people who have been injured, or many other tasks that the small aviation can help to cover. It is very important for the states to consider the support of Ukrainian aircraft producers to stimulate the export of that equipment, to stimulate the export abroad. And it is very important, and I have heard a lot of requests from the producers of the small aircrafts. We had a lot of requests on the needed state support, for example, to pass the certification from the AASI, so because it costs a lot and it requires a lot of time to be obtained. The high professional and technical level of our professionals is out of question, and we understand that having those highly qualified professionals, we have the opportunity to speak of Ukraine as a possible service hub for the provision and for the service of the planes of the small aviation. And we have everything that is needed for that. We have everything that is needed for that, except maybe for slight facilitation of our customs procedures. So we would give the opportunity for the international owners of the international aircrafts to come to Ukraine and to provide the service for their own aircrafts in our country. What is important as well, we know that the development of the small aviation infrastructure is important. I really wanted to say that we're speaking about the non-industrial regions of our country, first of all, because it's not just about the good sceneries, it's not just about the good historical legacy and small farmships. The local communities are not able to find any other ways for the development, and sometimes that is very tragic for the development. And we do believe that here the development of small aviation infrastructure can be the real trigger for the additional development in the communities. The communities will have additional impetus for the economical development further on. The development. We have already said that tourism is of great priority for us, and it's one of the main important priorities for the development of the local communities. We understand that all over the world, tourism and aviation, they are interconnected tightly. So that is why, if If we will continue what Mr. President has said, that our main task is to connect our country, to tie up our country with a modern infrastructure, and our main task is to provide the modern transportation for our country as well. So if talking about that, I wanted to end my presentation by saying that if big aviation can give us the international connection, so the small aviation can give the opportunity to interconnect our country across the regions. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Igor. Yuri, you have 30 years ago, you have started your career. As far as I remember, you have started your career at the Antonov factory, and you have chosen to go from the big aviation and to start to build your own small planes. At that moment, you didn't have any state support or state participation, and you haven't discussed it at the forum with the president participation on. So how did it feel to construct the aircraft 30 years ago? How did it feel to start doing that 30 years ago? And considering this experience, what is it that you would like to see the state of Ukraine doing to develop the aviation, the small aviation and the big aviation overall? First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this forum and Svetlana for having now this opportunity to have this to give us the opportunity to participate in this great event. Now, just a small amendment. I have started working in aviation 43 years ago. That happened in the year 1978 when, after completing my studies, I came to the city of Kuybyshev, and I have went to Airprakt club. It has been already existing for more than 3 years, and my teacher, my tutor, Vasil Miroshnik, has been the founder of this club. And since that time, I have become the amateur. I have started to work on my own aircrafts. And in time, I have turned to be professional in that. Many, many years ago, when I have been working at the Antonov factory, the referent of one of the referents have told me that the level of the private aviation, of the small aviation, is quite representing to the democracy level of the country. And it's very good because, you know, the private aviation, the small flight, the private flying is one of the freedoms of the people. And of course, the totalitarian regimes that would never allow this kind of freedom to their population, like, you know, moving in the third dimension. And our country has reached certain results in democracy, and just the same, our private aviation has reached some successes as well. But you can see in that democratic countries as the US, France, the UK, the level of democracy is much higher. They have the history of it. And we see that there is a great history for the small aviation and the private flights as well. So we have a lot of things to follow. I do believe that the small aviation is the foundation for this big commercial aviation, because every single pilot, they don't start with Boeings, they start with Cessnas, they start with Pipers, they start with the very lightweight aircraft, lightweight planes. The first stage for them is to become the private pilots, and then they become the commercial pilots. So that is why, for the countries with a greatly developed foundation of small aviation, the commercial aviation is very secure and trustworthy because they have the main foundation, they have the main resource for their supply, for their staff supply. They have a lot of pilots who already have the good experience there. On the other hand, the aviation, the small aviation, it has all started in the history of the humankind. It started with amateurs. It started with the people who were non-professional. The first person in the air, the first person in the sky was with a balloon that the Montgolfier brothers have created, and they have been amateurs as well. The Wright brothers, the ones that have created the airplane, that were amateurs as well. They were not professionals. There was no profession like that existed by that time. Our history is just the well. Oleg Antonov, he was creating planers. He was started driving them, piloting them. He started with the small aviation. He was an amateur, but they say that till the end of his days, he really felt himself an amateur in his soul, and he really wanted to create the smallest plane possible. He has created the biggest plane possible, Mria, the An-25. He really wanted to create the smallest one as well. Serhiy Kovalyov, he was an amateur as well. He has started his activities as the constructor of the lightweight planers. The amateurs, they are becoming the greatest professionals because they live with that. They've started their aviation life as amateurs. They love everything they do. In our country, there has been a lot of amateurs as well. And this culture of amateurship, this culture of creating the aircraft is widely spread in our country. But in my experience, I can already say that right now, these requirements for the certification of the amateur aircraft, they are way too demanding, I would say. Understanding that when we are creating the ultralights in Germany, for example, as well, and where we have been registering that in Germany, and I can say that our approach is very close to the German certification as well. We have to provide all of the test outs, the flights test outs, the equipment and the valve equipment test outs, so that we will be able to go to this plane, to risks with our life, with our property, just to do that, just to fly. And that's just a half of the story still. The biggest problem for the amateurs is about the training, the flight training that we receive. Right now, to retrieve the pilot license, the private pilot license, you have to pay around 250,000 hryvnias. And you know, this amount of money is even higher than some, well, you know, this amount of money that will be even more expensive if you would like to create your own ultralight aircrafts. And the real amateurs, they cannot afford that. And they are flying, that are doing the illegal flights, unfortunately. I do believe that amateurs are the cream de cream of the nation. And if we will get back to history, I just don't want to repeat myself, but you have known that the big professionals, they grow from the amateurs. And I do believe that it is definitely unfair. It's definitely unfair that at this very moment they would treat them as criminals. Here we are sitting here in this really nice premise, but they are somewhere, they're hiding in the fields, making their flights. And you know, the safety and security of the flights does not increase due to that, because if people are hiding somewhere, they don't think about safety. The developed countries, the aviation developed countries in Europe as well, in the European regulations 218, 1139, there are some exemptions. They said that the amateur aircraft and ultralight aircrafts, they don't have the standard procedures applied to them on the certification of the pilots, on the certification of the technical services, and on the certification of the aircraft itself. This gives the opportunity to any kinds of the federations, associations, NGOs to be organized, to get organized and to regulate this direction of work. So that is why it is widely developed there. For example, in Czech Republic, where the government has delegated all of the activities connected to the small aviation to the NGOs, and there are considered to be the aviation administration. So, you know, the aviation administration that deals with big aviation, there is an NGO that is responsible for the certification and providing the pilots and providing the pilot licensings to the small aircraft. They're just on the same level. And Czech Republic is the most developed country in Europe on the amateur aircraft construction and on the small aviation. The Czech producers of this kind of aircraft, they basically flew the world. And when, for example, I'm going to the aviation show in the US, they can hear my accent and they say, oh, you're coming from the Czech Republic. And I'm just, yes, Yuri, I think that it would be honest if I will sum up of what you have told us and what you have given us the story, historical outline. So if I will sum up then the idea that Ukraine has to consider the education for our pilots, we should support the amateurs, we should support the experimental aviation, we should support the people who have the courage to try out to create something new. Unfortunately, we have to close our discussion, and I'm really grateful that we had this very inclusive panel. We had the representatives from the biggest plane of the world, from Antonov plan to the smallest ultralights by Mr. Yakovlev. We have international producers from Airbus. Thank you very much, Jacques, for participation in this session as well. And we had the representatives of Ukrainian aircrafts. So thank you very much, Igor, for your impact. And we do hope that the Parliament of Ukraine will support everything that has been outlined by the ministries, that we will support the small aviation as we've talked about. So we're finalizing and closing this panel discussion. I do hope that we'll have some coffee and tea right now. So thank you, and we'll see you at the first panel discussion soon.
Ну і зважаючи на те, що величезна кількість виступів і обговорень у панельних дискусіях, презентацій, а із самого початку дня у нас були виступи на відкритті форуму за участю перших осіб нашої держави. Ну і ми даємо можливість не тільки вам слухати, але й бачити. От Юрій Яковлів тільки розповідав на якраз панельній дискусії, на обговоренні експертному про малу та велику авіацію, але ви зосередилися саме на малій, і це не випадково. Тому що тут є якраз поруч із нами ваша техніка. Розкажіть більше про неї.
Добрый день. Ну, вы видите два самолета. Один из них, вот зеленый, это серийный самолет Аэропрак-32. Их уже выпущено больше 200 самолетов. Всего компания наша выпустила больше 1350 самолетов. И они успешно летают и продаются по всему миру. Двухместная комфортабельная машина взлетным весом всего лишь 600 кілограм.
Пане Юрію, а хто цільова аудиторія от найбільше? Хто зараз є найпоширенішим там портретом покупцям, мені цікаво? В Україні?
В Украине, во всем мире на наших самолетах летают люди, которые любят летать. Вот. И это на самом деле чувство, которое врожденно в каждом человеке. Оно есть в каждом человеке, желание летать. Поэтому люди покупают наши самолеты и летают. Много наших самолетов работает как учебные.
Я питав про те, що мається на увазі, що це більше використовується ті, хто поза містом живе, і те, що ми чули з ваших дискусій, тобто я розумію, що це однак треба десь, розуміючи нашу таку куцу обмежену поки що інфраструктуру для усій Україні, для малої авіації, тобто треба ж необхідне для цього місце.
Ну, вы отчасти правы, что те, кто живут за городом в собственном доме, они более состоятельные люди, чем люди, которые живут в многоэтажках. Поэтому...
По-різному. Є у нас квартири в центрі міста. Ну, і я до того, що цікаво, що хто для чого використовує, ну, крім літати, можливо, це цікаво комусь справді там просто оглядати, в яких це регіонах найбільш поширено зараз. І оце двомісний, да, він? Оце ваші якраз співробітники.
Да. Нет, это на самом деле, это пилоты. Один из них, он просто владелец этого самолета из Каменца-Подольского. Вот он прилетел вчера из Каменца-Подольского. Но возвращаясь, кто летает. На самом деле, вот почему-то всегда ищут какую-то практическую сторону. А может он распылять химикаты или что-либо еще. Я всегда говорю, как пример, знаете, вот мотоцикл. Какая практическая польза от него? Удовольствие от езды на нем. Так и самолеты. Водные мотоциклы. Что на них? Можно буксировать танкеры в порту? Нет. Но они очень хороши для того, чтобы на них проводить время. Так же и самолеты легкие.
Ну, це якраз про це двомісний, а тут я вас дещо перервав. Це взагалі одно, чи тут два якраз, один за одним, так, вміщаються?
Это двухместный самолет, это наша и моя гордость. Он создан в 2018 году для участия в чемпионатах мира и Европы по спорту сверхлегких самолетов. И у него уже 2 золотые медали завоеваны в 2018 и 2019 году. Я и мой сын, мы действующие чемпионы мира и чемпионы Европы в этом спорте. Просто после 2019 года соревнования не проводились. Самое главное, это самый экономичный в мире самолет взлетным весом до 500 килограмм.
Це економічне в плані споживання енергії і його вартості? О, споживання, мається на увазі, палива.
Это экономия топлива. Он потребляет всего лишь 3,8 литра на 100 километров пути. И этот рекорд мировой, он зафиксирован Международной авиационной федерацией ФАИ.
Які зараз у нас, якщо хтось зацікавився і захотів реалізувати свої мрії і мати подібні літаки, то які для цього необхідні дозволи, права?
Ну, прежде всего, нужно получить свидетельство частного пилота. Вот. После этого можно летать в каком-либо аэроклубе, значит, беря самолет в аренду, или же приобрести свой самолет. То есть выбор в нашем мире большой, можно выбирать разные самолеты, поэтому как бы простора для как бы самореализации участных пилотов много.
Мені, як людині, яка не стикалася, на жаль, безпосередньо із тими, хто має подібні літаки, цікаво ще інше питання регулювання самого повітряного простору. От ми з вами в передмісті Києва, і далі тут є теж досить хороші такі села, і, можливо, які люди могли літати. Але навіть на такому літаку над аеропортом Бориспіль можна порушити рух досить серйозно.
Ну, воздушное пространство Украины, оно соответствует как бы мировым стандартам с точки зрения организации. То есть зоны запретные, как над военными складами, еще какими-то важными объектами, такими как Верховная Рада, допустим. Есть зоны ограничений, вот как здесь, допустим, в Борисполе есть зона, в которую можно войти только с разрешения диспетчера этой зоны и действовать по его командам. То есть воздушное пространство в нашій країні організовано правильно.
Напевно, наближаємося до таких міжнародних стандартів. Ну, напевно, запитання, яке виникає, чи доречне, чи ні, але от приблизно скільки коштує, тому що я певен, що у нас якраз глядачі форуму це могли зацікавитися.
Ну, самолеты нашего класса, такие самолеты, как наш, они продаются в Европе по цене от 60 тысяч евро. И как бы, предела нет, потому что бывают очень-очень дорогие опции. Вот. Поэтому на вкус і цвет, і на розмір кошелька, що називається.
Аби ми зараз не витрачали час і не йшли до вашого, скажімо так, приятеля, колеги, власника того літака, який із Кам'янця-Подільського, це південь Хмельницької області. А звідки він саме злітає? Тобто це якась приватна смуга, чи він орендує десь? І мене цікавить, скільки треба витрачати на утримання безпосередньо оренди місця і так далі.
Ну, вы знаете, он взлетает с небольшого аэродромчика частного, прямо около городской черты. Вот, это травяная площадка, и для такого самолета этого достаточно. Что касается содержания такого самолета, я помню слова одного из наших клиентов, местных, украинских. Он сказал, что содержать самолет не дороже, чем содержание лошади на конюшне.
Ні, взагалі коні отут точно, я знаю, це надзвичайно дорого. А тут ситуація в тому, що хто в чому зацікавлений, це дуже цікаво. Дякую вам. Ви не тільки розповіли на панельній дискусії, але і продемонстрували дещо нашим глядачам, які дивляться нашу трансляцію форуму. За мить буде продовження і наступна дискусія, де ми поступово переходимо до питань туризму.
Вітаю вас, шановні гості, на нашій панелі.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're pleased to welcome you at a next panel, the panel that is going to be discussing the issues of air traveling for the domestic and international tourism. My name is Andriy Huk. I am a lawyer that works in aviation. We have today with us Mariana Oleskiev, the head of the state agency on the development of tourism. We have Dmytro Nalyotov, the member of Ukrainian parliament, one of the co-initiators of the new law of Ukraine on tourism. We have the general director for Bees Airline, Yevhen Hainatsky. And we would like to ask Dmytro Nalyotov to present first, because he's going to tell us about the new legislation in tourism, the legislation that we have been waiting for a longer period of time already. We know that in April we had the draft law approved in the first reading. So when we're going to see this draft law and when we're going to be able to live under the new rules? Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much for passing me the floor. Before we're going to be discussing the new legislation, I just wanted to tell you and give you it on the case-wise. What are the infrastructural decisions that are going to influence the aviation sector in Ukraine? In spring, the Operation Sociology company has conducted a big research on tourism, and I have been interested in two main questions there and two main issues there. First of all, where have you traveled to in Ukraine? The first place was for Odessa, Lviv, Kyiv, Ivano-Frankivsk, and then we had Zakarpattia region at position number 5. The next question was, what is your next trip will be while traveling in Ukraine? And Zakarpattia was at number 2. So we were interested really in this situation because we never had the big promotional cases for that. There was no big events that would attract people or tourists there. We understood that it's only been done just before the main transport directions have been restored there, and because the air connection was launched there as well. It gives a significant results because the people, they are coming there, they're taking a look at when it's going to be done, at what is going on overall in this period of time, and they like what they see. And I have been talking to those entrepreneurs that have the small businesses in the hospitality businesses, and they have been traveling all over the world to provide for their living there, but now they have the opportunity to work in Zakarpattia, and it's going to be more economically profitable than go abroad. And the most important thing that it can be done at home. So the tourism really influences the situation in Ukraine. Not a lot of people know that Ukraine is on the way of a touristic European European path that starts in Ireland and ends up by the Bosphorus. It's not being marked only in the territory of Ukraine and Romania. According to our information, up to the borders of Ukraine, we have more than 30,000 people coming to the territory of Ukraine. They just switch back and they do not come to our country just because we don't have our marking. We don't have our markings on. It is really hard for us to get on foot, and the services of the rescue jobs is on the lowest level as well. So right now we're working on marking this route on the projects, and we do believe that this is going to be, let us say, the simple infrastructural decisions or solutions that might work and that can get a really good results for the tourism. Speaking on legislation, in the spring, we had approved this draft law on the first reading. 261 members of parliament have read and they supported this draft law on tourism. We had more than 1,200 amendments by the members of Ukrainian parliament during our work, and right now it slowed us down, but right now we're trying to figure all of those amendments out with the members of Ukrainian parliament. As soon as this process will stop, and it's going to be soon, we are going to be providing this draft law for the final on discussion with the local community and the expert community. This draft law has already been long awaited for, and this draft law is a really important and of a high need for us. Speaking on what has changed in this draft law, we are organizing and management that the tourist subject operators, the touristic agents, the owners of the hotels and the hospitality infrastructure, those are the people who are going to be participating with one another, and we're going to be doing that by using the unified register. This is going to be the unified register that will give us the opportunity to collaborate in a better base, and the collaboration will be held with the support of the joint portal of the touristic investor. Will be able to find all of the needed information for the hotel or location that the person would like to go to or work to or create an agreement with. We have also been changing the approaches for the operators licensing. You now have to be registered in the register. We are changing our conditions for the financial support. The financial support and financial provision will be liquid. It's going to be either the liquidity payments or insurance. We're going to change the categories of the hotels. The categories will be provided not compulsory but voluntary, but they all have to be registered in the register according to the registration process. We are now changing some approaches to conduct the work between the operator and tourists, and we are increasing the conditions so that the operators that have been seen in violations of the rules, they will be harder for them to violate the rules, and it will be more secure for the people to participate in those touristic actions. We are also introducing additional insurance type. There's going to be the insurance for the return and compensating the expenses for the tourists who, for some of the reasons, have stayed abroad. We do believe that it's not going to increase the prices for the tourists, but if they will experience some troubles abroad, then with the help of the call centers of the insurance company, they will be get back home easily. And what is the most important, he will have their expenses compensated. And I think one of the most favorite parts for me, the development of tourism, we're introducing the two types of strategies: the strategy of tourism in Ukraine that will plan the tourism for 7 years, and the local strategies for the tourism development. They will be built on the project management strategies. They will be with terms, they will be with time frames, they will be with a specific problem analysis, and they will have the resources to support them. There's definitely going to be either the state program for the big all Ukrainian strategy, or it's going to be the local funds that will be provided from the local budgets, and we're going to have the grant co-financing schemes that will be covering the resources for the local strategies that will be created together with the businesses, together with the experts working locally. Thank you for your attention. Do travel around Ukraine. Thank you. Thank you. And we would like to invite Mariana Oleskev for your presentation. And I just wanted to ask you straight away, when we are working with a company that really starts to work on the new lines, they're always asking me, do we have any organization that regulates tourism that we can address, that we can establish our partnership with, and we can work with? We know that in the local new legislation, there is a new definition of what destinations are. You're working on that, you're working on the regions. Can we already tell our companies that we have this kind of institution that is ready to provide all of the marketing materials on Ukrainian destinations fully? So please, the floor is yours. Yes, thank you very much. Yes, we do exist. This is exactly what we're doing. And it turns out that international companies are asking us to do that much more frequently than Ukrainian companies. And I do mean that than the Ukrainian aviation companies. And I think that example of this kind of cooperation might be mentioned. I'm going to tell you slightly on that. So when we have this Flying Us company with a connection to the Saudi Arabia, and we have had the synergy working, and I worked in Lviv before and actively with the head of Lviv airport, Tatiana Romanovska. We have had these joint meetings with the airlines when they have started to work on this direction as well. We really wanted to support the marketing promotion there as well. Unfortunately, in Lviv, we had really small budgets for marketing, and a lot of those tools that we have introduced already, the city wasn't able to provide us with. So right now, when we have had the year passed, when we have had lots of experience in that, and we had some downfalls and uprisings, we understand what is the best way for us to do marketing, and we are planning to do that as well, and I'm going to give you a little bit of outlines in our presentation. So why the air connection is important for tourism, and right now we are sitting on the panel when we're talking about the avia and tourism interconnections, because it is important, and that is about the very fruitful collaboration. Speaking on the statistics of the passing of the borders, we might see that this COVID year has increased the overall share, how our borders have been crossed through the aviation means. It is important for us to continue developing this mean of transportation that is the most comfortable means of transportation for us. We understand that the people who came by plane, they're spending more money, and they are the tourists as well, because when you are crossing it with your car, then it's just people who can use your car, your country as a transit country. On the effect, speaking on the Saudi Arabian tourists, and at this point we were not able to launch the marketing campaign the way we wanted to launch it, and we had the opportunity to engage the money from the stakeholders and the company itself, but with our provision as well, we provided them the part of the materials. But for the next year, when we're going to be having the new flight coming, and it's important for us just to start the direction that the tourist will take. In our marketing campaign, we'll be planning those specific directions. So right now, we're really active in the negotiations with multiple companies, with multiple airlines. We understand what their desires are, because even this Flynas that started to fly to Lviv, that was among the first plans of the companies, they had Kiev, and they were mostly targeting the different types of targets, so like men who haven't been to a European country for the longer period of time. So they really wanted to make it as an individual touristic action more. But when I've told them about Lviv, about the Carpathian Mountains, about those opportunities that is provided for the family leisure, they've launched this direction, and they started to promote the Ukraine as the destination for the family tourists. That is how we've got those tourists coming to Ukraine, the tourists that were really dreamt of. So right now, the same thing for us. We really would like to work with those people who have already had the countries that we already had active tourism, like for example Turkey, to promote the family tourism more, and the gastro-tourism that we're going to be discussing later. So that is the way how we're going to be planning our marketing activities for the years to come. So if we're talking about our main campaigns, then travel around Ukraine, so we have also been mostly targeting our domestic tourists. We have had more than 11 million of people that have been covered in our social media by this campaign, and our goal is to increase this coverage till the end of the year. We do want to have additional internet and online campaigns engaging the bloggers, and in the next panel we're going to be discussing the touristic products more, and we're going to be discussing what we will be mostly emphasizing in our activities. The international marketing, if we have been mostly concentrated for the countries, for example, I understand that we have Poland, Turkey, and Azerbaijan, they come to us, but less Belarus, because there are some difficulties with trespassing the borders, but we had them as a priority at the beginning of the year. So the first three countries that I mentioned we're promoting actively. This promotion is not seen in Ukraine, because we were targeting on those markets and those languages. So right now our plan is to target the Indian market, because the RRR film that has been made in Kiev as well has a significant attention and interest to itself, tend to promote Ukraine as one of the interesting destinations too. So we are offering the flexibility to reprofile your direction throughout the year, and we really wanted to make it clearly interconnection of Ukraine. So this is very briefly about what we're going to plan to do next year. We're considering your desires, and we understand that our aviation, they think about different companies as the partners. Those are the ones that we have to decide for the markets together, and we have to understand how we will support their activities further on. That's all from my side. If you have any questions, I will cover them gladly. Yes, thank you very much. And this is then the very important direction that I do believe are truly interested for the airlines, and they're used to do it like this. That is a work that they used to do. And I do believe that Ukrainian companies will also see the perspective in that, and they will definitely going to be targeting your state agency on tourist development will also be addressed to. I would really like to ask Yevhen Hainatsky, as a representative of an airline. You have heard that we're creating the national airline already. As far as I've understood, that is the reality. We'll have a new airline with the support of the state, with a great support. We're going to have the free sky, and we've understood that Boryspil is no longer a transit hub, but Boryspil is the home for the European and other low costs. And we have heard already that will be the discount in VIT for the domestic flights. So do you feel yourself stimulated to develop the internal domestic tourist under these conditions? Good day, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would really like to say that the aviation crisis due to COVID-19, the COVID-19 has first of all struck aviation and tourism, and I think it's no secret for any one of us. We know that the tourism will not be developed actively without the aviation, and aviation needs the tourist flow as well. The tourism can be divided into three big parts. The first part is about the people who are living from Ukraine, who are traveling abroad. We have internationals who are coming to Ukraine, and our domestic traffic as well inside of Ukraine. Right now, the crisis for tourism hasn't ended yet. The crisis is continued, and the crisis is currently in the second active phase. People going abroad, the tourism that are coming from Ukraine to the international direction. Right now, the planes, again, the number of the routes is decreasing. We have fewer and fewer tourists. Not that people do not want to travel. We have no routes to travel. The countries that are open for our travel, they have the limited capacities. So that is why when we are talking about the tourism to Egypt, so when we started to have this flights to the from Russian Federation to Egypt, then there are no free places in the hotels. So that is why our operators, they have to take down their main flights, the charter flights, and the airport of Boryspil have said that this is the foundation right now for the flights. So right now, during this winter period, we've got to this idea that the tourist flow from Ukraine will decrease. So the crisis for us, as for the touristic sector, continues. The internationals traveling to Ukraine, I've always said that for every Ukrainian, for every foreigner, we have to show them something good. You have to draw them some really nice pictures. First of all, the thing that you'll see is the terminal that you are coming to. Right now, with the help of the big construction, and we have heard it already, that most of the regional airports that have been modernized. And that's very good. That's very good for the foreigners. The other things that the people see is the roads. The roads are being renovated as well, and it's very actively renovated right now. The third thing that people will come is the hotel. And if, for example, for the cities with a million population, we have the hotels that can be chosen by the foreigners, then locally, in small cities, the hotel infrastructures is abandoned. It hasn't been updated since the Soviet times, and no one has invested into that. So we have to work on that. And then the internationals, not only people from the Saudi Arabia, but the whole world will see how good Ukraine is and how many interesting things you can see there. Domestic tourism. Yes, yesterday after we had these meetings with the Prime Minister, we have discussed these issues on the decrease of the VAT. Yes, that is definitely a step that will help the Ukrainian carriers and Ukrainian touristic operators, the one who are working in the sector of domestic tourism, will take a look into the development of this direction too. Unfortunately, right now we have no opportunity to strategically plan tourism, because right now we are in the red zone, the next day we're in the green zone, then in the red zone, then everything's going to be stopped again. So right now everyone is planning their touristic trips as both citizens and the tourist operators for in the short time span. So we do not know whether it will be profitable for the tour operator or for the company to have an everyday or the double day flight Kyiv-Lviv, whether it will have all of the needed, whether all of the capacities will be covered. Because when we have 100% of vaccinated population in Ukraine, then we can say, yes, that will be profitable. But we know the statistics right now. We know the situation with the vaccination right now. 50% is only, not more than 50% of people, they have just at least one vaccination completed. And unfortunately, it is hard for us to plan it strategically. It is almost impossible for us to do that. So when we speak about the national carriers, it's also really hard to plan. Speaking on the long-term perspective, yes, the national airline is definitely a good image perspective component for Ukraine, and maybe that will bring us some good results too. But at this point, not the countries nor the main airlines are ready for any kind of additional seats in the planes, for additional flights and routes, because at this very moment the planes are not fully covered too. Okay, thank you for the vision, because I see that your vision does not meet all of those perspectives that we have heard from the government. Well, no, I would like really say that yes, the national carrier for Ukraine is definitely very good, but maybe that's not the time yet. Okay, winter's coming. Winter's coming, we'll see. Okay, I think that at this really nice note, thank you very much for your attention, and thank you very much. I do hope that everything that we have seen right now will give us the further development for the tourism, and we will definitely have something to see and where to flight. Thank you. At this moment, our panel is closed down, so thank you very much.
Триває наше знайомство із експозицією, хоча важко це назвати експозицією. Інша справа – це в приміщенні, а тут ми якраз є гістьми на рідних місцях для тих літальних апаратів, які ми представляємо. Це і власні літаки, і гелікоптери, і вітчизняного виробництва, але відповідно осучаснені під уже сучасні вимоги необхідні, і останні якісь досягнення вітчизняної, і воєнної, і цивільної авіаційної справи і науки, і також ті гелікоптери і літаки, які надаються нам в рамках співпраці із західними партнерами. Це стосується і воєнної авіації, і певних гелікоптерів або літаків, які застосовуються провідними європейськими країнами, зокрема Францією, і, зокрема, тут уже тепер опробовуються в Україні. Ну, ось за мною H-125 гелікоптер Airbus, і він якраз нині у розпорядженні Державної прикордонної служби України, але найчастіше вони використовуються якраз двома відомствами, які в підпорядкуванні Міністерства внутрішніх справ разом із Національною гвардією України. І я так розумію, що це для патрулювання. Уже наші учасники, експерти, а це найчастіше самі дієві особи, а не просто теоретики, командири, льотчики, збираються разом для того, щоб уже певні літаки за півгодини вже полетять на свої місця постійної дислокації. Тому якщо до нас командир екіпажу підійде, ми ще встигнемо переговорити. Загалом ви бачите, що у нас просто от така локація. Далі, подалі ви бачите ті звичайні літаки, якими вилітають щодня тисячі українців і міжнародних туристів, пасажирів, транзитних пасажирів, які летять через нашу країну, тому що ми зараз перебуваємо в аеропорту Бориспіль. А от сам наш форум, наша подія відбувається в приміщенні декількох залів терміналу F. Важко його назвати новим, він новий за своїм ремонтом і так далі, але ті, хто давно літають і знають, що свого часу він уже застосовувався і ще до появи найпопулярнішого, найпоширенішого терміналу, зараз терміналу Д. От ми навіть можемо бачити, що вже як збираються, як уже поступово, гелікоптер за гелікоптером, літак за літаком, уже завершують свою участь у нашому форумі. Сам форум ще не завершується. Ще попереду надзвичайно цікава панельна дискусія, яка стосується якраз туризму. І, до речі, зазначу, що якраз на форумі ми сьогодні надзвичайно логічно вибудували серію і виступів, і презентацій, і дискусій, і обговорень. Почали із глобальних тем, які стосуються авіації. Далі занурилися в тему інфраструктури, тому що можна мати безліч і гелікоптерів, і літаків, але яка справа у нас із аеропортами, з літними смугами і їхнім оновленням, і осучасненням, і приведенням до відповідності до сучасних вимог безпеки. І потім уже прийшли до питань авіаперевезень, як авіаподорожей. Відповідно, це питання внутрішнього і зовнішнього міжнародного туризму. І зараз уже ми розглянемо ті питання, які стосуються туристичних об'єктів, певних таких принад, які можуть бути в нашій країні, від природних до суто гастрономічних, до речі, і як навчитися поступово все це запаковувати в туристичний продукт, який має свою вартість, свою цільову аудиторію, цільові аудиторії і, відповідно, стратегію просування. Про це ми дізнаємося докладніше на наступному обговоренні. Ну і ще у нас буде досить така цікавинка, яка пов'язана із гастрономічним шоу. Про все це скажемо дещо згодом. Отож, повертаємося до основної зали форуму «Авіація. Туризм».
Архітектура просто надзвичайної краси. На жаль, ми не встигли потрапити всередину. Повірте мені, там не менша краса. Тому обов'язково візьміть екскурсію по його залах. Що стосується Чернівців в цілому, в першу чергу раджу відвідати не центральні вулиці, а сусідні вузенькі квартали старого міста.
І в рамках форуму «Авіація і туризм» ми переходимо
And in the
до
framework of our forum on aviation and tourism, we're turning into yet another important discussion of today. We're going to be discussing the growth of the touristic potential and touristic products to offer. We're about to have the expert participant from Turkey, who's going to be speaking in Turkish language. So please make sure that you will take the headsets that are located here on the left from your side. They will have the Turkish translation on the channel 3 if you will require translation into Turkish language. So now we'll pass the floor to our moderator of our next discussion. Please welcome the blogger, TV host Yevhen Selennikov. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pleased to see everyone here today. So, okay, let us start then. So we have a very interesting discussion, hopefully, today. Not to take your time, I'm not going to introduce everyone right now. I'm just going to be doing it as we go through the round of our discussion. So the first person who we would like to ask is Alexander Vyshnyakov, the head of the Department of the Regional Development of the MedInvest Group. So for me, that is a very painful topic because I come from Zaporizhia myself and I'm really interested in the development of the Khortytsa Island because it is a touristic magnet. That's what's going on right now. So let us, good day, dear ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. And that is a greatest pleasure for me to be part of this forum because this forum are of the people who think the same. That is, it gives us a great opportunity to talk about our project, the project of the restoration of Khortytsa Island, where MedInvest has become a partner for the presidential program of big construction. We all know that there has been a basic stereotype that yes, Khortytsa is a legendary island in the Dnieper River that is the main cradle for Cossacks creation, and this is the main magnet for the tourist in Zaporizhia region. But still, while we have been working on the project, we really wanted to show yet another framework of the island. The island is important, that this is the power of Khortytsa Island. Khortytsa is about power. At Khortytsa, you are strong. We were able to connect the future and the present. That was the task that the project's team has been working on. We're continuing to work on that, and it's a very long, outstanding, systematic project for us. We have been frequently asked that Why do we need to support the Hортица Island? Why would we supporting that? How did it happen that the Metinvest have been supporting the Hортица Island to develop for such a longer period of time? We understood that the historical complex of Zaporizhia Sich has been supported with Zaporizhstal. And right now, when this year we had this opportunity to reload the island, to support the development of the island infrastructure, it's quite clear that we have become the partners. The state, the big businesses, the NGOs have signed a memorandum of collaboration, and that is definitely the experience that Ukraine is searching for right now. Because we were able to support our potential of the island and to preserve its identity, preserve its DNA, and that is tremendously important. The businesses cannot be developed as a separate territory. We understand that the sustainably developing businesses will also depend on how comfortable we have the development of the territories. Where we're going to be working and giving the space for our children. This is the main motivation for us to implement those projects and a round of other projects as well. We understand that we need to have to get together. For the strong people, it's much better than just a principle. And for every big European company to know how to work with your people to reach the sustainable development goal has to be the part of our philosophy. We are also following the SDGs in our programs on partnerships, and we can truly say today that Hортица Island has now been revived. I will give you 6 high-priority directions that we have created as the main program for the development of Hортица Island and the cultural complex of Hортица Island. The creation of the project office has been number 1 of it, because we have been implementing it, starting from the idea up to the implementation. We have supported the project office to do that. The project office has become the project model for the implementation of the big high-scale models, and we have the expertise how to complete that. Its work, the program office has started by defining the vision for the development of the island. The X-City Lab has become our main contractor on developing the concept. We have had the highly acting concept by the end because we have engaged the best experts in urbanism, in the territory development. We have the people who have studied the best experience that we had, European, national experience, and we have offered the best feeding model for the development of the reserve. We have also seen that when we have discussed the concept, for our residents. We have a discussional model. The people of Zaporizhia region, the invited experts, have become the co-authors of the national projects. We have discussed the future and of Hортица with students. We have analyzed it together with the youngsters to get information and to consider all of the interests of all of the people with low mobility as well, because Hортица has to be accessible. This force that Hортица has to be accessible by everyone. And right now we are taking all of our efforts into those directions, and we are going to be then going to that in all of the directions. Another example of the competences of the Metinvest Group is creating of the branding. The reserve has never had different identities before. We didn't have it with no additional naming, but we believe that the branding is one of the main elements when we are going to do the final changes. It is important for us, and you might see that our logo at this moment is the first letter of the name, Hортица. We have power in it, we have strength in it, we have force in it, but it will be different for every person. We have those 24 logos that have been developed, a tremendous journey. The tremendous journey for the red book of animals and plants, and up to the cradle of the history of the Cossack island. I will just give you, okay, it's really hard to show that to you, but like you just can see the video, I guess. What do we know about the Hortitsa Island? Well, we have heard something about that because everyone knows something about Hortitsa. Some people have heard about Cossacks and about the steppes and the Cossacks. Some people have visited it and they know about the special force that you can never describe in words, hard to describe in words, but can be felt, can be seen, can be breathed in, and you can even touch it. Because the real Hortitsa is only giving up to somebody who's ready to also see the island. But how can we get you to a tour to the Ukrainian island of Forth by not showing and saying a word? The new brand of Hortitsa Island is the graphic journey that goes to the knowledge of the humankind. The heart of the island is going to be open deeper, the deeper you go into knowing the island. The abstract facts are showing the historical secrets, and if you are ready to open those secrets to you, the secrets are going to present themselves to you fully. Simply, you just have to make the step towards it. So, and answering your question about what is going on right now, so the Matan Bas has become the sponsor of supporting some number of the locations in the Hortitsa Island. The Museum of Cossacks, the people of the museum, they have been collecting the water, they have the roads of floating through the roof. Now they have the new roof, they have the new terrace on the roof. Now we can say that the museum is saved. We have the Cossack Circle location. It used to be just a small lawn with a path. Right now, that is a very nice public space. It has turned out to that. We have some locations that were just a big bump of land that was used to call the Hill of Unity. Right now, it is a place that even is possible for the decision making of different type of decisions that can be made. Another moment that I wanted to also provide that I'm sorry. Together with the Ministry of Informational Policy, we have provided and designed a specific laser show, the only laser show in Ukraine that can be projecting into both three elements for the land, air, and water. And you can also take it and you can use it there. But I know you cannot understand what you mean by just saying that. So I'd just like to invite you to visit Hortitsa. We will show it all to you there, and just to also invite you once again, I wanted to say that Metinvest this year has become the general sponsor of the big music festival, Sound 2021, with 15,000 people visiting, and every second person was the person who came to Zaporizhia. That was for the 42 hours at our Hortitsa Island. We have the contemporary music sounding. We had rap and hip-hop something there, and basically it was all zoned, all of the zoning that we currently have, the location, the tables, everything has been provided only in the reserve complex. So there is the place for everyone at this island, even for the musical festival. I wanted to ask you what will be your next steps, but I wanted to ask you still, what are you heading to? What is going to be the end of it? What will you see in the end of it? If we will speak about the main goals for us, we would like to target to have 1 million of visitors a year. That is our main target that's our main figure that we're targeting. Why? Because it's important. We understand that our island, that the island would be the part of the creative economy, but we will have a specific working places that will give us the opportunity to develop SMEs. We are going to have a different income for the state budget that will be the budget of development. So it has to be the big economical model that together with the regions and territory collaboration will show us that we are having the new standards for the comfortable conditions for life for all of the people, and especially for the tourists. We see the potential in that. And the potential is not only regional, it's international. You can just stop me because I can't continue in talking about all of the things that we have. Yes, okay, then you can stop then. Yes, yes, please do join us, do come to us, just for you to know what is your force, what is the force of nature, and how it can be used. Yes, can I just add up for myself that Hortica Island is an unbelievable place because I used to visit it as a child, and the energy of this place is incredible. You have to feel it on your own. Thank you very much for that. Another question I have is the question to Volodymyr Svezhentsev, the Association of the Location Managers, Kino Point. I know that we had an Indian film made here near the I understand. I wanted to ask you in what way this filming influences the development of Ukrainian markets. Yes, I will continue, if I may, in Russian, but it's going to be much easier for me to speak about that. And it would be really easy for me to tell you how does it all work together with the overall location, how the film industry works. How do we have it? People come to location because of its pretty, whether because it's known all over the world, because there are some additional opportunities that can be calculated due to that. What are these going to be profitable for the producers or for the filmmaking? So this is a very specific sector that evaluates the opportunities and capacities for the certain regions, whether we can make films there or whether we cannot. Even right now, we are sitting here in Boryspil Airport in our F terminal. We understand that it's a good location. We can rent it out for any kind of advertisement provided or for the filmmaking. So this kind of objects that we have in Ukraine, they are unbelievable. They are also promoting our country as a place where we can film, because even though, as the organizers have said, that the people were struggling to do that, but everything was okay. And the directors and the team have been really happy, and they have been really satisfied with what they were able to show in their project. And we've had the trailer just recently. The trailer for this film has been already seen. But what we have seen, what is going on with the Ukrainian location, we all know that we have a lot of cities where we have the most people and the block of our location are located into, when we have a lot of cities that are very popular with that. We have seen that there are some kind of a filming processes going on in Kiev, and we have like the Patriot, One's, Family, Radioactive, and everyone are trying to get this kind of processes and want to film in Kiev, in Lviv, and then we have Odessa in the third place. We really would like to get other cities engaged into that as well. The cities as Zaporizhia, as Kherson, as Kharkiv. The Kharkiv infrastructure, for example, architecture that it also engages international directors. It is really favorable for us to have the films in Ukraine if someone recommends it, if someone recommends our country abroad, that you might, that we're not going to be concerned in discussing what are going to be the main conditions for us and what are the conditions for us for the support of the international groups, but it really promotes, and people are already saying the word of mouth that yes, we made a film in Ukraine, go there, it will be cool. Okay, can you tell us what to do so that the James Bond film would be made in Ukraine? Well, we have to be more aggressive. We have to be very aggressive in marketing ourselves. And that can be from the side of the state that has now improved their policies and started the work of the film commissions that we have in all of the regions right now. And now they have to be working on this harshly. We call it quite clear that Kiev, Lviv, and Odessa are already widely known by the people, but we now understand that we have the goal right now to have to reopen the regions potentially. But it would be really good we would really like to see that we would create some good resource where we will be able to see all of the video that were made in Ukraine, not only by some productions that do the advertisement, but it would be really interesting to see some good projects from the travel bloggers, and that would show us what Ukraine is like. And when, for example, the pandemic has started, the Ukrainian travel bloggers have provided a lot of interesting materials, and they have been also promoting Ukraine as well. Yeah, I know that as a blogger by myself. So yes, the task is joint task for all of us. We really are hoping for revealing the potential of Ukraine to be more known and seen. So I think that we have to show that. So maybe, for example, create a hashtag like locations Ukraine or something like this. This will provide us with some good information for the people who would like to film something in Ukraine. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I do hope that in a year or two we'll be able to film not only James Bond here, but maybe we'll be able to make like the Game of Thrones here. Well, you know, our task is like this. You know, our secret is like this. We brought Tom Cruise here. He been here a couple of years ago? Okay, did he like Kiev? Yes, he liked Kiev. But the only question that he has, can I blow up this bridge? And he said, like, maybe you should not do that possibly. So very good thing is that you can negotiate and you can find some negotiations with people. So that is that are going for, because we can find the common grounds with that. And this is a very good thing for us too. You know, I've just asked you to take the clicker. Yes. So the next question would be to you, Lala. And Lala Tarapakina, the advisor to the Minister of the I know that you're nervous, but yes, I'm the advisor for the Minister for the Environmental Protection of the Environment and the Natural Resources on the issues of on the development of the exclusion zone. That's a very good film location, by the way. Okay, the question is, this is one of the main jewels of Ukrainian tourism. So do you develop this direction in some way? Yes, we're developing, and you can see I can say it on my own, basically. So first of all, that's not really jewel or not really it's very specific. Tourism, we are going to be very careful with these definitions because Chernobyl is an initiation place, and I do believe that it's very cool that this year, for the very first time, the amount of Ukrainian visitors in the exclusion zone was higher than the amount of the foreign tourists, because you might know already that it used to be a different balance. There would be 85% of foreigners coming to Chernobyl, and only 15 was for Ukrainians. And they didn't want to go to Chernobyl due to many reasons. And you know, for the very first time that I came to Chernobyl myself, and that was a year ago, I had no understanding what should I do there. There was a very negative, very dark place. But it's all about love, it's about hope, it's about light. So basically what is going on right now, I'm trying to be very precise with that. In October 2021, we had the record of visitors, 14,000, and we had most of them being from Ukraine, and that's very cool because it gives us a clear understanding that we are now reviewing that and we are now rethinking what Chernobyl is. Right now we have this big construction program, but I do believe that would be really good for us to explain that the big construction on the exclusion zone is not just the same thing as the other construction. For us, it's about the big revitalization, the turning of the exclusion zone to the zone of renovation, the one that it has to be, actually. We are doing that. We really want every person from all over the places, all over the world would want to go to Chernobyl because it's very cool. First of all, it's about the restoration and preservation of the legendary objects in Pripyat that are dying out just as we talk, and some of them might not survive. We are speaking about the preserving of the Vlitovchenko's mosaic, the stained glasses of Pripyat as well. So the first part of the big construction in Pripyat is about the conservation and restoration of the previous objects. There is also the museification that we have to speak about as well. For example, there is an apartment where Volodymyr Pravik has lived in. Volodymyr Pravik is the first firefighter that had died during the liquidation of the Chernobyl catastrophe, of the Chernobyl fire. So maybe we can turn it into the art objects. Or, for example, the museum that we're working on in the radiolocation station, the Curve. So basically, there's going to be more of the reconstruction than construction for us. Except for basically creating the infrastructure finally for the visitors, we understand that we really would create additional infrastructure so you can have some coffee, go to a toilet somewhere, something that has never been there in Chernobyl, which is basically very important too. You know, we have to follow the hygienic norms as well. It's not to say that it's development for the tourism that should not be there or cannot be there, because we are going to speaking about visiting but not being. It's going to be like a sci-fi or like a enlightenment tourism. And this we're doing another thing that is tightly connected to the discussion topic. We're working on the Chernobyl workshop. In Chernobyl city itself, when we're speaking about Chernobyl, for those people who are working in the exclusion zone, we're speaking about the city of Chernobyl, which is a very ancient city of Chernobyl. And all of the other people, they say Chernobyl is overall at the exclusion zone. But in the Chernobyl city, near the bus station, there is an almost abandoned big place, the outdated car service station. And everyone has forgotten about that because during the catastrophe in 1986, it used to be the biggest catering for the people who working on the who are working there for the firefighters and people who have been participating in taking down the catastrophe. So you can eat there for an unlimited period of time. And it was the only place where all of these 400 people who worked there met. And we decided that we wanted to take the history back and we wanted to make this Chernobyl hub. It will call the Chernobyl workshop because it used to be the feeding shop. I don't know why it was called like that, but still. And we were thinking about creating that back and making it again as the big cultural space, civil space where we have exhibition, cultural events where the artists will be able to meet one another and to present their projects, where the project people will be able to talk about the future of Chernobyl, to start the film screenings. You can even eat there. You can have a big food court, which you hope it will look like it used to look like before. Right now we are projecting and designing that, and this will be the story coming back to it. So it will be the three parts and components for the great construction: the preservation, the museifying, and a very, very nice and sensitive construction of some new things and new senses, not to damage everything. And there's a lot of stakeholders who have the rights, and so that is something that we have to do. It's been done by the big team, of course. So, of course, we're launching the educational projects as well, because Chernobyl is about the security lessons as well, not just the mistakes of the people, but it's about the lessons for all of the people. So that is why we have started these projects and the communicational projects together. We have the Chernobyl Journey org, the big project as well. So the project that will be the book of memory for everyone, and every person who has been invited into the history of Chernobyl, they can tell about their own story, they can tell about their own story of their own family. And you can leave any kind of thoughts about the future of Chernobyl, and it will be heard. And the Chernobyl educational platform, which will be the biggest collection of everything that is on Chernobyl, all of the right things that are existing there right now, the context of 1986, and that is the greatest victory that we have. It has been by the initiative of the administration, the president's office. That was their idea, not ours. But then we now understood that if we'll be able to do everything in Chernobyl, then we can do everything in Ukraine as well. Everything will be good. Okay, thank you very much. Keep on developing. We'll try. Okay, I have the next question to Serhiy. So please welcome Serhiy Slupsky, the head of the Slupsky Event Management. And I wanted to ask you here in this, what do we here have in the business tourism of Ukraine? So do we have any events going on? Maybe we should have more of those. Well, you know, basically speaking about the business tourism, there's a lot of things going on, and as a type of the tourism, it is made out of two parts. So the first part would be the part that is connected with the movement of Ukrainian companies, and we only work with the corporate clients. For example, the corporate clients are going to other countries and organizing there something. And the second segment that is connected with organizing the events here in Ukraine for the company from abroad. And I do understand that the question is hereabouts for entering events. I think that this is something that is mostly interesting for all of us, because basically, you know, the markets got slightly frozen. And if I have this opportunity to take a look at the slides, so I can give you a little bit of outline of what is going on with some examples. But basically, as an event agency and as a company, then we cannot cover some global issues. And I would like to speak about those two main components. So what do we do at our micro level? And what do we feel like we need to have from the state of something that can be done so that the business tourism or the organizing the business events will be a significant element, and maybe even would be the most important part for the industry. On what we are doing as an agency, we're not only organizing the events of the corporate clients, we also promote Ukraine. For example, we have organized Ukrainian House in Davos, we have organized the roadshows in 14 countries all over the world to promote the Ukrainian national projects. There's a lot of projects, and Aviation, we have been responsible for the VIP zone there. And I do believe we have organized one of the most important events for Ukraine. I want to emphasize that as well. I see that the slides never can be turned on. So, okay, then I will still then keep you waiting so that, well, you have the picture so that it will be a slightly more interesting conversation for all of us. Okay, basically, Ukraine as a destination, if, for example, the filmmakers already know Ukraine, then for the event makers, then people do not know a lot about that. We have the representatives of Lviv, how to say that, the Lviv City Council, and for example, they have been doing a lot to engage the business tourism to Lviv. In Kiev, unfortunately, there's not a lot of things that have been done, and I really wanted to mention that about that in my blog as well, because this is something that we really strongly need to develop this business. We need to have the support and promotion. So the world does not know Ukraine as a location for the business events. And this is a great problem for us, because we do not have enough tourists, and we do not have enough. Then we're losing money, losing tourists. And the infrastructure is not developed just because the people do not come to us. We are trying at our smallest level to change it if it's possible. But as an agency, we can only do whatever. The only thing we can do is to organize something in the best way and to tell people what can be done in Ukraine. From our side, we are trying to promote Ukraine as much as possible at different festivals, exhibitions, and forums. Okay, I will tell it because I see that the slides are nowhere to be seen. So I just wanted to tell you about one of the projects that has been one of the entry points and to the international event market. 3 years ago, we have applied our work to the BA World. That is kind of an Oscar for the event-making businesses, and we have had the second place in the world. So in Lviv, we have sort of a format that has never existed in the world before, and we have outlined it at the event map, because for the very first time, our small flag was included into the list of the countries that were among the awarding places. And since then, we have started as a snowball effect, and more agencies are now applying with their works for those awards. And for example, for the next year to come, we have 3 agencies who are not only shortlisted, but also had on the position on the prize award position. But the most important thing that Ukraine has now been noticed. And I do believe that this is a very great trend, that we should talk about that. We should now speak about what is happening in Ukraine. Now, what it is that we lack? There are some of the moments that we have some people from the government here, then I would really like to ask these questions, because in Kiev, we do not have We do really lack a big congress and a big convention center. We only have Parkovy, but for the city of 5 million people, the capital of the country, the capital of Ukraine, that's not enough. We might have been doing more and more events, and we would have more and more companies coming to Ukraine that would organize their forum, their congresses here, and they would organize any kind of the business events here. So yes. No. So we have the slides. Yes. Okay, good. So I'm just going to finish my thought here because basically we really need the Congress Center. I know that people are talking about that in Lviv and they really plan to build it there, but it is really important, crucially important for the capital. Unfortunately, the Parkovy Center, it cannot get all of those big congresses hosted. Another thing that is important for us as well, and what we lack on the state level, is the organization of the so-called farm trips to Ukraine. For example, when we are inviting the journalists, event makers, different associations to come to us, and just for them to go around and walk, and Jenny is going to be talking about that, to touch, to feel, to know what Ukraine can offer. And we have to get people coming here so that they will then take the different groups here, the planes, opening new directions, so on and so forth. So, and basically then it would be all of the small things that left out, but it's important for us to be presented at all of the exhibitions. There's plenty of exhibitions to be presented at. We can speak about ourselves really creatively, talking about the filmmaking, about our cuisine, about our gastro-tourism, about Hortica, Chernobyl. Can you just imagine how many things we can give to the world? So right now we're shying away a little bit to talk about that bluntly, but I do believe we have to speak about that. Let me just maybe just go through this couple of the slides, a couple of projects. Yes, as an agency, we have been working with the organizing events for 20 years in a row. We are the first agency that has got this this award in Ukraine, and we've started the promotion of our country with that, and that is our this is what we're proud of, because for many years that Ukraine couldn't enter this competition, and I do believe it is very important for us to be there. I've spoken about the Ukrainian house in Davos, and this is the place where Ukraine talks to all over the world, and this is an important project, and I do hope that when Davos is going to be organized again, so we'll have this additional opportunity to represent Ukraine there, and I hope that all of the Ukrainians will be able to come there and they will be able to be presented there in this Ukraine house. Eurovision, those are those platforms that we have been working on. We are providing different investment projects, and I've told you of some roadshows as well. Those are the projects that will be presenting the investment opportunities of Ukraine. And as an agency, that's all we can do. We can present Ukraine with the best quality. So that was the project that I've mentioned, but this is just a very brief visualization of what can be done in Ukraine and what the world looks for. They're looking for really good, interesting, non-standard decision. And as one of the writers has said, that Ukraine is the place of the sleeping angels. So we have a lot of potential opportunities. We're very creative. We're so investigative, and we just cannot imagine that. We're really modest. We don't know how to talk about ourselves. The Americans are doing this, and they're telling us there's something grand. We do vice versa. We do something grand and gigantic, but only our friends know about that. So that is why my main message would be that, when I want to leave you with, would be that we have the new Ukrainian black soil, the black soil that is called creativity. Just as the black soil that has been formed and created in Ukraine for millions of years, just in the same way, due to the historical and geographical peculiarities, for hundreds of years, Ukrainians were forced to think of something creative. Like my mom used to say that basically the poorer you are, the more creative you are. In her times, during the Soviet Union, that was the norm, that you have to think something new to survive. But let us take a look that but we have had our own DNA formed, and I do believe that this is the basis of our businesses, especially for our businesses, because creativity is about the opportunities to live through the changes. This is our reality. The world is just facing it, but we know how to do that already. I do believe that the creativity is something that you have to be proud of. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. I really love this phrase that you have to do something and to be proud of it and to be very loud about what you're doing. Yes, that's something that definitely has to be done. So, by the way, speaking of that, we will get back to Igor Mazantsev, who is the chef, cook, and the founder of the Topet project. So, g'day, g'day, I'm trying to speak Ukrainian today. Thank you. Thank you for the support, Yevhen. This is going to be my first public presentation in Ukrainian, so please do not be really harsh on me. So I have a project around like 3 years. I'm already trying to implement it, trying to work on it when we're having the 10 best chefs in Ukraine, and we are going to the different parts of our state, for example, going to the Carpathian Mountains or to Odessa, and throughout these 5 days, we're trying to survive. We are gathering mushrooms, berries, we're hunting, if it's possible, how to say that we are, fishing. And we're filming that, we're making a film about that, and we're making a cookbook. We're making a cookbook on that with the recipes for the cooks. And by this time I've understood that we should not go to different chef cooks to Copenhagen or to other places, but we should get them here. So they would come and see what we are doing, for them to taste our products, for them to taste our dishes, and for them to understand the Ukrainian cuisine better. So that is why this year we have decided to make a project that would called The Wax of the City, the Top of Mist, and we have decided to invite these chef cooks from 5 different cities. And they went to Carpathian Mountains with us, and throughout these 5 days, they were surviving, like really surviving, because they believe that they will go to a glamping. Some of them have had like skinny jeans, the loafers, and they've had even some really high-heeled shoes. But on the day 5, one of them has told me, like, Igor, just call me a taxi straight away. I want to go home. And he said, like, we are here in Hoverla. Like, what kind of a taxi you would like to have? This is we're on the mountain. Like, I need a helicopter. I want to go home because I'm dying. But basically, no, the person didn't die. Definitely didn't die. But what the person did, the person has created some new dishes because, he had this kind of, how to put it this way, he had to really go out of inspiration because it was really hard for him. He was in pain, but he has created those kind of dishes that he never done before. And I've told them, guys, we have a lot of mushrooms. You have never seen those mushrooms before. On the day 1, we have found nothing. And they were like, Ihor, where are the mushrooms? And I was like, okay. And so when we get to the next point that we had, when we got to the next point, then we have seen the full lawn of one of our mushrooms. So this is one of the mushrooms with this grayish, almost blackish color. They're really, really rare. And then we had a guy from Spain, and he said, like, those mushrooms, they are more expensive than truffles are. And, we had a lot, like the full field was covered with these mushrooms. And, as if in one film, they were, diving into those mushrooms. They just grabbed it and they said, we're going to get them back to our places because it's like a super greatest delicacy. Throughout this 3 or 4 years, we have been conducting this project. We combine it with Ukrainian farmers. During the lockdown, we have made this project together with Ukrainian farmers because it was really hard for the Ukrainian farmers to sell their products at this moment of time. So we have invited the 10 farmers, 10 chefs, and the craft products that the farmers produce, and we have demonstrated how you can cook the different types of restaurant level food with those products. We also do films and books, and I'm going to show you a very, very short film, even though we have a very big films as well. But this is something that I wanted to show you. The final time that we have been to the forest, we have seen a lot of garbage. Like, unbelievable amount of garbage. And we had this conflict with these local guys, the local guys who told us that you should actually throw the garbage into the river. That was a very, very, very strong quarrel that we had with them, and I understood that this is my next mission. So the next book that we're going to create is going to be made out of the recycled garbage from the woods, and the cover of this book is going to be made with no, not the eco plastic. That will be like the paper, a paper that has been once again cooked and pressed. So we're going to be collecting the garbage in the forest, and we're going to be in that way helping it out. You know, I've been listening about the Hortica Island today, and I think that maybe next year I really would like to make the very big project, a very big top-up project, and I really would like to invite the widely known cooks, maybe 10, and I would really like to have this really big camp, a really big camp, so that all of these guys, Ukrainian people who would like to come, anyone, they will be able to talk to one another. There will be a very big camping for all of the chefs. There will be the trainings there. There will be the hunt there. Possibly there will be fishing. So different types of gathering practices as well. We're going to be saving Hortica if there is some garbage there. We're going to collect it all. So what I've heard today as well, that we are saving the forest, and we really want everything to be good. And right now, a very brief video, if I may ask. That this is the chefs that were the chefs from Dubai, United States, Denmark, and Spain. Who else? Who else?
Adapted to cook in the woods like we are doing now, with just a knife, fire, maybe a little colander, and using your brain to make the things happen, no?
My mission as a chef is to tell a story through food as much as I can, and make sure that any dish that I cook has meaning, or if I'm cooking in a different area, has something to do with the land that we're in.
Dağlarımızda yabani otlardan, mantarlarımızdan avladığımız av ürünlerini her zaman için pişirme tekniklerini, eskiye dayalık, eskiden insanlarımızın nasıl pişirip pişirmediğini ve onları yeni nesile daha iyi ve daha lezzetli tanıtabilmek için, daha çok çaba göstermemiz için bu tabiata kendimizi vermemiz lazım.
As a chef, I have always worked like in the research and development. I guess it's like more trying to connect science and gastronomy together, and trying to understand gastronomy in a deeper level.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. And right now we're going to have Yevhen Klopotenko, the person that has proven to all over the world that borscht is a Ukrainian traditional dish. And Yevhen, I would like to ask you, the promotion of the state through the gastronomic devices, why would you do that? Well, hi everyone. Hi everyone. It's a pleasure for me to be here because, you know, all of the helicopters have left already. That was an unexpected event of my life, I would say. But still, I wanted to say that Ihor haven't forgotten about finishing one of his thoughts because, you know, the creative industries of Ukraine, they are developing Ukraine. So when I've got to my first forum, at my first culinary forum, people never knew anything about Ukraine. So right now, all of the chefs and all of the people who exist in the gastronomic world, they can only discuss one thing. They can talk about Topat. They know this project, like something is going on there. Something is going on there, something very Ukrainian, very creative, and we really would like to go to Ukraine, and we really would like to show Ukraine the world. Thank you. Yes, because you have forgotten about that. You have forgotten the main idea about that, but even though you show the video. So those are the creative things that we have discussed already. They can work on this really easy manual level, so they can change a lot. So definitely, in order for us to have a lot of tourists we need to have the low cost, we need to have the good hotels, we need to have good conditions, we need to have good restaurants there. That's one part of it. The other part of that would be the promotion of Ukraine in the world. It cannot be done, this promotion cannot be done only by the state. It can also be that the real cooks, the simple people, the people from the creative industry, they have to promote Ukraine on their level as well. And the promotion from the level of the average people in the synergy of the promotion with the state would be the successful model, would be the successful project that would exist. Speaking on gastronomy and speaking on the cuisine, whatever country we're going to, we would like to see what? We want to see the nature, we want to learn the language, we want to see how the people live, and we want to eat. And usually the food, even though it might sound really strange, but food is the food is actually the card, the main representative card of any country. So if I'm going to ask you what America is about for you, well, you will say like kind of burgers or steaks. And if I'll ask what is Italy for you, then except for that it's nice and comfortable, that you'll speak about food, because the food is something that can simply describe the nation. So that is why with the food, this very simple thing that we've never thought about before, you can do a lot of things. You can do a lot of things. The promo with borscht and this campaign, we're still working on that. UNESCO still works on that. We've already proven to a lot of people that borscht is the Ukrainian dish, but not to the world community. With the help of one dish, the people have started to talk about Ukraine. They started to talk that there is borscht that we really want to try. With the help of Chernobyl, people speak about the Chernobyl with the HBO series about Chernobyl. People are starting to travel to see Chernobyl as well. Though due to this Igor, who started to walk and who started to make those videos and promoting them among the expat community, especially from the hospitality and the restaurant businesses, we started to speak about that. With the help of borscht, people started to know that there is food here. What does that food mean? What kind of this food is? Maybe no one knows yet, but this is our uniqueness, because we are the secret for the old world. We are the secret for those countries who have eaten a lot, who have seen a lot. You will not get them surprised with a good carbonara pasta, but you will definitely surprise them with gamula, with palushka, with borscht. You'll be able to surprise them with Ukrainian banish or the white mushrooms. And basically this novelty is something that is interesting for the representatives of the gastronomical world and gastronomical tourists. Like, I own a restaurant, and what I have seen, that we have a lot of tourists coming up to our restaurants. You walk around the streets and we have a lot of people here who are ready to come and taste Ukrainian food. They can, of course, go to museums, and we'll have some people who are going to be coming to forums or whatever. But all of the people will be standing together around the food. So building up this clear understanding and trying to promote this food sector, the gastronomic sector, is definitely help us. And not just only help us, it will definitely increase the interest of people to come here. We have a lot of attractions for the tourism. We have the gastronomic tourism here as well. Just for people to come here to eat, that is a dream for us. Maybe we will reach this dream in 5 or 10 years. But to make our gastronomy interesting is something that we can do as well. And we do not need any kind of a state programs to do that. We do not need any kind of big things to be doing that. We just have to be very creative in approaching something that we need. We have to engage people locally. We have to engage chefs locally. We have to engage the gastronomic community to be doing that, for them to be living in the same direction, in the direction that our food is good. You know, we live in the paradigm that our food is for us, but our food is for the world, actually. The world is ready. The world is ready for us to enter the world and just to say, please, you can eat Ukrainian food in Istanbul. You can eat Ukrainian food in Milano. You can eat it in New York. You can eat it in Buenos Aires. You can eat the really good Ukrainian banish everywhere in the world, because it's being prepared from corn that is available almost in every part of the world. That's very easy. So, for example, when a simple Brazilian family will cook banish, then we can say that we have worked properly. The question is still one to go: how to make sure that, for example, in Brazil, people were started to cook Spanish. I will give you a simple answer. We need to have the creative decisions made. We need to have a creative decisions and resolutions, for example, like the PR campaigns for borscht, or for example, asking our mayor, because he's known all over the world, so he would do the marathon of Banish, for him to be eating Banish every day for 2 weeks, and for him to make in stories how he does it. That will draw the attention to all over the world. That is kind of a super dish, and everyone will cook that. With the help of a simple resolutions, you can make people know about our cuisine. We have to think out of the box. It's really hard for Ukraine to think out of the box, because we have rules in Ukraine and other things there. But we have people here in Ukraine, and the people who can think out of the box, and that's it. I'm still hitting in Crocs, and the country supports me. And I do believe that it's a good example how the creative industry and the Ukrainian establishment can exist here together and can work for a better future. So the food is the main thing, the main goal that is going to be supporting all of the other goals and destination to live. If I will come to Horditsa, I really want to take a look at Horditsa, but I want to eat something. When I have been to Kherson for Askania Nova, there's lots of animals that I have seen, and then I just wanted I wanted to eat something there. Okay, I just wanted to eat something. Yes, I know that there's a lot of work that has to be done there still. But for example, when you go into this pink lakes, it would be really good that you will be able to eat something there, and something authentic, but not the Soviet salads. And then Ukraine has just to add a little bit of food to the touristic places, and they will highlight those places there. Yes, thank you, Yevhen. So now we have the final turn for our guests. So please welcome Gökmen Solzan, the founder of the Gastromasa.
And how you reached such a big success?
Öncelikle herkese merhabalar.
Well, first of all, I would like to welcome everyone, and it's a great pleasure for me to be here today in Ukraine, and I'm really grateful to Mariana and to Igor for inviting me here already, and I really loved Ukraine already with their help. And Gastromasa is a very important conference, and for everyone who was here today, they're also doing the same that I do. Speaking about what is the gastronomical tourism for us, we all understand what it is. So why Gastromasa has become that successful? Because again, we're combining the gastro-tourism, and in the same time, we'll be building bridges. We'll be bringing bridges between cultures. You know that all over the world we have a lot of cuisines that are really popular. French, Italian, American, the Eastern cuisine. But if we will consider the Gastromasa's projects, then I do believe that this is the second or the third conference in the world on the cuisines. And even though we have a lot of famous cuisines, and Turkey is known by its food. We have a lot of street food and traditional food coming from Turkey that is very popular all over the world. But our project, Gastromas, has been existing for 8 years, but we have been working for more than 20 years already to make this project possible. And our main goal was to build bridges among the cultures. We're looking for the right people, the right hotels, the right food to be presented there. And when we are doing that, when we are building all of those right nuances together, we've managed to reach this goal. We managed to succeed, and we managed to reach those ideas. We have turned the Turkish food into trademark. We have built those bridges, and we have got people united, got people connected. How my colleagues have already said, Yevhen and Igor, we have invited them to Turkey. We have invited Mariana to Turkey. We have people in Latin Americas coming to us as well. And if we take a look, for example, for Thailand or Bangkok, that's also promoting our food. So we have to integrate the foods of different countries into our cuisine as well. Is it the Turkish market, is it trademark or international trademark? We shouldn't consider that. We should see how we can integrate it all over the world. This is our main success, I believe.
Через декілька хвилин у нас буде цікавинка. яка буде гастрошоу від Євгена Клопотенка. А поки що в мене ще є до вас одне питання.
We are now waiting for the gastro show from Yevgen Klopotenko.
The story of Ukrainian gastronomy in the world. What do you think about Ukrainian cuisine?
Şimdi Ukrayna mutfağını tabii ki
I wanted to say that I didn't know about Ukrainian cuisine before, because basically when we came to Kiev and we talked to our friends and we have seen the street food, we have seen the creative chefs here in Kiev, and we have been to Odessa, which is a Black Sea city. I do believe that you have really good creative chefs, that's for sure. And I do believe that this is the future for Ukraine. It's not just about, you're not just trying to make something creative on a plate. You're not just creating something new on a plate. You're choosing the creative products as well. For example, you take potatoes or other things, like, for example, Igor, he's turning these projects. We know the Igor project that Igor does. And we believe that Ukrainian products are really important. You are exporting the products as well abroad, because you're bringing your foods abroad as well. The gastronomic tourism and the gastronomy overall gives you the opportunity to increase your exporting opportunities. That is the opportunity for different countries to know each other. Odessa has vineyards, you have potatoes, you have different products that can be exported and promoted too. I wanted to say that Ukrainian cuisine can highlight, it can empower Ukrainian agriculture and present it all over the world. And on the other hand, you also have very creative chefs. If, for example, the world will learn about your creative chefs, then I am sure that everyone will come to Ukraine. And from our side, that is one of the reasons why we're here. Well, the sound disappeared. I'm sorry, the sound I am for multiple times I have already invited my guests and my colleagues to Turkey, and I do trust the gastronomic feelings in Ukraine. I wanted to outline it once again. So we have young creative chefs here in Ukraine who know the products, the local products, who know the local traditions as well. And what we really wanted to do, we have been thinking about for example, making this new idea in Ukraine to have the Gastro-Master Convention in Ukraine. And we have had some negotiations going on about that. We really want to present Ukraine for the world in that way. We try to build this bridge between the future of Ukraine, and we're trying to build this bridge between the future of Ukraine and Ukrainian legacy, Ukrainian tradition. But what I wanted to say as well, one of the important concepts for us is to use the local agricultural products. We have to show them as well. If we will not be able to sell our products, then the chefs will not be able to serve those products, to serve their dishes right. So Gastromass is the global trademark, and we present Ukraine all over the world.
Is it possible to make Ukraine cuisine on the level with the French, Italian, because it's really tasty and big difference of cuisine?
Well, you know, I just wanted to say, how many countries do we have in the world? That's the question. How many countries do we have in the world?
189.
Well, yes, there's a lot of countries. Yeah, there's a lot of countries all over the world. But basically, for example, the French cuisine is #1 all over the world, and even Italian and Spanish cuisine, they are still following the French. But let us not to consider the past. Let us consider the future. Let us consider the future. Let us take a look of what we can do with Ukrainian cuisine starting now. Forget about the past. There are some pros and cons with that, but we should consider Ukrainian cuisine in a different way. What can we do? How many years do we need for that? So what are the products that we can use for that? So it is important for us not only to have the restaurants, to separate restaurants, but it's important for us to have the restaurants that are located in the hotels, because people live in the hotels. People, they have breakfast there, they have dinners there. The catering is very important. The catering is very important as well. So that is why Ukrainian cuisine is not just about foods. It's about the beverages and drinks as well. I've already said that in Odessa region, we have a lot of vineyards. Yevhen also has mentioned that before. For example, He has been presenting Ukrainian dishes to all over the world. But yes, I understand that it requires time. It will not take a year. It will take 5 years, 10 years. But we do have strong faith into youth. We understand that there is a significant importance for the legacy and the history and tradition of cooking. But still, we consider the future as well. So for us, there's a lot of important wine tasters. We have a lot of chefs all over the world. We will invite them, but still that's not enough. What we also need is to have the big important companies that will be invited to as well. The companies who are working with the foods and products, we have to invite them as well, and we have to improve our standards. Then we will be able to succeed, in my opinion. So if we will not make this kind of bridge, if we will not establish this bridge between the world, we will not going to reach this goal. So as far as I would like to have the video. We have video. We can take a look at it if you don't mind, because we needed to have a video as well. Okay, dear friends, thank you very much for this panel. Thank you very much for this conversation. I do hope that this conversation will be just for the best and for the benefits of all of us. So everything that has left for us is just to sign the memo, but it will be slightly later. Thank you very much for this participation. We're really grateful to this participation. Thank you very much for Yevhen for this moderation. So right now we're going to have the main culmination of the event. So please do not leave this hall yet. We're going to have the memorandum signing right now, and we're going to have a gastronomic show. And still we are trying to reshape the stage, and we would like to invite all of our participants to those final stages of our today's event, and we would like to have this final stage of our forum that has been dedicated to aviation and tourism. And we are now we were able to connect the aviation and touristic sector. I would like to also clarify that at this very moment, the market of the gastronomy market and gastrotourism is one of the priority directions for Ukraine, because this is the sector that can engage the travelers from all over the world, and there is a lot of things that we can get the people interested in within local products and with the new tastes.
I think I'm more comfortable and more adapted to cook in the woods like we are doing now, with just a knife, fire, maybe a little colander, and using your brain to make the things happen, no?
My mission as a chef is to tell a story through food as much as I can.
І далі переходимо до дуже важливої події, яка присвячена підписанню меморандуму. І я нагадаю, що на сьогодні розвиток гастрономії та гастротуризму, без сумніву, один із пріоритетних і потенційних напрямків.
Gastro-tourism is one of the potentially important sectors for our country, because this is
світу, ну, зацікавити своїми смаками. Уже наступного року в Україні планується проведення одного з найбільших гастрозаходів у світі – гастромаса. Це подія, у якій щороку беруть участь тисячі людей, яка об'єднує всесвітньо відомих шеф-кухарів і створює своєрідний міст між культурами. І саме ця подія може стати головним тригером для розвитку гастрономічної галузі в Україні. Так, сьогодні в межах нашого форуму і передбачається підписання меморандуму зовсім скоро про співробітництво в галузі розвитку туризму між Державним агентством розвитку туризму України та всесвітньо відомим шеф-кухарем Гокменом Созеном. Метою цього меморандуму є підтвердження співробітництва для популяризації туристичного потенціалу України, організації та проведення спільних заходів та подій, зокрема і такого масштабного форуму. А зараз, поки у нас вже фінальні етапи підготування до процедури, церемонії підписання меморандуму, я запрошую для короткого вітального слова голову ДАРТ, Державного агентства розвитку туризму України, пані Мар'яну Олеськів, яка, до речі, стала ініціаторкою приваблення такої події до нашої країни. Прошу.
Ще раз доброго дня. Дійсно, це така важлива.
So, hello, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, that is an important event, and maybe we do not understand all of the significance yet, and we understand the importance yet and the main goals that will be held with that. But we have had this agreement with Gokman and with the support and the work of our cooks and chefs from multiple years, the one that they have conducted this work so that we would consider Ukraine as the main gastronomic destination. We have understood that we're going to have this world-known culinary event in Ukraine. We really saw that the gastronomy is not something that you learn virtually, and we have discussed it at the first panel that there is the need and importance to conduct international events there. And we understand right now that by signing this memorandum, we are going to combine these two aspects. And on one aspect, we would combine the gastronomical tourism and gastronomy, and we're going to combine the event making. Event in Istanbul gathers more than 50 top chefs from all over the world, and they get to know the gastronomic cultures of the different countries there. Throughout these 8 years, what has Gastromalsa provided for Turkey? 9 restaurants and bars have already been included into the top 50 restaurants of Turkey. The 8 Turkish restaurants all over the world have been awarded with the Michelin stars. This is the path that Ukraine has to take as well, because we understand that the Michelin is not going to come to us. We're not going to be included into this rating unless we start to do something on our own. And one of the kind of important steps is to start having the Gastromalsa in Ukraine, because Gokman's experience, his knowledge of how he can conduct this level of event, and that is ready to conduct here in Ukraine, going to give us a big impact. It's not taking down the idea that our own events are going to take place as well, but this kind of a big event here is going to give us the attention for the other international events. But this is going to be definitely getting additional attention to Ukraine. We're going to have the conference next year. We're going to have it in Kiev, because unfortunately right now this is the only place that has enough conference capacities for us, but still we're going to show the other cities of Ukraine as well. We're planning to make a trip around for those chefs, and to get them acquainted with Odessa cuisine, and then to get them to Kiev. Next time that will be Lviv, Kharkiv, Dnipro, other cities of Ukraine that will show their gastronomical scene to the broader circle. That would be the people who will be building the world agenda in this sector. So that is why this opportunity is unique for us, and we have already started these preparations. We are considering to meet Ukrainian chef cooks and people from the restaurant business and the FME managers, for us to understand how we're going to get our efforts together so that we will able to do that together. And this is getting united is an important message that we're traveling with for last couple of months, and Turkey is our main partnering country. It's a pleasure for me that this very event can help us to connect both culturally and gastronomically. This is one of our high priority touristic markets, which is Turkey. So that is why that is going to be the tremendous honor for me to sign this memorandum that is a historically important memorandum for all of us. So, ladies and gentlemen, Mariana Oleski was already here on this stage and the head of the State Agency for the Development of Tourism of Ukraine, and we're also inviting Gökmen Sozan, the head of the Gastromancer Festival, for the signing of memorandum. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a round of applause. Indeed, we hope that this is definitely historical photos have been made right now, and let us see whether next year this event is definitely going to take place, and we do hope that this event is going to be the real touristic trigger and the real start for the serious growth and the serious collaboration, the serious increase of the gastrotourism in Ukraine. So, ladies and gentlemen, you will still, in this couple of minutes, the representatives of media, the representatives of the tourist blog, you will be able to talk to Mariana Oleski, and you'll be able to talk to Gökmen Sozan as well. You have just a couple of minutes more while we're still reshaping the stage, because in a couple of next minutes, we're about to use our stage to get prepared for yet another important show, the gastronomic show that is going to be provided by Yevhen Klopotenko. So the group really asking all of our audience to stay with us while we're getting our stage prepared for the gastro show. You'll be able to talk to our main heroes of today, the signees of this memorandum, and then we will have the gastro show started. And I'm sure this gastro show is going to feed you, surprise you, and you're definitely going to enjoy it.
I think I'm more comfortable and more adapted to cook in the woods like we are doing now, with just a knife, fire, maybe a little colander, and using your brain to make the things happen, no?
My mission as a chef is to tell a story through food as much as I can, and make sure that any dish that I cook has meaning, or if I'm cooking in a different area, has something to do with the land that we're in.
Dağlarımızda yabani otlardan, mantarlarımızdan avladığımız av ürünlerini her zaman için pişirme tekniklerini, eskiye dayalı, eskiden insanlarımızın nasıl pişirip pişirmediğini ve onları yeni nesile daha iyi ve daha lezzetli tanıtabilmek için, daha çok çaba göstermemiz için bu tabiata kendimizi vermemiz lazım.
As a chef, I have always worked like in the research and development,
I guess it's like more trying to connect science and gastronomy together and trying to understand gastronomy in a deeper level.
Архітектура просто надзвичайної краси. На жаль, ми не встигли потрапити всередину. Повірте мені, там не менша краса. Тому обов'язково візьміть екскурсію по його залах. Що стосується Чернівців в цілому, в першу чергу раджу відвідати не центральні вулиці, а сусідні вузенькі квартали старого міста.
Браво, браво, браво. Так, ну що, давайте, мене чутно, не чутно, нормально? Давайте так, щоб ми не поспали.
So okay, let us not maybe get to sleep before we don't get at least something to eat. So today we will be going to make a slideshow. Okay, like show if it would have been dancing or closing your eyes and making you eat Ukrainian food and cry out with that would have been a show. But basically we're going to prepare one dish, a very interesting one, and I will explain you what is the main idea of this dish. That it was going to be the first time done here for us, all of us to be able to eat something interesting and Ukrainian. So if you have any question for me, then you can ask me about Ukrainian cuisine. If you will not, then it's okay. But basically, you know, sometimes not all of the things that we have to ask, we have to feel something too. You know, I really like when you talk to me, then it would be good. Like you can just tell me like what Ukrainian cuisine is. So what can you tell me what you crave associations with? Okay, the top 10 of Ukrainian cuisine dishes. Borscht, okay, dumplings, good. Salo, dolat, good. Okay, so okay. So let us include, okay, the cabbage with meat, that's French, but okay, pampushka, yes, halushka, yes, good. What? What is that? Good. Okay, uzvar. Okay, is it the dish? Really? You know, it's a beverage. Okay, banosh, good. What else? Kuta. Okay, we had the uzvar, so it has to be the pair with that. Okay, good. So, okay, eight. You know, there's 50 people here, so we're really cool. We know Ukrainian cuisine. We're going to be promoting that at the touristic forum soon. So yes, what is the main idea of the Ukrainian cuisine is that basically that it's even closed and secret for even all of us. Okay, chicken Kiev, everyone knows that. Okay, chicken Kiev. Okay, dish number 9. So we still have one to go. So is it really possible that it can only be 9 dishes that we have? Okay, dumplings, we already mentioned that. Good. What else? Okay, Bograj. Okay, Bograj. So, okay, we get into the Zakarpattia region, so we don't have a lot of Bograj in Ukraine. That's more of a Hungarian dish, but okay. I really want for us to taste the new dish today, the dish that has never been to Ukraine before, because if you don't know Ukrainian culture, and if I don't know Ukrainian culture, then I can use the local products. And with those local products, we can do some new things that we can get the world interested in. This is how it all works. And even if you believe that the truffles in France, they used to be there. Do you think why there's a lot of those? Because they just grow there. So, you know, there's not really super specific that the truffles are really expensive, because there's just a few of them. It doesn't mean that they're tasty, or just like, you know, like the black caviar. I wouldn't say that it's really tasty, it's just expensive. What are you doing? I'm doing the borscht cream. What? Like borscht cream? What, so you may take a borscht and you're making a cream out of it? Yes. Okay, so what we're about to cook, we're going to show you a very simple dish today, because, you know, in Ukrainian culture, we have never had any kinds of the aperitif dishes. So basically a side dishes, because basically we either had a food that you can eat out of it. So sometimes we had some pastry, so that it would just where you can eat out during the small periods. We never had this kind when you are enjoying your salad. Like, for example, in the 19th century, you know, my great-grandmother said, like, woke up and told my granddad, let us eat some salad. We know that the pastries are everything for us. So basically, if you will say like what kind of grains you eat every day, or at least every day, then you will tell me what? The buckwheat. Yes, the buckwheat is for around 400 years in Ukraine. It came here from China. From China, we like sell 50% for our own use and 50% for selling. So what we had buckwheat. We have buckwheat that's already been cooked. For example, it's brown. If it's brown, it means that it already boiled. So you don't have to boil it once again, the brown one. Then what I've did, I've taken a pastry. Well, I would say that it's a pastry. I've taken a pastry, or like a part of the bread, and I've taken borscht, a very stereotypical thing. You know, we have borscht. If you have the stereotypes, and we cannot break the stereotypes, then we have to, you know, take this and make that the best for the world. So if we like the borscht, so we have to do something that borscht would be really popular. So when I was thinking about making the vereshchaka or hamula dish popular, so everyone said, look, what is that? It's hard to understand. And I've said, like, you know, vereshchaka is this kind of the dish that you can cook, and then you can also boil that in the kvass. But okay, good. Can I have borscht? Okay, so to make everything in borscht, you have to use the most of the ingredients, or to make it very, very easy to understand. So okay, we had our borscht. We had a lot of potatoes there, so that is why the borscht is going to turn into the glue, you know, the wallpaper glue, and that will be our sauce. We will take the buckwheat. We will blend buckwheat with addition of the cream. Yeah, I think it will be enough. So we'll take the buckwheat, we'll blend it, we will add some cream to that, and we're going to have a really nice cream. You know, I never knew why we have ever used buckwheat as filling, because, you know, buckwheat is okay, but buckwheat with milk, yes, that's quite okay. But why we not use it, for example, to blend it with cream? Because, like, basically it's just the same as buckwheat with milk. So we're now going to blend the buckwheat and with cream, and we're going to stuff it for our pastries. We will have the cream of borscht above it, and we will add it up there. And we also had some really nice sweet paprika that is called the sweet paprika, but it's not Bulgarian as it's called in Ukraine. It is just sweet. All over the world, it's not called the Bulgarian pepper. It's called the bell pepper or the sweet pepper, because it looks like bell, it's bell-shaped. So we will take this pepper and we will add up here a little bit of apple iceberg here, and that's what we're going to have here, because basically it might be ready for this kind of stuff, because you have to eat everything separately, borscht separately, pastry separately, buckwheat separately. But we have decided, if we were talking about Ukrainian cuisine, if we are talking about something interesting, it's really hard for us to learn that, to study that. We have to go through history, we have to follow what Lesa Ukrainka was eating, or what was the food of our revolutionary makers, or what our great-great-grandmother was eating. Sometimes you should not do that. So basically, we have taken all of our creative thoughts today and we have combined it with one dish, and you have this opportunity to taste it. Your brain will tell you that you should not do that, but your hunger will say, yes, we have to do that because we're really hungry. Let us see what will win, whether your brain or your hunger. So whether your fear to taste it or your hunger will prevail. We also have taken the sour cream. You know, sour cream is a unique idea for Ukrainian cuisine. You will never find the sour cream any other culture as well. Like, we don't have the Carpathian brinza, and as far as we have guslanka as well. But when you're eating sour cream, you don't think that it's unique. You think it's like, okay, let us get some sour cream to the borscht. But basically, you're adding something to the borscht that is nowhere else to be found in the world. So this approach about this dishes that we're using and the value of the dishes that we have is this show that I'm doing. You know, I'm trying to change your inner vision and your inner world. And for example, when tomorrow you're going to be eating honey, you will be thinking that this is just honey. There's nothing in it. But this honey is nowhere to be found, because this is the most exported honey in the world. When you will be trying out this oil, the granny's oil, but the Italians will say the extra virgin olive oil, the best in the world, and we will say, oh, this is our granny's sunset oil. Why do not we use that? Why we cannot use all of the salads, even for the avocado? You know, because it's our granny's, you can only eat it with tomatoes or cabbage, right? So when you're going to be buying the Melitopol watermelon, so what is the most important thing about that? Well, yeah, it's just like all over the world. No. Here in our black land, in our black soil, it has different sweetness, and that is the most important thing. And this treatment of the dishes and how we eat them, in what way we eat them, this is something that makes Ukrainian different. This is something that makes difference for many, many nations. Because, for example, when we have been to Istanbul, and when we have talking about the pistachios, and now Gökmen will have that the pistachios are better in the Gaziantep. But if you will go to Italy, then the people will tell you that Parmigiano can only be in Emilia-Romagna, which is basically the region close to Bologna. And you know, Bologna, it is the Emilia-Romagna, so like Cherkasy district, let us presume. And we have one of the sausages that only is in Hvalnitsk region, and said like, okay, we have never heard that. And So basically, that this is kind of a changes that will help us to become one of the best gastronomical countries in the world. The French are cool not because they are well known, but that's because they have their own type of potatoes in their village. And they all say that my violet potatoes is much better than anywhere else in the world. And on the right, they say I have yellow potatoes and I have best green potatoes. So how people treat the products, this is what it makes people the best in the world or the worst in the world. So we have the greatest opportunity to love what we cook if it will be tasty. But if it will not taste good, then you have to suffer and keep on saying we love Ukraine. Okay, good. So I think that's enough. So we will add up the pepper. So we have buckwheat with cream and it's not sweet. Pepper. So, okay, pepper, both yellow and red. We'll cut it into the small slices. And I have combined it with, I will add up a little bit of our sauce here, and I think we'll just put it in, and I think that is everything will be okay. And it will be the new dish of Ukrainian cuisine is being born, and that next time you will see cream and buckwheat, you'll say, I know what to do. Great, perfect, perfect. So peppers with apple vinegar. And what do we have here? The sweet pepper, the bell pepper here, the apple vinegar. For just to make it slightly soury, just to make it slightly spicy, we got the chili pepper. And you know, in Ukrainian schools, starting from the 1st September of 1, we have all of the spices allowed. So right now, if you ever be to school, you'll be able to see that you will be able to eat the bolognese with chili pepper here. Yeah, the world is changing. The world is changing because you're not really afraid of making some good things and you're not afraid to make do something good for the people. And we will have the prohibition of the processed sausages in the school. So they will have nothing in the school menu that we're used to. And this is the change of thinking. So, okay, what else do we have? Let us speak about the greens. Do you know what? So basically, what are we speaking about the main grains here? So we are speaking here about just the same as cheaper is, but we are promoting this and you can buy it in the pharmacy. And in the pharmacy, we're buying it just, for example, to provide the cure for the nails or for the hairs or for us not to have some kind of illness. So all of the things that we currently know in Ukraine, they are being hidden in the pharmacies. They have been waiting for some people to come, get them out of the drugstores, get them out of the pharmacies and starting showing them to the world. So the wild oregano, you know, the wild oregano that has been told that this is one of the cases of this, the one that we have there. So basically, people do not understand what is going on. So when I've understood that, then I've started to promote the Ukrainian cuisine. And when I've understood that, you know, you can put anything into our grain, into our soil, and it will grow. The asparagus didn't grow in Ukraine, but we can now grow it all over Ukraine. The truffles are being grown in 3 regions of Ukraine. I think that I'm really waiting for us to get thrown with an avocado. I think that avocado is going to be growing here as well. But whatever happens is definitely going to be laughing loud if we're going to become the exporters of the avocados. So, okay, what do we have here? We have the buckwheat, very tasty buckwheat. Okay, what does it look like? Like love. Okay, so you know how to speak Ukrainian in the best way. Yes, yes, thank you. I'm trying. So, okay, the borscht cream. The borscht cream, yes. So, okay, by the way, if you're going to be preparing this dish at home, then you have to take cream, you have to take buckwheat, and you have to add some sugar to that, and you will have this really tasty buckwheat cream, and you can use it, for example, for, you know, this waffle cake. You know, this waffle cake, take the waffle cake and you put the cream there and you will be eating just the same as the usual cake is. That's actually called the Andrutz. That's a very authentic dish, and we all usually call this waffle cake, but it's some different. Okay, let's use the green one. No, use the white one. No, kintsugi. Okay. Do you know what kintsugi is? No, kintsugi is, but you know, honestly, that's a very, very old technology when you are preserving, saving. Okay, when you're preserving when you're keeping up the broken dishes, and the chefs, that's a very cool. So okay, it's just your limit of Ukrainian has ended. Okay, consumi, it's when your dish, your plate has been broken and not to throw it out because they cost a lot. So there is a technology and techniques and the masters that are saving the dishes, saving the plates, and they are taking it with a specific glue with the add-on of gold. And before this glue sticks, it's toxic. And when it's already dried out, it becomes really strict, and you are actually taking care of environment. You're not throwing away the plates. And so this plate is the imitation of kintsugi because the technology costs more expensive than the technology. And in Ukraine, we don't even have the people who do that. So it would be really cool if people would listen to us and they said that I want to be the master of kintsugi. All of that, the glue, the gold, you can buy it. So I think that you can buy it on Amazon. So I think it will be very interesting if you will try to do that. Yes, actually, we made it really, really fast. I will try this thing because, sometimes something that you cook, you have to try on your own, something that you cook. So, how does it cook? Can I have one? Yes, of course. We don't have, so we need some salt. What do you mean we don't have salt? As if I had borscht and buckwheat all together. So we had the entree dish and the main dish together. So, okay, let us add some brinza to that. By the way, it's not Carpathian brinza because it's really hard to buy the Carpathian brinza. And I'm now supporting the big dairy company, and I have brought 1 kilo of brinza from Carpathian Mountains, and they are now going to start their production in brinza. They haven't launched it, but they have almost developed that just to get the real Carpathian brinza, to make it possible to buy it all over the Ukraine. So this is not Carpathian brinza. Like that. So this will be our appetizer. This will be our appetizer for Ukrainian cuisine. So I would like to offer you to test it out. So this is like a small snack, a small appetizer for you to try it out and to once again reopen Ukraine for yourself, and for you to understand that there's a lot of things that we can give to the world. So for you not to be afraid to show it to the people from abroad, to show that to your friends, because there's a lot of people, a lot of things that we can share, and we should love it all together, to change our points of view to this traditional cucumbers, traditional dishes. Like, this is kutia, but we only eat it once. But wheat is something that is the best of the Ukrainian products. We only eat wheat 1 time a year during Christmas. So you can eat it not just once, but you can eat it throughout the year instead of the French mashed potatoes, which is basically a French dish. You can use just, boiled wheat. And will be promoting the Ukrainian cuisine with that. And then everything is going to happen. The more wheat you're going to eat, the more wheat is going to be sold there. The more it will be sold, the more people will buy it. So we will cut down this vicious circle, and we will show to one another that we have really cool things. So I would really like to thank you for spending your time, for being here. I really want to thank my tremendous, greatest team. I want to thank my friend Igor for him to start in talking Ukrainian and promoting Ukraine. And I really would like to invite each and every one of you to join us here to test out this dish and to see what are the new Ukrainian tastes and how they can be created in the new way. And everything will be good and everything will be great. Pepper, please serve the pepper. So, okay, that's it from us. We can even turn some music on now, and we will finalize the cooking. So we're not yet ready. Thank you. Zhenya has forgotten to cook the pepper.